All right, it's Friday. It's Open Comms. Welcome, everybody.
Sup?
Welcome to the weekend.
Hi.
Hey.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Cheers to the freaking weekend.
Happy
Opening shot for the
Friday.
weekend.
Cheers.
We did it. Mission complete.
Another week in the books. I feel like Twitch ads are targeting me. Is that a thing?
Probably.
Do you feel targeted?
It's
I
an
felt
ad for
assaulted
Dr.
by them.
Pepper cream soda. So
Are you a targeted
I
individual?
I like the Dr. Pepper cream
Yeah.
soda. A lot of people say it's gross. I think it's delicious.
it's okay. It's okay. It's not as good as the regular Dr. Pepper. 23 bold flavors.
So does the devil.
But why? It's got 24 bold flavors.
No, it's 23. It says right on the can.
Yeah.
Maybe
but
they
how
took
do
one
call
out
it
when they brought it to
23? Yeah,
Canada.
they'd have to
They-
take
they
one out
subbed
and
one
then have
up.
the cream soda. Like, Cat wants
Somebody at main office was like, "Yeah, we just, we added cream soda," and they're like, "What? No,
You can't
we're
just
limited
go
to 23
adding-
flavors.
You can't just go adding flavors.
Change something."
That's so funny. So they're like, I could see them sitting around a big boardroom table, and they're like, "Guys, sales are declining. What can we do?" And they're like tossing around ideas, and some guy in the back just raises his hand. He's like, "What if we just add a flavor?" And everybody turns to him in
What-
shock, like
Like that
the
boardroom
audacity.
meeting meme.
and break the law of 23. Insane.
Yeah. How dare you suggest such a thing?
Try and even
Are you
name
guys,
a 24th flavor.
This
You guys
this
using
company
designer drugs today?
this company was founded by Dr. Pepper himself, and he was terrified of the number 24. So we're sticking with 23. God
You
damn
remember
it!
that movie 23? You think that
That
was
was
funded
a
by
good-
Dr. Pepper?
That was oh snap!
Like the whole time he's like trying to figure out like, what does it mean?
shit.
It's like it means a soft drink.
Damn
It's a
you,
soft-
capitalism!
That's all it was. It's a movie about sponsored by Dr. Pepper.
It's like Transformers and all the fucking Chevy logos.
I have the movie on DVD. I'm gonna look up the production company and see if they have ties to Dr. Pepper. I'll be right back.
He's gonna like watch Maniacal Neville
Knowing
never
that-
be back. The Illuminati's gonna get him.
That's it.
Yep.
And then knowing them, they
never
spent
seen it
millions of
again.
dollars on focus groups, like trying to figure out which flavor just wasn't gonna like make the grade.
Just gonna
Had
be
to
like
swap it up.
looking at. They're gonna see like a red flag from someone doing an internet search for Dr. Pepper and the movie 23 and trying to figure it out, and they're just gonna be like red flags for the Illuminati and. Oh, you have the movie.
I have a physical copy.
Okay.
go to TasteCon 2
I
or whatever. It's called.
I think I've had this since the DVD came out. This is a first edition.
I watched it and I don't remember most of it.
I
I should probably watch it again.
Everybody hates it. I really enjoyed it. I like weird
I
shit.
remember
like
it not
this.
being bad, but I just don't remember much of it.
Okay, New Line
Uh,
Cinema.
So,
You guys
anything
talk
go
about
on
Eve
to-
stuff. I'm
did
gonna
anything go on
research.
today? Like anything at all with Eve?
I don't
Pretty
think so.
pretty quiet day
Okay.
from everything I can see.
Capsuleer
news-free
days going
week,
on.
really.
Make sure
Oh,
and
yeah,
get your
yeah,
rewards
Capsuleer
when
Day.
you log in.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a lot of
that's right.
SP in there.
Angry Games.
There is a lot
going
of
on-
SP.
Angry Games going on this weekend. That's the thing.
Well,
Are they going on right now?
I don't know if they're going on right now, but they're this weekend.
Oh,
I
shit.
heard that somewhere.
Like the opening weekend for it or
some
something.
stream. I saw a little bit of. They mentioned it.
That's a really cool player sponsor.
A lot of things happen that are a lot more important than this.
listen,
Whoa.
we don't always lead off with the big shit.
Don't you
Let's save
herd
it
me
for
like a
good and
sheep.
sauced, and then we rant about it,
Yeah, that's
or forget
Elvis.
to talk about it
You
completely.
You don't feed people a steak before the appetizer.
Yeah. Start off with the salad. 'Cause nobody likes that.
Yeah, I like salad.
I like salad. What the fuck are you talking about?
Not if
Salads are
not if
good.
later on you know that there's something good coming. Then you're like, get
I
this
like
salad out of here.
Sometimes I
No,
have.
No,
absolutely
dude. Sometimes,
not.
you go to
No.
a restaurant, you go to a nice steakhouse, and you get a salad with your steak.
Oh.
They come and they serve you the salad first, and then
This seems
and
like-
then your steak comes, right?
Yes.
This seems
Of
like a
course
very
you eat the
polarized
salad
issue.
before-
We should dive in for like 30 minutes and discuss
Yeah,
the
we need
merits
to
of salad or not.
talk about this.
I sometimes the salad is the main course and it's the whole point of the meal.
There is a chain Cajun place down in the south called Boudreaux's, and they make like a pecan crusted chicken salad with like candied pecans in it, and they're like spicy, whatever. They cover them with like spices and shit.
Yep.
It's the only salad I've ever craved, but it has like cranberries and like figs or something all up in it.
Yeah, what's up,
I
Felix?
just want to say that
got a lot going on.
I appreciate the fact that Panera Bread salads are actually big enough to be a meal. I hate ordering a salad at a restaurant that's just, and you get just like this tiny thing that doesn't fill you up. Those are no good. You got to have like a good proper salad.
Yeah. Um.
LB, when did you and salads like have your big falling out?
So this one time, we went out to a nice restaurant, and the salad came. I ate it, and then the soup came, and I ate that, and then I ate the bread, and then when the main course came, I'm a system eater, right? So it's always potatoes, vegetables, meat. That's how it goes.
Okay.
That's how it is. So I ate the potatoes, I ate the vegetables, and then I got to the meat.
Too full.
By the time I got into the meat, too full.
Yeah.
Goodness.
I'm a system. Although
I didn't prioritize, so now the salad, I'll pick at it. I'll have a little bit, but I'm not gonna waste my time with fucking salad. Salad is what my meal eats.
This just sounds like an opportunity to have leftovers.
At a restaurant, but a reheated steak for a restaurant is
Fair.
not as
No,
good
it's
as
not
like,
the
getting
same.
a steak
No.
at the restaurant.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I would say I'm a systematic eater. I don't have a specific order like you do. But I am generally like, when I eat stuff, I don't eat a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I generally, not all the time, but most of the time I'll be like, this is really good. I just start eating one thing until it's gone, and then I go to the next thing. But
I'm a systematic eater in the sense that I systematically eat everything and then regret it later.
That's a good system.
There was an Eve thing, I think, that happened.
There's
Okay,
this
the guy
party
who-
going.
I can't.
Do we
seem
want to dive
find
right into it,
any-
or do we want to like do like?
Dude, it's the big story.
Roundup.
It's all anybody's talking about.
The guy
Yeah.
who maintains Evo Preview is standing down from keeping it up. He's looking for a developer to take it over.
There you go. There's your big news. Let's talk about that.
That's what it was.
If you want some other big news from today specifically, there is
That was
a
from
nice
today.
shiny kill mail in chat as well.
What? Whose is it?
Someone made an oopsie.
I don't see it. Oh, above.
Pro Raider in Oiginin.
Ouchie.
Oh, dude, why are you looking at my
27 bill. Wow.
Hmm.
I was already beating myself
What's
up
in
about
there?
this.
Triglavian survey databases.
Yeah.
Those valuable. Oh man.
That's a lot.
Aren't those, you just like turn them into NPCs? It's like
Yeah.
almost like Overseer's personal effects.
Yeah.
Why do you have so many? I mean, I guess
Yeah,
it's just
except
been
it's red.
missioning. But dude, imagine that's probably like fucking half a year's worth of mission.
Dude, that's
He's
gotta
probably
be a
been running those things
shitload of
since
missiles.
Triglavians came out.
That is a shitload, I feel like.
That was someone finally moving their big fat cash, and then they lost it all.
in a
You'll get that on
What
those
is
big chunks.
in a pro raider of all things. I mean, it's a cloaky thing at least, but still, I just
some of these modules have a red thing in front of them. Do you see that? What does that mean?
That's
They were inside the plastic wrap.
No,
Oh.
oh
Yes, that's what
Oh,
that
I
means.
like that.
They're
Okay,
they're yeah. So one of the things that's handy about plastic wrap, and this is what you do if you want to be, well, in my opinion, smart when you're hauling stuff, double courier contract stuff. It will make it so that if you do die, none of your items will show up on the kill mail. So the only person that would know is if they actually scoop it from the wreck.
I mean, I get. I don't know. I guess I'm like someone that doesn't really care about kill mails that much because
Right.
if
For
you
me, it's-
die and you lose it, why do you care if other people know or not? Who cares? Like,
So
Because
if
now other
you're-
people could tell me I lost it later down the line and call me a piece of shit.
it's actually
Okay.
none of the above. Really, if you're
it's an
moving
interesting mechanic.
if you're moving stuff on a tune all the time, like that's your NPC hauler tune, and
Yeah,
it,
you don't
you
wanna give
drop
that up.
you drop a big load like that, like lose it, and then that's just a signal to other people like, oh, this tune hauls this kind of stuff.
yeah, okay,
Right, you
I
get
can
the
see
target on
that.
his back.
They might start hunting you if they know that you're hauling expensive shit all the time.
And I mean, and there are plenty of people that are moving a lot of big piles like that in and out of the trade hubs regularly.
Should we blow through the little stuff first?
Yeah, let's just. I mean, there'll be quick touch and goes.
Nobody cares.
It'll take 5
Capsuleer,
minutes.
we got to do it.
There's little stuff that
we
you wanna
have
talk
a
about?
responsibility. We have Capsuleer Day. There's the link. I'll do them all real quick. There's a scope video.
We don't actually have a responsibility.
No, we
It's
do.
like-
I do.
It's like the fourth
Why?
column or whatever, right? Something
Was
like that.
this is the Friday
Fourth
evening
pillar?
news?
It's
You run your talk show the way you want. We'll run this one the way we want.
yeah.
You tell him,
Fucking
Elby.
guy. So there's another Eve comic book thing. Grey Gal was selling passes, not selling, but you can donate to Able Gamers, and she'll give you one.
Oh yeah, I
Is
need to
that-
remember to do that.
I'm literally just pasting it on. There's a 19 Years of Eve video that came out. You know,
I did
watch that if you want.
How did that one compare to the 15 Years of Eve?
It's 4 years older.
I've got to say
Yeah.
that those passes look cool as fuck. I've donated some money and yeah, I think
Those
they're.
are-
Yeah.
I mean, it's also a cause that's really worth supporting, right? Like, Able Gamers
Oh,
do
for
some
sure.
absolutely fantastic work
Yeah, Able Gamers.
in the Eve community. Like, we've talked about Able Gamers a lot over the last over however many years. So yeah, you know, it's just a good cause to support, and to get one of those kind of pilot's licenses made up for your donation. It's a
They're nice. I actually have
it's an
one.
easy win in
Yeah.
my opinion.
I have one. I carry it in my wallet everywhere I go.
Just in case you get pulled over.
Yeah. Just in case I.
Excuse
steal-
me, officer, I'm a capsuleer.
Yeah. Well, no. If I steal a plane and get pulled over in a plane, I could just show them, my pilot license and be like, "No, I'm good."
Remember in Dumb and Dumber
Like-
when
it's
he
like
goes to
written in
run down the
crayon.
jetway, but the jet's already pulled away,
It's okay.
and they're like, "No, wait, sir, it's okay. I'm a limo driver." And he
Driver.
runs down
Then he falls out of the
out of the jetway. Yeah.
jet.
Yeah.
or like someone's like, is there a pilot on the plane? I'll be like, "Oh."
I'm a pilot.
Drayden just like
And
kind
then
of
you
raises
I'll
his
just,
hand,
like,
but
raise
not
my
in a
hand
way
and
that
show-
anybody would
show my
notice.
Can you,
pilot
can you
license.
fly the plane? No, I don't have
I
747.
wouldn't tell
screen
him
yet.
no.
He'd be like, I'm not.
He goes, I would try.
I'm not-
Nobody else
I-
is standing up.
I don't have clearance.
No,
to
here's the thing,
fly."
because I would give it like a second, and if no one else is like, "Yes, I am a pilot," I would just be like, "Yeah, I'm a pilot."
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You're either a
Oh, I'd
hero or
probably
you're
crash
all
the
gonna
plane.
die anyway.
But
So
here's
like,
the thing:
that's a
it would
dice
put
roll I'll
everyone else
take.
at ease because they'd be like, "Oh, someone confidently thinks they're a pilot. Okay, we're good." And like, at
You're gonna
least
go
that
up
would-
there. You're gonna
they aren't
close the
gonna
door.
like, panic and freak out before the crash. It'll just happen, and they'll be like, "Oh shit!" So
Yeah.
um,
It was a
Surprise!
mercy.
I'll bet flying a plane is a lot easier than we think it is.
I bet.
It's all out of
According,
Once
according
you're
to
up in the air, I
I'll
bet it's
I'll
better
bet
than not.
that
But
they keep it a secret.
no,
'Cause
they
they
don't
don't-
keep it a secret.
don't
Honestly,
want-
You've
they don't
played
want
Microsoft
anybody-
Flight Simulator, Manic. Can you fly?
Yeah, you push. There's
Boeing-
like 12 buttons that I got to pay attention to. 12 out of the 52 buttons that you
I'm sure
see in
there's
a
so much
cockpit.
autopiloting stuff, except for like
Yeah, and,
I think
like,
landing
if
is
I-
the
If
hard
I'm
part.
in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think the autopilot hotkey is F3. You just push that, and the plane does everything for you. They've got to have something
Yeah.
like that on actual planes.
Yeah, I'm
So
not sure if
We're
they have
living in
autopilot
this is the
landing, but I'm sure they have
21st
autopilot
century,
landing.
for God's sake.
Yeah, like getting to the destination wouldn't be hard. Landing the plane would probably be where everyone goes up in flames.
Anyone you
Yeah.
walk away from,
This isn't 1944. We're not
we
flying
have,
a fucking
whatever
B-17.
landing you walk away from is a good
It's-
landing.
it's honestly it's way easier than the average person thinks.
Although-
we have 4 crews stay with us every day, and I've spent a lot of time talking to actual airline pilots, and all of them have told me like it's way easier than what you would
They're
think.
like a monkey could do it.
Although the thing that would worry me, maybe I wouldn't want to be in the cockpit because I've seen the videos where they're playing like they do like skidded crashes on land, and it's like usually, even if it's done as best as you can do it, the plane will often break in half in the front, and the nose tips forward, and the cockpit just disintegrates underneath the plane, and then the rest of it just skids along, and so it's like, fuck, I don't want to be in there.
The biggest reason they're in there is to, like you said, takeoff and landing, and in case something breaks.
So they're just they're the janitors.
Yeah.
Pilots are the
Caretakers.
janitors of airplanes. They're just there to like fix a light bulb and throw down some sawdust over somebody's puke, and that's their job.
I've seen a
I
captain.
don't know why
admit-
I'm dunking on pilots so hard. I don't know where
Oh,
this is coming from.
Look,
For the pilot.
There
pilots
are-
have had it too good for too long.
They've had it
About
too
time they
good
come
for
down a
too
peg.
long.
Honestly, my favorite thing about having their crew stay with us is the flight attendants will bitch about pilots all the time.
Really?
You know what
Oh
I've
yes,
heard?
all the time. And the pilots, I used when I'd work third shift, I'd have crews coming in at 11:30 at night. I'd get them checked in. They'd go up. First thing they do, pilots and co-pilot always be down at the hotel bar,
Okay,
and they'd be closing me out most nights.
Skyhawk, I have a question, and I don't know if you can answer it, but just based on the fact that you have regular conversations with these people, I've heard that it is very common for flight attendants when they've got like long layovers to like book a hotel and just hook up with each other and like go crazy. Is that have you heard anything about that?
Every once in a while we'll get a request from like pilots or crew members that ask for like adjoining rooms, and there have definitely been times where I've gone into crew rooms and been like, that bed doesn't look slept in.
There we
But
go.
someone was in
I
that
knew it.
was in there last night.
Has anybody done this pilot's license thing? I can't seem to make it
Is
happen.
there job openings?
Which
for
one?
flight attendants? Like,
What I'm saying is, if you want to get laid, go to
do
flight
they
attendant
have like their
school.
own internal app system, like for like a Tinder, but for flight attendant? Like
Well, you think about it, they're in
you could just call it,
they're
like,
in
S-
an
S
extremely
wingers
or something
stressful
like that?
situation. They're regularly in an extremely stressful situation, right? They're on strict schedules. They're probably not getting paid very well. They've got to blow off
They
steam
get-
somehow.
They get paid decently, but they're gone so much out of the month because the way they're
Yeah.
scheduling all works is based on seniority. So you bid for the
Yeah.
schedules you get, and then you get what you get. The only thing you get to pick is what days you're at home during the month. That's it. You don't get to pick for sure
Hell-
anything else.
Hell yeah, Captain Skyhawk. Dude, okay, Fleetbach is talking about Captain Sky. I had that for NES, and I played the shit out of that game. Fucking awesome.
We'll just pretend that's where my name came from. I can't remember honestly where I came up with my name.
It was just like a front
Ackroth, what's,
scrolling light shooter.
It fits
but yeah.
though, because I also sail, so like that fits.
What's going on with your thing?
So if you click them on the main page, it doesn't seem. It kept saying like you need to add a custom, dollar amount or whatever. If you click the item itself and go into its individual store page, apparently you can add them to your cart from there. It just
yeah,
wasn't
so
letting me add them to my cart before.
Right. So if you click on the actual picture of the thing, then you can put in your actual
Right.
donation and your character name and then add to cart. Okay.
Right. Yeah, you got to go into the individual item. It doesn't. The little add to cart buttons on the main page aren't working, like on the summary page showing both items.
But Manic, if you ever
Catch.
get the opportunity to talk to a flight attendant in conversation, just ask them what their craziest story is. That's my favorite thing to ask them,
Okay.
and you get some good ones sometimes.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, they're God. I
My
wouldn't want that job, honestly. Being a
Yeah.
flight attendant sounds like a miserable experience.
my favorite, I think, was a flight attendant telling me about how Courtney Love boarded a plane, and she was, of course, in first class, and then during boarding, attempted to strip down completely naked to change in the aisle. And they had to bring her up to and she was, of course, high on something, and they had to let her up into the
Okay.
cockpit and let Courtney Love change up in the cockpit before going to her seat.
I mean, when was this?
This is within like the past, I think she said 10, 15 years ago, so not
Oh,
super recent.
Okay, not super recent,
I mean,
but also
What are you
not
paying
at
for
her
then if you
height.
can't change in the aisle?
Yeah. Like, what's my?
'Cause I don't see a seatbelt sign on.
I thought this was first class.
I thought this
I
was
thought
America.
this was
I'm
America.
not-
What
I'm
would
not
you
getting
think if
first
you're-
class treatment?
What would your reaction be if you're boarding a plane and you find a naked celebrity there in the aisle?
Let them change.
I'd let them change. Yeah,
Like,
if they're
holy
not,
shit, first class must be really worth it.
if they're
I'm
not hurting
upgrading.
anybody,
We're upgrading right now.
like just pull the curtain between the two sections. Like just pull the curtain. Let her do her
And piss
thing.
off
Whatever.
everyone in coach.
What-
No.
whatever.
I'm kidding.
I don't know how many people are eager to see Courtney Love nude.
No, I don't
That's-
want to see that at all.
So like just draw the curtain and let her do her thing. She's Courtney Love. If she's, like I said, if she's not hurting anybody, I don't care.
People get too too uptight. for that nudity.
Now, if it were Paul Rudd,
He's a handsome man.
I
Yeah.
Good-looking
I would
guy.
say leave the curtain open, Mr. Pilot, sir.
Computer, show me a nude taint.
The nude tain, yeah. That's what...
Okay, so remember the Mimitar video that we all liked? Remember that one?
yeah.
Yup.
I had the high long music in it, and it was all fucking hard. It really got you in touch with your roots. There's a Caldari version of that now that came out at the end of
Roots?
the thing.
Oh,
Fuck Caldari.
There you go.
Is it any good?
There's,
I'm
no,
Caldari
it's,
Pilot.
it's pretty good.
It's
People
pretty
seem
good.
to like it. People drew some stuff out of it. Some of the tinfoil wearing lore nerds were like, "Oh, ground combat." And we're like,
There's
okay,
one
we saw
section
ground combat in all of them. But
I just want to nitpick a little bit, just because if anybody else thought this, I want to know that I'm not alone in my thinking here. There's one part where you see like a close up of the Caldari dude's face, and he's like talking to the board members. He's standing at a podium. They do
Right.
kind of a medium shot, like from his shoulders up, but it looks like it's out of a PlayStation 3 game. Like I had it on my TV, and I was like, oh, that looks bad. Like it looks like almost PS3 era. I'm not trying to be a dick. That probably sounded really rude. I'm sure a lot of people worked really
Well-
hard to make this, and it does look nice. It just that character animation for that split second, wow.
can't win them all, I guess.
Can't win them all. And what do I know? Like, who cares?
It's probably because Darwin was in here way too late. And that area got fucked up because he
That's a
was
good
up
point.
too late.
That was his.
BT. Thanks for the sub. Soup sub. Soup gang sub.
Yeah, at about the minute 43 mark.
I'm almost
PS3 Caldari man.
There's patch notes. Get your patch notes fresh off the press.
Soup gang, what's up, BT?
The big thing is the Capsuleer Day event, which started as Concord versus Smugglers, has evolved, and now it's the special edition of Concord, the Special Affairs for Regulations and Order, Sorrow. Apparently, are like a crooked arm of Concord, and then there's this Deathless. They're called the Deathless, are the actual smugglers. So then you pick a side and you earn points to go down their reward track. So that's
I'm gonna
fun.
say Capsuleers are the original Deathless.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you really want to get
Are
into
they,
it,
though?
I think
If you wanna
it's
go down
I
that
think it's the
rabbit hole.
Jove.
Ah man, we're immortal, motherfucker.
We're the only ones left.
This is cultural appropriation, is what this is. How
It
dare
is.
they call themselves Deathless?
I thought it was I don't know. I don't think Capsuleers are after I mean it depends on whether the little bit of
This is a long philosophical discussion.
If we talk about this too
Yeah,
long, Ashtarothi will
we
show
will
up.
we will
Oh,
never
shit.
get to FanFest.
I can sum it up in 2 sentences and then we'll go on.
Don't
Just
Beetlejuice
that
me.
old I don't know if it's considered canon, so who knows, but there was a little piece that was written that I thought it was your consciousness, your actual consciousness gets transferred into the clone. It's not. Right as you're about to die, a thing takes a snapshot of your brain and maps it, and then it sends that mapping to a clone. So the clone wakes up with the same mental structure that you had, but you actually die and a clone of you wakes up. And so,
Yeah.
it's a
So then
different
you didn't
person with
die,
the
a different
same
clone of you
mentality.
died.
So-
This is a philosophical thought experiment that's been being discussed for centuries.
So I was like, oh no, they didn't.
And I think will be for centuries more.
Yeah, but yeah, I won't. I won't go any deeper than that. Otherwise, we'll be here for fucking ever.
We
Right.
we can save that for the after show because
Sure.
that's a topic that I would love to have a discussion on.
Yeah,
I'm down with that.
And then I guess
there's a party in Iceland. I think
there was
going on.
some sort of event going
Some
on,
kind of event. Yeah.
and they had
and
some presentations today.
The
Something about
it's
a note with a key.
It's held in a really weird, like the name of the place is really weird. Like Riak. How do you pronounce it?
Riksjavix.
Riksjavix. Yeah, Riksjavix, Iceland.
Did you
is
see
where
his
this,
tweet?
this party is held. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's literally how he came up with his character name.
Is it okay?
Is it really?
I was like,
Oh,
I
never
like
knew
there
that. That's
phonetically, and I
awesome.
was like, I could see it.
I like that.
So
Yeah.
did anyone see
Fantastic.
the intro? I didn't see the intro, but I did see the keynote.
I saw.
Yes.
I only saw bits and pieces. I didn't have a lot of time to watch everything. I needed to watch VODs by tomorrow, but I did see some parts. I did like the little intro video. It was entertaining. It's got Elise.
Oh, the
Waking
with the
up
three of
super
them.
cheery
Yeah,
and-
that was really funny.
I dug the
was
Elise
classic
part. I also
Elise.
really dug the whole thing of like, they haven't killed Convict off in a while, and then Convict's like, "Hey guys, I got
Yeah.
the ride," and then like, yeah, I liked it. It was good. And then some reason, Dopamine was like a genetically
he was
test
yeah.
grown like
He was
prisoner.
waking up
like-
in like it looked like a portal facility. Like
yeah, it's like the
Aperture
aperture was like
Science.
release the dopamine.
just cement walls everywhere.
He's just doing like push-ups and crunches.
I was not expecting to see CCP Dopamine in his tidy whities. I
Yeah,
will say that.
Yeah,
like
that's
if you told me a week ago that I would be seeing CCP Dopamine in tidy whities at FanFest, I would have called you
they've
crazy.
done more. I mean, the FinFest thing. I mean,
Yeah.
FanFest, yeah, they were
you
all
got some
naked in
Hilmar
hot
Dong
tubs.
going on in that one. So
Hilmar Dong.
yeah, that's
Speaking of Hilmar,
Wonder if there's an
um,
NFT of that.
oh god,
okay. Can we get
We're not there yet.
they're researching it.
Oh,
Maybe
it's
coming.
Yeah, okay, well, let's just dive into it, I
Not
guess.
for tranquility. dude.
I just wanted a picture of Hilmar Dong.
Yeah, not for tranquility.
No, LB, we can't.
Too
talk
hot
about
for
it.
TV.
That does
What?
leave it nice and wide open for Serenity, though.
And the new
That's true.
mobile game.
It's not mobile.
Is
What?
Freelancer at FanFest? I can't. I don't know. He's sending a lot of
I
pictures.
don't I don't think he is.
Okay, like he's sending a lot of pictures. Like all day he's been sending pictures and stuff. And I can't tell if it's like him taking the pictures or
No,
he's finding them online. and
Those are
just sending them.
screenshots from somebody's stream.
Okay.
Somebody who's
For
there.
me-
Who there is somebody who is there though that we know. Shit.
Vlad's there.
Vlad's there. Yes.
Anna?
The most interesting thing for me about the intro video or intro part of the presentation was just seeing Hilmar get up there and talk for a while. It was kind of cute seeing some of the stuff that he talked about and posted as well. Posted a photo he took of him and his daughter when his daughter was a baby like 18 years ago, and then he posted a recreation of that photo.
With CCP Aurora. That was really
Oh,
funny.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's an intro thing.
So-
The keynote. I didn't get too much of the keynote.
So let's talk about the keynote.
Hit the keynote.
I watched the keynote.
This was
Everybody else watch the
weird.
keynote?
I
watched
watched
the
the
beginning.
I watched it
Haven't seen
live
the
this
whole thing.
morning, and then I actually finished rewatching it about 20 minutes before we started tonight.
Give a one-word reaction to the keynote. Manic. you go first.
Amazing. Oh, sorry.
One word? Shit.
One word.
Apathetic.
Red line's already done. Akaroth, what's yours?
Hopeful.
Oh, you
Skyhawk?
sweet summer child.
I would say pleased.
Pleased. Okay. Malkuth?
He's got his headphones off.
Graydon,
No,
what's your
no,
one-word
it was
reaction?
starting
I
to
didn't,
robot.
didn't get to watch it yet. I had about an hour, if that, before the show to try and get as much info as I could. So I watched some of Scott Manley's stuff, and I watched the actual intro. I thought that was the keynote, and I got halfway through the intro and then found it. It's like, up next, keynote. I'm like, fuck!
Opening ceremony
I
always comes
wasted all my
first.
time watching the opening ceremony. But
Malkuth, you got cut
I
off.
will
What was
watch it
your
by tomorrow, though.
one word?
To stay positive, I'm gonna go with meh.
Okay. Dirk, what's yours? One word. One word reaction. If no, you can't hear us because everything's muted. Redline, you want to try again, or are you good with?
Oh, what's wrong with y'all saying meh and
No, I'm just. What's your one word?
amazing? I think
Okay.
it's great. It's more than one word.
Holy shit,
Everything was
Ash is
awesome.
at 152.
Welcome, guys.
They're gonna be so
Thank
dope.
you.
Thanks, Ash, for
Hi.
the raid. Welcome, everybody.
So
My one word
why-
reaction is underwhelmed.
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 Ow.
Yep. Sorry.
What?
So I'd like to honestly hear,
Dragon,
since
what's
I
up?
feel like the most contrasting state or words there was LB and Redline. Redline, why?
You
can you
can't count
elaborate on that
Redline.
one word?
Redline is fucking trolling. He always
Redline
does
is
this.
trolling.
He always
Yeah.
comes in and is like, "Hey guys," and then you realize he's fucking full of shit.
Also, Ash,
That was
if you
really
wanna
on
hop
point.
What? That was.
Redline,
You know,
I
you
think
hit
you're
that
only
manic-
taken seriously now when you're Abyssal Bear. Just saying.
You hit that manic right as the CCP Dragons is following, and I thought that I was like, do we have
Oh.
a special thing for when CCP follows the stream? Because I was like, oh. Ash, if you want to hop on too, there's room for you. But
LB, that was a terrible thing you just did.
Okay.
Just so that we're on the same page.
All right.
I
Well,
thought it was pretty
I don't
good.
know. Call your member of parliament, I guess.
Filing a formal complaint.
oh, I'm not rushing you, Ash. Just saying it. If and when you feel like it.
Okay,
Um,
let's talk about the keynote. How do we feel?
I'm gonna do a
How
shot, though.
what are our feelings?
I
We've
feel
got our,
like I said,
our one word.
I'm
Sorry.
happy with. I'm pleased and I'm hopeful. I take them at their word with. Well, I was taking them at their word before with that they were, really working on stuff like in the background, even though we hadn't seen much from them in a long time. And some of the stuff that they put out today in the keynote, I think, really backs that up. So that's why I was saying that I'm pleased. I'm not excited because there's nothing that's like more immediate. But I'm pleased and I'm optimistic at this point from what we got today, and I'm still waiting to see what we get the rest of the weekend. Specifically, I'm looking forward to seeing what Rattati's presentation, Eve as a Living Universe, what we get from that.
Agree.
May I change my one-word answer?
No, it's locked in.
No,
It's too
it's
fucking
not.
late.
That's-
guys.
Cannot
I have to
Yes.
change it. I have to
Yes.
change it.
You can't change it.
Well, then
He
we
even
have.
he even
okay,
came
hold
back
on,
to even
hold
give
on.
you a
Well,
chance.
no,
to
we
read
didn't
it.
hear-
I have a solution. Redline, tell us what your one word answer would have been.
My new one?
No,
No,
okay.
tell
so
us
you,
what
you
would
gave us,
Abyssal Bear
you
say?
gave us your one word answer. That one is locked in, but you can't change it. So just tell us what you were intending to change it to.
Unsubbed.
Okay.
Oof.
Hard shift.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm staying unsubbed. Unfortunately,
Same.
what's with the Futurama dude? I have no strong feelings one way or another.
Oh yeah, that's completely neutral. You know
Yeah.
what makes
Tell my wife.
tiny tangent.
going-
You know what makes
Hello.
me upset about that? They took away showing how many dislikes a video has on YouTube. How are we supposed to know if that's even now?
So
They did so well keeping that shit even. Like even after it's
well,
like
okay, it was a bot.
300,000 to
It was a
300,000.
bot. It was a script that was doing it. It wasn't people
I'm
manually.
still impressed that someone wrote the script to do that.
Okay.
I'm still impressed and unimpressed at the same time. But
You
now
have
we
no
can't know.
feelings one way or the other.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other on it.
Yeah,
I
like
will say
the-
that
the majority of the keynote, well, I mean, all of the keynote, it was stuff that's like they're in the exploratory stages. Like it's even the thing that everybody was really excited about was the faction warfare updates. There it sounds like they are in the very early pre-planning stages of this update. So it probably won't even be out for another year. It won't be another year until we see more from this team that's going to be worked on, or that's going to be working on this.
The one thing, can I interject really quick?
Go ahead.
The one thing I'll say on that,
just
though,
okay, hold on.
Okay, go
Sorry.
ahead.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to say I'm not mad. I'm not raging tonight. I'm actually just kind of apathetic about the whole thing. So okay, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying. I remember I think it was Vegas because I think I was there for it. They announced the Citadel, the first Citadel concept coming in, and that got a lot of like people like, oh yeah, but it was a while before Citadels actually came out. They weren't like, oh, Citadels, here's this new stuff we're releasing and it's coming out in 2 weeks. It's like here's the Citadel expansion we're working on. You'll see it next year. Now this is like in October, so like next year it was like 4 or 5 months later. Then we got the first Citadel, the Asteroids and all that stuff. But so I guess it depends on how far out the faction warfare thing is. I mean, if they're saying here's the things we're gonna do with faction warfare, and then it comes out like 2 years down the road, that's a bit
It really
preliminary.
doesn't,
But
though.
if it's something that we see in like the fall of this year, I don't know.
I don't think
I don't,
we will.
I don't know if that's like absurd to me.
Well, somebody else can talk.
I'm
I
betting
feel
on
like I'm
next
the
year.
road
yeah.
the roadmap
I
that
go?
they had showed for the next year. So the things on the roadmap that they showed us were supposed to be in before the next FanFest.
There's no
That's what I understood.
timelines on that roadmap, by the way. It's just a bunch of
There's
colored
not.
stripes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Ash? Welcome.
Yeah,
Welcome,
roadmaps don't
Ash.
have time on them. It's distance.
Hi, there's no timeline, but it specifically says the road to the 20th anniversary. So the entire thing's 1 year.
That's
It's
a
a 1
tentative,
year.
yeah.
It's a 1 year map.
Now, whether it means
Okay.
the end of
That's fair.
2022 in practice or FanFest next year,
And some
time
things
will
might
tell.
fall off or whatever, but I mean, like the intent seemed to have been to say this is what's coming this next year with the relative scope of like coming sooner versus later rather than exact dates.
Right.
Do you
Okay,
think
but
they'll
none
hit
of
all
that
of that?
matters because nothing is coming now.
Well,
It's
we
been
didn't
like
get anything.
Guys,
We didn't get told like
solid
solid dates
point.
today. No, and you're right. What I expect is we're gonna get some stuff dropped out to us over the next 6 weeks, and then we'll get the usual summer lull because Iceland, and then in the late fall things will pick back up rapid fire for a while.
They said Q4. Okay, Lifeline say they said Q4, but didn't specify that. So I mean,
The
yeah, I guess-
expansion was Q4.
Okay.
Anyways, I now have an answer to the question of is that worth $5
Oh,
more a
shit.
month? Answer is negative.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
worth is subjective, isn't
The
it?
game
Buckeye
was
Prime
the
Pony
game.
Club, 10
Okay,
subs.
okay,
10 subs.
hold on.
Gift
The
itself.
game for
So-
me, at least, the game and the value that this is the conclusion that I've come to. Before CCP changed the price or announced that price, the game was already worth it for me at that price point, and I'm saying that running 8 accounts.
Okay.
Plugged in as like leadership within my alliance, very active within the alliance, doing different things. Also enjoy doing other things in the community like this show. So for me, all of that factors into is this valuable for me? It's not just the game.
That's fair.
It's actually the opposite of fair. That is extremely
Generous.
hard to
I,
hear.
I will say I will admit that worth is subjective.
Hugely
A
subjective.
thing is worth what somebody is willing to pay for it. CCP could come out tomorrow and say, "Hey guys, we got to bump the monthly subscription up to $100. Sorry, we have to do it." A lot of people would leave. I'll bet there's some people who would pay $100 a month to play Eve.
I mean,
that
that's
means-
an extreme bump.
And
but-
and it is an
There are
extreme,
definitely
but
But I see what he's
this is just to illustrate the point. So
Right.
all that's to
Spectrum of
say
worth.
that then Eve would be worth $100, $100 a month, because that's what somebody is willing to pay for it.
That was a funny conversation I saw brought up right in the aftermath of them talking about the subscription changes. Was a lot of people were saying, well, what if they took it in the other direction? What if instead of bumped it up $5, they bumped it down $5? Would they not see more people, subbing more extra alts? Would they not see new players maybe seeing a little bit lower barrier to entry? Maybe I'll try it out for a month. I'll kick in the $10 in it. If it's cool, then you get sucked in, and if it's not, then whatever. It was $10.
I mean, like the thing is, like they would have to bump down the Plex because like the Plex price has to coincide with the subscription price.
I mean, that's all just
so
moving numbers, right? Like
I
that's
mean,
fine.
Again, I'm not an economist, but I mean, it's weird because obviously this bump up in price and bump up in sub price and the Plex cost is going to cause Plex to go up in price. It's going to probably cause less people to. There's going to probably be more people unsubbing alts, trying to Plex their account, but now there's higher demand for Plex. people buying Plex are going to buy less Plex because they generally don't like. I buy this many Plex per month. They probably are like, I spend this much money on Plex and sell it per month. But that's going to cause Plex to go up in price, which means that the people that buy Plex and sell it, they can buy less Plex because it's worth more. So they're going to probably get roughly the same amount of ISK for what they're buying. So, but it's going to make it more expensive to Plex people's accounts. It's going to make it... So I don't know. But if you go the other way, what does that do? It's going to decrease Plex price? I don't know.
I mean, I don't think there's that is not a difficult, speed bump in my mind. It's just whether people see more value and or whether you could attract new players easier with a lower barrier to entry. There's plenty of people who would run more alts or feel like, it was rationalized to run an extra alt or two or whatever, And then there's, like I said, a lower barrier to entry for individual pilots who want to try out the game. I think that would go a long way versus a lot of people did mention, in this day and age, there's not very many games that you would pay a recurring $20 sub for. How many new players are going to be like, wow, like that's not an industry standard anymore or anything like that. $15 a month was an industry standard for like 20 years now, but
it's been an industry standard for not just EVE, but like most subscription-based gaming.
That's what the industry standard means.
There are a couple games out there that are less than that, but they're few and far between. The vast majority of sub-based games are $15 a month.
Sure.
So it's EVE going up to 20 are kind of breaking a barrier that I don't think there's ever been a game that I've ever heard of that was sub-based that was $20 a month.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, maybe Star Citizen will do it, but we'll never know because that game won't come out. But
sure, on the one hand, you're absolutely correct, but on the other hand, the notion of like, how do we monetize this to make it worthwhile? And the strain between what players want to pay and what devs need in order to do it goes all the way back to like AOL chat rooms with whatnot, because like originally we paid by the hour and then that was unacceptable, so now we pay by the month or whatever. And ultimately gaming development has continued to get more expensive and we have not pay more to make up for it. I'm not saying that, I'm not defending this particular thing, but I mean, like, that is a true trend.
Sure, there's definitely truth to that. The funny thing to me is that 20 however many years ago, somebody decided that MMOs were going to be $14.95 a month, and everybody else did theirs the same. Now, whether they needed that amount, that is, I think, the really curious point. For a long time, a lot of companies were probably making just hand over fist profit because they didn't need nearly that to actually run it. But then there was also, some that probably had high development costs that, maybe that was them running slim margins and just going for volume, like your WoWs of the world or whatever, who knows. But I don't know. I think it's interesting that like there probably was a time where $14.95 a month times however many people are playing this game was, plenty for CCP. It may not be the case anymore, and it wouldn't shock me if it wasn't, but I don't think it's fair to think that like 20 years ago this game cost $14.95 a month for them to run, like how they budgeted, based on everything, and they just can't do it anymore. But maybe that is true. The game has shrunk. So
it's absolutely true, though. Also, if you look at that graph from the keynote, their staff on EVE has increased by at least 33%. So I mean,
in
hopefully
recent times,
that's what he said. From 2019 to now, that graph is definitely 30% more, unless there's something deceptive about the way that graph is written.
I mean, how many did they lose within the last handful of years?
Well, no, that's like raw numbers, though. Like they went from like 100 to 130. So regardless, if they lost 20, then that means they gained 50. But I also talked to CSB Dragon about that, and he said that he confirmed the fact that they've been hiring very aggressively. And while they've lost a few of like designers and stuff, they've definitely more than compensated for it.
Okay, I have a question. If CCP is hiring more people, are you saying it's the player's responsibility to keep CCP afloat now that they're bringing on more people, so they need more money to pay these people?
What I'm saying is that CCP and more importantly the EVE development team has been criminally understaffed the entire time. So if they're willing to actually staff these projects enough to actually give development effort where they need to belong, and we don't feel like every single aspect of the game is understaffed, then yeah, that would be worth it to me.
Again, it's not our responsibility to keep CCP afloat though, as they spend money.
It's
If we
their
are, if we're,
responsibility to price the
if we're,
game.
if we're their customers, then yes, our money needs to be able to keep them afloat.
It's
Turn that around though into a slightly different way though. Here, like, can I try? Can I
I
try
think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Well, no, it's their responsibility to make it worth it. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, like, yes, I mean, ultimately,
Okay,
but
yeah,
my point is that
that's what
30%
I'm
more
getting at.
staff means, hopefully, I'm just
If
optimistically means that we'll actually get more
CCP is
dev
hiring
effort.
so aggressively to the point where they can't afford to pay these people, they shouldn't be asking the customers for more money. They
No,
need to
what I'm
better
saying is
learn
that
to manage their money.
if we're getting 30% more development effort, then it's worth paying 30% more for that 30% increased development effort. We've been okay with not enough, and we've gotten by with what we had. But I agree.
I mean, at that point, all we
ultimately-
can say is time will tell, though.
Yeah,
which is
I mean,
fine.
well, that's a big piece of it. Yeah.
I mean, if you're playing this game, you're probably playing this game for many, many years. But still,
In my mind, if CCP is going to ask for 33% more money, they need to offer the value first, and to
do it on
see
the
if
backs
to see if
of success.
we decide that it's worth it for us.
I was absolutely shocked by today's presentation. I do not feel like they sold it well at all, for sure.
I don't.
I would agree
go
with
through
that.
it
I
like
think that
topic by topic instead of just like
can we?
I feel like there's a lot.
Manic's
of
not drunk enough for this.
I feel like we're in this constant struggle of structuring this conversation and just letting it be
because
free,
there's some good things in it. There's some good things in it, but there's also some garbage things in it. And if we just talk about whatever we're feeling, then we're just going to talk about.
Let's talk about our feelings.
I don't want to talk about feelings. I want to talk about facts.
Give me some facts.
Don't care about your
Give me
feelings.
throw some facts at me. What you
The
got?
first thing they talked about was the new player experience, and they talked about expanding air, which we knew they were doing because they expanded into mining. Now they're going to expand into exploration. The thing that got me on this one was they talked about this naughty thing. Ash, could you talk a little bit about that? Because like it flew over my head when I saw it. It looks like it's a mission writing software. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Ish.
It is a dungeon authoring tool software. Yeah, absolutely. Or encounter authoring tool, I should say. So like, yeah, each of those boxes represent a different state, and different things that the player can do or things that happen can trigger different states. So that tool is like, for instance, all of these event sites that's been coming out for like the last 2 or 3 years have all been authored through this tool. Basically, one of the biggest problems is that the authoring tools for mission sites before were just a pain in the butt. It was like 6+ weeks or whatever to develop a single site, but now it's going to be like a third of that. And so each of those nodes, think of them like logical blocks, right? And so like it flows through the channel, and as certain conditions are met, it moves to the next block, and each block kind of controls what's happening, right? So these could either spin off to new tasks to do, like 2 new missions entirely, or trigger a new wave, or trigger the reward, whatever it is. But that tool is their way of like being able to, quickly is the wrong word, but efficiently author and control the AI and the encounters that we run into.
So one of the things we've always complained about is that missions haven't changed since like the dawn of fucking time, right? We've always rescued the damsel. It's always been the same fucking mission over and over and over again. Eve University has the exact layout of every single mission. Is Naughty something that's going to see a change to those mission systems now? Or are we just going to see the same shit over and over?
They did suggest that they could and would like double back and do the missions. But it is absolutely true that like if they fix a mission using Naughty, then it'll just be like, and now they're using the new system, but to you it'll be the same, and then maybe something that will be added on past that. I know that a fair chunk of their effort is going to be used on like the next stuff, but I do think that like once it gets proven out, the thing is that those missions are kind of already well designed, so they can knock those out in blocks really easily, as opposed to like authoring things, whole cloth. So we'll probably see a combination of both.
So we're stuck with the same PVE, but expect to see new exciting PVE
Well,
coming down the road.
yeah. So there's going to be like new PVE coming down the road, and potentially retrofitting the old PVE to use the new standards. Does that make sense?
Yes. So that, to me, that's a good thing, but wasn't properly sold. Like if I didn't get it, I guarantee you a lot of other people didn't fucking get it, right?
Well,
and this is why my one word reaction to this thing is underwhelmed, because
absolutely.
they're showing me things and I'm like, well, okay, but I knew you were expanding area. You said that a year ago. I knew you were doing this, like that. You said that months ago. Where's the meat?
It's funny because that's exact that they didn't throw meat to the people is exactly what I kept on saying. I will say that CCP Dragon was kind enough to hop on my stream for like an hour and talk to me about all this stuff.
Okay, can I speaking of CCP Dragon, can I make a real quick thing? Everyone in chat, just understand that like CCP Dragon does not work in every single team and every single aspect of the game. So like, I mean, everyone's berating like questions like, why can't you change the game like this? Why can't you add this? Why
leave him alone?
No, I'm not saying don't ask him questions. It's fine. I'm just saying like, don't expect like he is not
don't,
the one.
Don't
he cannot change
like,
the
dude,
game's things. He's not a finance
he's not
guy.
He's not a one-stop shop.
Here's the thing.
So I mean, like, he cannot just like fix the entire every single issue in the game for you. So like, I mean, you can ask.
I'm going to say
like,
this.
You have to wait for Darwin to come, and then he can fix it.
Yeah, wait for Darwin.
Where we are, it is
but
early morning where he is.
Yeah, he said it was 1:30.
So I'm like, he's here to hang out and have fun.
Yeah,
he's not here
he
to like take
probably
all
does
requests
not
and like
want-
work on the entire game and fix everything for you. So just
Leave
keep that in mind.
Leave him alone.
My immediate question was actually like, who is CCP Dragon and what does he work on? I
He
kinda missed
works
that
on
context.
this
Who's your
exact
daddy?
thing.
What does he do?
He is I don't know if this is his title right now, but he's like an events team dude. Like, so if you remember when they first converted over to the agency version of events,
Oh,
so it
live
wasn't
event
just
stuff. Okay.
yeah. Well, I mean
Yeah.
that's what he did originally. So like working on this naughty thing, like I even asked him, that was what he's been working on, and now he's moved on since then and does other stuff. But he said that the latest things he's been doing is he authored all of the new sites that's been introduced recently, like the SEC site, the Capital Shipyard, the Road Drone site, all that stuff. The actual sites themselves, not necessarily the rewards or whatnot, but the actual sites and how they play out. That was all him.
Caldari Prime Pony Club, thank you for the gifted sub to CCP Dragon.
Yeah.
Dude, Tambur's a beast.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say like, I mean, it's fine to ask questions. But just understand he may or may not know the answer, and he's not gonna be able to fix the coding issues, finance issue. Like he's not a one-on duel. Like we said.
Just think of it like
If
this.
you should
Darwin.
Office and you tell him that we need.
He broke up.
Think
Oh,
of it like
I was
this.
like, did we just lose
That
Ashley?
happened a lot
He
until he
mid-sentence?
dropped
intentional.
out.
That was
It's a great
intentional.
time to cut out.
Not everyone at the hospital is a brain surgeon.
Right. Yeah.
Think of it
It's,
like
it's
that.
like yeah. So
Some
Did
of
you
these guys
guys-
just empty the garbage. Like, chill.
Are you saying
Some
CCP
of them
Dragon
have
your
empties the
bullshit
garbage?
requests on
I'm
the
just
support
saying.
queue.
Did you just said CCP Dragon is basically the janitor?
That's not what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
no. That'd be
That's
like
what you.
homework,
That's what
right?
you said. You said
No.
I'm saying
not
just
everybody's a brain
just 'cause
surgeon. Some
he's
people
in
just
the
empty the
hospital,
garbage.
Just because he's in the hospital and he's wearing scrubs doesn't mean he can fucking sew your leg back.
I'm
on.
just fucking
Okay,
around.
We need
I'm
to find the
sorry.
right person to talk to.
Ziggy Cross was asking. I'll answer this one. He's like, why can't we just have more cool ships in more regions? That's so adding ships into the game requires a ton of balance, and that's a lot of work. And we just had the Triglavian stuff all added in over the last year and a half or whatever. So that is a whole new line of ships. It takes they can't just add ships every 4 or 5 months. It would just saturate the game with too much shit.
It also
they should
more
rotate
regions,
the
like,
balance
there's
more
already a
often.
lot of unused space, so adding regions doesn't really fix much. It would just spread
I have
the
thoughts.
population out. So like you don't really want to just spread the population out when it's already like I think it's already at a good level. I mean, if anything, contract. the
We already
space.
know that they have the ability to add regions because like there have been regions that were added since the game's been going.
Right,
But
right.
there's
Totally.
reasons they don't.
Well, Posture is
Well-
the same system. So
Well,
actually,
the
never
drone,
mind.
the drone region, the drone regions, because those were not
I was-
original.
Abyssal space
I was really-
are also their own regions. Like every
Abyssal.
level
Wormholes.
every
Wormholes,
level of abyssal space is their own
Yeah,
region.
So
what
like
was
we
the
know,
new-
but my point with that though is that we know they have the ability to do that. The reason they don't is like Drayden said, we already have enough fucking empty systems in the game.
There's plenty of space.
real quick.
And they balance this stuff out to where like even the quote unquote bad space is actually way better than it used to be. So I mean, like even the quote unquote shit systems are not that bad, honestly. So
I think if
I
they
have a
made
challenge.
they're livable.
I have a challenge. Anybody who wants to say they need more ships, they need more ships, to do what? What role is missing? What thing is missing that we need a new ship for? This isn't even a matter of balance. Like, it's creativity, right? If we just create, like, you can't just make another Phobos. You know, we there has to be a reason why a new ship exists. We already have ship lines and ship types that are underutilized. We should probably make sure that they get utilized correctly before we start trying to figure
But
out
they're
how to
not
just
doing that.
add more
Eating
things for the
cum.
sake of
And
adding things.
Eating cum.
And I was saying like they have to have a role that's different. Like you said, so we have the four factions, the various pirate factions, but then so like that's what I'm saying. Triglavians, they have the increasing single gun that they got.
I do. Actually, you just said something. I
And
do
then
have
comes,
one.
like, the chain lightning gun. So I mean, like those are new things that weren't on any other ships before. So I mean, they'd have to come up with a whole new concept to make a new line of ships.
I do have one thing though that I've been trying to tease around because I really want to build up hype for this. There's a missing pirate ship line. It's always been missing, and everybody's always been asking for it. There's a combination of races that doesn't exist.
Capitals.
No, stop. No, type of ship, like pirate faction, like an entire faction line of
Did you
ships.
say Jovian capitals? Is that what you said?
Stop daring to dream, man.
There's
Society of Conscious.
I was like,
No,
what about
no.
Jovian capitals?
Caldari Mimitar. There are no Caldari Mimitar pirate ships, right?
Why?
they don't get along much.
The new
The Mimitar are already pirates.
the new smuggling group that just got introduced is a combination of Caldari criminal organizations and Thucker criminal organizations. So we'll see where they're going with this Deathless stuff.
I think it's gonna be fun and exciting.
I think they should start making like.
Here's the real frustration, or here's the thing that I think actually really hamstrung them. And I mean, obviously they didn't navigate it very well, but I think that part of the problem was what they said at the very end, which is that they don't want to tell us stuff through patch notes and dev blogs anymore. They want it to kind of naturally flow out through the story. So if that's the case, like, what would they announce? They would only announce that they're going to be doing it. So that's the whole point. Like, they're doing arcs now. Like, the last 3 events have all been tied together and tied to feature releases. So, you know, they've made the entire plot, or like what's happening in the universe itself, being far more dynamic than it was before. And so that's how they're going to inform us and introduce content. But unfortunately, that makes it so that they don't have anything to say at the keynote, and they didn't really do a good job of like linking those two things together. You know what I mean?
But
So
what
basically,
about,
what you're saying is that we're going to have to wait on actual feature releases and changes to the game, like major balance reviews.
That's what I'm saying.
because
It actually
we're
straight up
wait-
said that
we're
we need
waiting
to
on the
cause it.
lore.
They said that if we don't succeed at whatever the objective is for the lore, it's not coming out.
That's shifting the blame from the developers to the customers there. Like, the customers
Welcome to a
aren't
sandbox,
doing
man.
enough. The
No, if
customers
we
aren't
can't,
doing enough,
if
so
we
you
can't
don't get changes.
The Caldari want to develop a new ship. If we can't
Customers
help
aren't
them,
paying
then they
enough,
don't
so
get
you
to
don't get
they don't get to
changes.
build it.
Ray, real quick, when you say stuff like that, there was a few events where players were supposed to help, the NPCs, and the player agency didn't actually matter. They had
You're
already
absolutely
predetermined that they
correct.
were going to do whatever those actions were.
Right.
Like, I
Which
actually
is-
wanted to get
which is-
involved in blocking the Stain Gate because I thought it would be pretty
why-
cool, and
why
they
not-
really
Which is-
quickly came out and clarified it's going to happen one way or another. And I was like, well, fuck me, I'm not going to try.
Well, this is why the ARC system and the new faction warfare system that they were talking about is so important, because they explicitly said that is changing. That they're willing to put it on the line, that
I'd love to see it
the
happen.
order and the way that things roll out will be based on what we're doing. That things will emerge in the game naturally as if it was part of a living universe rather than a game. And I
I would
actually
certainly
appreciate
love
that.
to see it happen. And time will tell.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll be really excited if this ever hits Tranquility.
The example that they used was the Niarja in the invasion expansion, right? You could have gone in Niarja and defended Niarja, and then you would have still had that route from Jita to Amar. But people didn't. People purposely went there and fought for the Trigs.
There were a lot of people that fought on both sides, but yeah.
That was a weird 36 hours. As somebody who's in Goonswarm, and Goonswarm had a hell of a lot to say about, just let's have some fucking fun. That was a weird 36 hours.
Right.
But then CCP kind of retroactively fixed it by adding in additional routes, right? They added in gates across that
singular.
But
That-
they added
Well,
in
yeah, they
additional
they
with
introduced the
with
most
the
dangerous
low
system in the
sec,
game,
though.
man. Like,
Yeah.
like it's that.
They didn't
There's
help
not
anybody.
there is zero equivalency between the routes between Jita and Amar now versus what it was before. It's completely different. Like the landscape totally changed. Yes, they
I'm not saying it
did do
didn't.
something different, but yeah,
I'm just saying that they decided to not maintain what the players had decided when it came to Niarja
There's
and
no high-sec route.
created an additional route.
there's no high-sec route. That didn't change.
Exactly, they created an additional route because it was
Not a high-sec
necessary
route.
for the
There's no
economy.
high-sec route.
It's not. Yeah, it's not a high sec. Did that?
Abazon is
they
a low-sec
create?
system. There's no high-sec route.
Did that? So what did that do to the Amar market, by the way? Because I would have assumed that by separating Jita and Amar, that now you have these two major trade hubs. Wouldn't
As
you
someone
think that
that
would bolster Amar's feasibility or not feasibility?
It
It
helped with
depended.
mixing, I can
It
tell you that.
depended where you.
live
It depended where you lived in Nullsec. So if
Wait, are
you
you saying
lived
there's-
closer to Amar, you used Amar more than you used Jita.
Right.
I know that when we lived in fucking over there, scalding ass.
It's scalding.
We would
Scalding ass.
Shots for scalding ass.
I've
We
never
would-
heard that one
I've
before.
never either.
That's
I
new for
like
me.
it.
That's amazing.
I lived there.
So-
and I didn't
Shots
hear
for
it either.
scalding ass.
Yeah,
What
we
I've
would
seen is
we would
it
use
has-
Amar more than Jita because you would have had to jump freighter across further and then use a low sec fucking route to get to Jita. So
What-
you just used Amar.
I just want
Was
to
he
point
saying
out
there's no
for a
high sec
second-
path between the two? Because there definitely is.
I just want to point
There's
out
a
for
low
a
sec
quick
path,
second
yeah.
that that
There's
was
a
our
45
first shot
jump.
There's a
at
high sec
You're right.
path. It's just much longer than it was. There's always
Right.
been a high sec path
Well,
between
but
them.
it's yeah.
Even
it's,
right when it
Oh,
happened,
that's
people were
fair.
like,
It's
it's
like,
now
what, like
40
9
something
jumps?
jumps.
It's an absolutely fair argument to make. Sorry, my bad. I was
Well, it used to be like what 9 jumps.
Imprecise.
Now it's like what 20.
It was
jumps
about
or something?
15, I think. 12 to 15.
was-
something.
I think it was like 7 or 8 because
Yeah,
it's
yeah, it was like
it's
12.
it's
It was like
8 addiction. I
12.
thought it was
If
less
only-
than
Yeah, it
Amar.
was
If
12.
only there was a website that could tell us this. Hold on.
Dotland will do it, but yeah,
It won't tell us what it used
It
to be.
used to be definitely less than 10.
not hard
but
to
I think,
count.
Yeah, like 7 or 8 sounds right to me. And then I don't know what it is now, but it's probably at least double that. So
I,
like
actually, I
45.
want to say 9.
It's 40
I wanna
something
say
jumps
9.
now. I think it was in the double digits.
Abby's
I
saying
could be wrong.
13.
I
So-
think it was in the double.
What? No, it's either
Militarch is
7 or
saying
9. I'm almost
45
sure.
now.
Yeah, it's 45 now.
Oh,
So,
yeah. So
uh,
you going from 13 to 45? That's it was 7. Okay, so it went from 7 to 45. Not
What I've
great.
noticed
No
is
one's gonna
that
use that.
it hasn't changed how much necessarily Amar is used or Jita is used in like a significant way because of course as was pointed out, people that are going to use Amar are going to use Amar. But what it's done is it's actually caused more volatility in both markets because it's harder for one to reinforce the other one's deficiency now.
Well,
So as someone, so my alliance lives down in Providence. We're 9 jumps or less, I think. Maybe we're stupid fucking close to Amar. It's takes nothing to get there. It's all through high sec to get there for us. We've struggled more getting stuff from Amar, and I've had more complaints a lot from our line members over the past like couple years, and more people just having struggles getting to Jita to get stuff because they don't want to pay for stuff in Amar, or they just flat out can't get it. From a seller's perspective as well, Amar struggled with volume before that change.
yeah.
It struggles with the volume even more so now.
And that confuses me because I know for because there was a guy in our alliance, LB, that he would go up and do trips to Jita, even though we were in Scalding Pass at the time, Scalding Ass, as you say. He would do Jita runs with his jump freighters and just like jump around and circumvent high sec around the outside and come back.
Yeah.
Which to me seemed crazy because like you're spending so much in fuel going around that way, as opposed to just I mean, like, wouldn't it just be cheaper to? I mean, yeah, Amar's a little bit higher in price than Jita. Wouldn't it be just cheaper to do it But I guess maybe if the volume's not there, like Jita is more reliable to have what you need, and to
If
buy
he was
what you're
doing
trying to
stocking
sell.
run,
So
I mean,
he relies on that margin.
You can't base anything off of what you've learned in what could possibly go wrong, because
that's true, because we do everything wrong.
we strictly employ people who go, "Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me. I'm taking this freighter through Amazon," and then shit happens, and they're like,
Yeah,
"Oh, I didn't
I'm-
know that would happen."
I'm just saying, but I feel like there's more people than just us that do that. So I feel like, because if the volume isn't an MR, like Ashrath's saying, is means that there's probably just more people using Jita anyway, even though Omar is closer.
I
And
think-
that seems crazy to me. It's like you would think that, okay, by dividing that thing in half, Jita would probably lose some volume, because a lot of the stuff that people use Jita for are in the South, and they're like, well, let's just use Omar now. So you think that it would like cause these two separate hemispheres of
So
trade,
what-
and it didn't really do that.
So
Sounds
what
like
I
an alliance
think
full of people
happened,
rage against the machine of trade.
I think what really happened was when that trade hub or when that trade route got extended by that amount, you saw a lot of people, myself included, switch from doing a lot of like hauling via gate to gate and just switched to jump freighters and went that route and made that kind of investment. And continued going to Jita, and less people went to Omar. Like I think that's the way that really played out.
Yeah, well,
And then they
well,
doubled the
so
price of jump freighters.
real quick. The
Oh
jump
yeah,
freighter thing,
exactly.
Mill and Tark in chat was saying like you got to look at the jump freighter thing. I haven't done it in a long time, but I did jump freighters. I would just do jump freighter runs to Jita and stuff, and that was when I lived in the Northeast when I was with NC Dot. But and actually Goons when they still lived in the North. But the thing is, like, yeah, almost all of HiSec is accessible with a jump freighter to somewhere, but you can't just jump from Jita down to, Impasse. Like, you have to, like, that's like
You have to take a whole route,
like a
yeah.
3 to 5 jump, and that's jump freighters have a pretty long fucking jump range, and they have they don't use that much fuel, and the things, but it still takes
Even coming
a solid
from
number
Providence,
of jumps. It's not like going from Jita to Declan, which is like 2 jumps. It's like you got to take like 4 or 5 jumps down to get down there into the south. So it'd be quicker and easier to go to Omar that way. So if you can cut 3 whole jumps off of your route, that saves you on jump. I mean, jump freighters get like 90% fatigue reduction, but still, like, that still eventually adds up to the point where, like, by the time you get down to where you're going, you're at like the max amount of jump fatigue you can get with a jump freighter. And so, like, it's just cheaper and faster to just go to Omar if you're down in the south. So I don't understand why people don't just use the market like that.
Don't forget that jump freighter fatigue is significantly lower than normal fatigue.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
They have
yeah,
90% reduction. So
it's 3.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's 3
Yeah,
That's why I'm
jumps for
tired. I'm
me.
not catching everything anymore.
Oh, yeah, no, I
it's
missed
3
it.
jump
It's
freighter.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Jump freighter jumps for me to go from Providence to get to Jita, and I can be there in about 12 minutes, docked in Jita 4-4.
Well, there you go. Hope you're using that rapier ult.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, be smart.
If you're doing jump
Or
freighters,
use disposable 9
I just
like
use a
9
fucking
mil
Badger
ships.
with an industrial
gives a
Sino.
shit?
Like, it's so cheap. Like, why?
I'm not talking about for the Sino.
No.
Oh,
I was talking
You know,
about
you-
for getting into Jita with your jump freighter. Please tell me you're not gating your way in without a web.
Use a
what? No, I
You-
just
use-
did it.
use a passive shield regen tanked Nereus, and then actually have a prop.
Here's the thing. I gate it,
Correct
but I always
answer
make
is
sure
Daredevil, by
I
the
have a backup alt ready to Sino myself
Exit
out.
Sino.
So
Yeah,
yeah, so the second anyone tries to bump me, or if I jump through a gate and there's like fucking 10 Macarials or like 10 tornadoes on this gate, well, that's fucking dangerous. So I'm gonna immediately decloak and jump back to safety.
Oh,
I'm not even gonna wait to get shot.
I
So
meant
I'm
for your
I'm
indie Sino.
smart with a jump freighter, but it's like there's no.
That's
if you
mostly
ha-
safe.
If you have a
Webs are a
safety-
nice added bonus.
If you, I don't. Have
I was
any
saying for your
alts.
Sino,
Yeah, you're
use
fine.
a passive tank Nereus for your Sino. You can get those up to a surprising amount.
Yeah,
of
the
passive
Sino's not the
shield
concern.
regen.
I only have 2
Oh, no,
accounts, so like I have to have one.
I
with
love
my-
trolling people that kill Sinos though. It's fun.
Yeah, no, we do a lot of those.
Yeah,
those
I only have 2
Nereus.
accounts. So I have one with my safety Sino, and then one is the jump freighter. So I don't have webs and stuff to go with. So I just like jump through the gate. Oh, there's like a couple random pilots on this gate. It's safe. But the second someone starts bumping me, I'm not waiting to get involved.
Yeah, you don't wait.
I'm
That's
jumping
fair.
out.
Trade. It's
The
worth
thing-
considering
just
too.
like
You're probably
using-
not stocking alliances. You're probably
So-
just managing your own needs. So like your
That's
jump freighter is
true.
not like a
Like I
huge
said, I haven't done
pinata.
jump freightering in a long time, but I did it back
The-
in the day. But yeah, I would.
The other consideration with webbing though is like it's about time exposed, right? As soon as you make your jump freighter visible anywhere in where you're going, you might as well set the timer. Like other people could be coordinating, moving into your position or whatever. So the faster you're going, the less time you take in that time, the less time you're exposed, the less time it takes for somebody to set up something to knock you down with.
I did jump freightering for about a year and a half, and I never once encountered a problem, except for the one time I forgot to switch to my neutral jump freighter alt pilot, and went into high sec with my jump freighter on a war decked pilot. That was the only time I ever had an issue with it, and that did not end well.
Goodness.
Yeah, that was my fault. That was just
If
me
you're
being
moving
dumb.
high value, also include webs. That's all I'm saying.
You want to
It's
jump
not a-
back to the keynote?
Yeah, let's go back to that.
Oh yeah, that thing that happened today.
The next the next highlight I have is the removal of character attributes, replacement of skill training with free SP, learning implants, revamp, and rebalancing of all
This-
skills.
Look,
This is
squirrel.
interesting. The
I was
okay,
Get rid of those
removal of attributes is great.
We've been calling for it for years.
This is yet one. It's one of those things we've been asking for
But
years.
isn't it crossing one of those dumbing Eve down lines?
I don't give a fuck when it comes to attributes.
Eve is so
Uh,
complicated.
That's not a
You
high
can use
player
a simple
agency
fucking
department.
program that tell. I don't
That's
know.
something that
Hold
new
on,
players
hold on.
So here, I'm
struggling with,
personally.
so it's like
Let's
a life
not talk
choice.
over each other.
Also, let's go through the description first before we debate it.
That's the description. Removal of character attributes.
Okay.
They're replacing the skill training. So instead of like loading up your skill queue and being like, it'll take you 4 days to get into a fucking whatever, they're just going to keep giving you unallocated skill points, and you can just apply them.
That is not my
willy-nilly.
understanding.
That part.
That's how I think.
That's
No.
what I thought it was.
Replacing the skill training with free SP accumulated over time.
How else?
So the
How
longer
else
I-
can you interpret
it?
it?
So that was
Yeah.
how Dust went, if y'all recall.
Yeah.
You just sat there and accrued skill points and you allocated them, which is okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I
I-
agree so
I
much with that one.
I actually think this is a good change because, as they said, and this applies to new players. Really, I think this is one of those things where they're trying to help out new players. When you're a new player, you have no idea which skills to train. At least it's gotten easier over the years. I know they've done a lot of work in that area to give new players a better understanding of what skills to train. But there was a time where you would get to a point where you would spend time training a skill only to find out that maybe you didn't need it. You just thought you needed it based on, I don't know, the name of the skill sounded like something that you should have, but for your particular activity, it didn't really apply. So this way, this opens up a lot more freedom and choice in how your skill points get doled out, and you don't have to feel like you wasted time.
Well, and so to touch on that, because now we skipped over it, that was the whole thing with attributes. New players in any game, and especially a game as uphill as Eve, will sit there and paralyze themselves with, I don't know what to do best, and I'm afraid I wasted my remaps and this sort of things.
Yeah.
And that's a punishment. That attributes are bullshit in Eve. They're by and large bullshit. Nobody cares. A lot of people will just set them and forget them for years because there's 4 that matter and there's 1 that doesn't really. And you're just gonna go with that.
So I'm aware that I might be very
Micromanaging it is garbage. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm aware that I might be like showing my old school Eve colors with this, I guess. But like for me, I have an annual ritual that I go through every December where I spend like almost a week looking through all of my 8 accounts and figuring out what the fuck am I going to make for my skill plan for the next year. And I plan out my skill queue for 12 to 18 months at a time, looking at the attributes and figuring out just what do I want to accomplish over the next year. That's something
think
that
that
I
is a
feel like
very
I'm
niche
not going
thing.
to be doing anymore.
I would say you're in the minority there.
So
Yeah.
hold on. So I used to argue that they shouldn't remove attributes because attributes and the remapping of it encourages you to plan ahead, and it shows you that the game is supposed to be thought of in terms of long-term consideration, right? And it rewards that. And I've talked about this all the time. That being said, I've changed my mind at least somewhat about this. And so like this can be fine, especially given the fact that there's that whole other half of it, which is that rather than having the attributes be the thing that lures you into the idea of thinking about this long term, instead they have this new career path idea where you're being dragged forward in not just what skills you want, but what kind of objectives you might want to do, what achievements you want to get. And it kind of, pulls you in deeper like that. So they've kind of hit the same design need with a totally different function and in a way that makes probably more sense to everyone.
Real quick. So with the attributes, I was talking with Miltark in chat with this earlier. My thing with the attribute, I like that they're getting rid of them. In the fact that I agree with Manic, it does help new players because when you're a new player, there's like a massive plethora of skills that you need to train across the board, and they all use different attributes, and so you cannot effectively plan your attribute skilling unless you are like, this is an alt, I don't need to use them for like 6 months, and I can just like set my attributes maxed here and here and train these skills, and then when those are done I can just remap them and train.
You can train what you want, or you can train effectively.
The way that I look at it though is
hold on, real quick. I'm just saying, like, so you can set them that way if you're not, but it's like if you're a new player and you're coming in, I know I'm not just trying to focus on the new player. I will get to how it's not there in a second, but like, I'm saying, like, if you're a new player, it's like you have all the attributes are needed for what you need to train to really get into the game and get to like have some basic across the board skills, and so you don't want to focus on any one or the other. You kind of want a general, and so honestly, probably the best thing to do is just balance out your attributes and train these, and then these, and then these, and then these, and get what you need. But if that's the case, why have attributes? So I mean, I don't know. Because,
so
and then
here's
real quick, as an experienced player, let's say you're like, okay, I set my attributes here, and I'm training for these skills because I want to get into this ship and these gun skills. That sounds good. But then your line's like, okay, we're gonna switch to this doctrine. Like, oh shit, I need to swap to like missiles or some other like skill point, and then now you're not mapped for that. Well, now you're gonna have to like swap over your training plan if you want to get into the doctrine, and you're at a disadvantage now. So I mean, like, there's a bunch of reasons why attributes aren't great, and also it's just, as far as Skyhawk was saying, like dumbing down Eve. It's like Eve is already complex enough. Making one thing a little more simplified is not going to make Eve any less complex than it is.
Right.
And I agree with that in
It's probably
principle.
better to just make it like generally better for everyone across the board to like do one thing or the other.
Not all hard is
just-
created
it's
equal.
Something.
So it's just when they keep chipping away at it like that, and I personally,
That's where
I
gaming
hate-
is going.
I know I hate slippery slope arguments, so I'm not trying to make one. Like, absolutely hate them, but I do worry about them slowly chipping away at stuff. As far as attributes, I think when you're a new player, they matter a lot less because the training time for you to get into things at that skill level is a lot less versus when you're at 225 million skill points and you're training virtually all level 5 skills. You want to min
Right, but you don't need to. But you don't need to rush into anything at that point.
I have a question.
Nothing is needed for you at that point anymore.
So
it's just
Skyhawk.
logging in and doing your thing because you're just chipping away.
Go Manic.
Something just occurred to me. In what I was saying, that this makes it easier for new players. And I said, Skyhawk, you're kind of a unique case in that you really optimize your training. Like you really pay attention to your attributes. So that's an aspect of the game. That's an aspect of your playstyle that you I'm assuming you enjoy. Correct me if I'm wrong.
For me, I look at SP as the thing that I get most directly from CCP for my money. Therefore, I want to maximize the everlasting fuck out of it.
Okay, so my question for you is does the removal of attributes, are you for or against it?
I don't know how I feel about it yet, other than I'm honestly confused because I want to see exactly what it's going to look like with that being removed.
Okay. Because my thinking is,
I want
for
everything
the player
in Eve to have min max.
So
There should
Okay,
be
so my
options.
well,
my
yeah, I mean,
thinking was
there's
for
implants
the
and stuff like
player
that.
like
for that.
you, for the player like you who really wants to optimize their play, optimize their skill point accruity. I think that's a word.
Accrual.
Accrual. Thank you.
What-
English is hard. So
okay.
there is a subset of players out there who really want to optimize that. So by removing attributes, that I don't, maybe that takes away a play style for some people.
So
I do
just
have
re-
a
For
real
me,
quick,
it
Dragon
takes
just said
out-
in chat that they're conflicted on it, and I agree. This is a weird conflicting area because there's two flavors to it. I do like the
Hold on.
one side.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
On the one
Good
side, I like
timing.
the aspect of that there should be some options for people who inherently do like to min-max games, and that is their strong suit or part of their enjoyment of it. And you can see stuff like that with like PI and things like that, where if you want to dive down a rabbit hole, you can get real surgical with your min-max strategic gameplay, and that is an appeal for some people. And somebody in chat mentioned, what if they did like 1 month remaps? What if a remap wasn't so permanent a thing that you felt punished by it, and which is why a lot of us just let them stack up because we don't care. We set at whatever an average of
I think
a
1
skill
month would be
profile that
too
we
generous.
care about. I'm
At
just
what point
saying.
do you lose any value of having remaps at all, or limited remaps at all?
I don't
the
know.
thing
That's
that really-
that's tough.
I have
tough
a-
to say.
I have my own concern, which is that if we're removing the idea of skill queues completely, then why the fuck did we burn all the development effort it took to make the new skill plan system?
How do we know
Yes.
how much development it took?
As I understand it, they're not burning the skill queues completely. What they're doing instead is saying that you build up free SP for your subscription instead of
Fair enough.
a skill running out and then having no SP and then submitting
Right.
a ticket to get
Got
that
it.
SP back.
That was one of the main things
Nothing
I
in the
thought
queue
about.
just
Is
goes into a bucket. That makes sense.
how much
it
time will
wasn't
they
exactly
save
clear.
devs and GMs
So
and not
here-
having to reimburse
here's
SP,
my-
and that
but
it's there for you whenever you need it.
The thing that really gets me about this change that I'm really kind of conflicted about is there's a lot of conversation about how EVE is this complex idea and this complex system, and it's kind of difficult to get into, and I get that, and I love EVE for it. But then there's this idea that that CCP have introduced over the last 3, 4, 5 years of looking to kind of take that complexity and bring it to a reasonable level
Soften the
that
edges.
has
some.
ended up just being tedium. They've introduced additional tedium rather than introducing additional complexity, and so this change actually reduces the complexity of the game in that you're not going to be able to dictate your skill points and your attributes anymore. You're not going to be able to kind of min-max in that way. You're not going to have that very fine detail anymore, and it doesn't give too much back in terms of gameplay value. So I'm really conflicted about this because I think it is probably a good change, all things considered. But considering the narrative about complexity and tedium that we've had for so long, it's kind of weird for me to see like something being removed as a complex function in EVE
I have an
and
idea.
not have something additional.
I wanna pitch an
Real quick,
idea.
welcome CCP Dragon. We got him in chat.
Lord.
So yeah, he's
Fucking A, mate.
Oh,
yeah,
Good
he's-
evening.
yeah, he's.
I was wondering who came.
Yeah, he's.
Why aren't you
he's
asleep,
missing,
Dragon?
He's missing the FanFest
I-
thing.
I've-
yeah,
You said
dude,
you're stuck at home?
You can go to
Yeah.
bed. You don't
What
have
are you
to
still
hang out with
doing
us
here? No,
assholes.
he's been here my entire stream too.
But I'm saying, like, he
And-
doesn't
and
have
he's
to.
dedicated.
First before that,
Legend.
and because the thing is, like, I can't go to FanFest because the possibility of bringing Complay home is not something that is even talked about in the house. So, like, that's just it's gone. So,
Dragon, do
not
you
allowed.
do you do readings of like audiobooks? Because you should.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
He's
with
got
that
that
voice,
voice.
you
Say the
really
Chronicles.
should.
He's got
Holy
that sweet
shit.
buttery voice.
I have an
I'll
idea. I
start-
want to pitch.
What did you say? The concept of bringing what home? I'm sorry.
COVID.
Oh,
COVID.
con plague, convention plague. Sorry.
Con-
Oh,
Plague.
sorry. Okay.
Conrad.
Um,
So what if? So they said they're going to rebalance learning implants, And I immediately thought, oh, well, they'll just make it so it does a flat bonus or whatever. But what if, just what if, the learning implants were changed such that you could get a learning implant that increased the training of a specific skill category? So there's still min-maxing, but now rather than remapping your attributes to being gunnery, you get the gunnery learning implant that
That's
you
a
plug
great
in.
idea. I don't think they've thought of it.
That's why
I
I'm
don't
saying
like
it out loud in front of C-Speed Dragon. What do you think I'm doing?
That sounds like more hot
I
swapping
think
implant
you're
sets, and I
giving
hate
them an
it.
idea after they've already got
Write
the
that down.
implementation pathway sorted.
That
I think that
it has been thought of, and the thing is that like we don't want to introduce this system or rather, sorry, to simplify this system and then lose things like cerebral accelerators and boosters and all that kind of stuff. It's not like that's going to go away, but it allows us to then introduce other complexities like the one that Ashrathi was saying. I do believe that some of these things have been thought of, and it's precisely why everybody's kind of we've been toying with it for a really long time. Is it going to happen? Like the reality is setting in now that like this is really happening and we're ready to do it. How long does it take to do? Good question. I have no idea.
soon.
Soon, TM.
Yep. Here's
So like when I looked at it personally about 2 years ago, and there was a couple of other CCPers who were more knowledgeable than I was about this particular topic, skills, the skill tree, all that stuff. We were talking about it and saying, oh man, what we could do is just set everybody to the same perception and willpower, and then set all of the skills to be perception and willpower. We're done. Cool. Yeah. Literally like a script that can be written by a much more capable software engineer than me, in a matter of hours, right? Like this is great. But there's a lot of moving parts that are going to touch this that we were like, should we? I don't know. Are people going to like this? Is this going to be terrible? Let's get feedback. And I think that's where Nomad is right now. Is this is a big part of it, but there's a lot of other things that are also really important to improving the skill tree, the skill groups, the groupings of the skills, etc. That is also important, right? Like those are things that we really want to discuss and figure out where those should all land.
I really did feel like the removal of the attributes was like the tip of the iceberg of that whole thing. Like the achievement thing and the whole career path stuff, like that's the real thing. It's almost like the removal of attributes is a consequence of trying to implement the other thing.
Also, there was mentioned the rework of the faction system too. The whole reputation thing, which
that's
I was
later in
really,
the keynote.
Yeah, you're
Malkith,
really
you gotta
just
wait.
skipping
Do
ahead
you
of
really
it.
want to? Do you really want me to jump into the whole
Just
loyalty
jump
thing?
around. No,
Wait,
No, you don't.
We're
You're
on
way
attributes.
ahead of
We're
the
on
class,
attributes.
Malcolm.
We're on attributes. We'll get to the little LP system in a bit.
So here's my thing with the attributes is that at no point in time, and there's a lot of things like this, at no point in time in the game does the game teach you about attributes. There's no part in the tutorial that says, by the way, check your attributes and remap to this. Nothing ever does that. The only time you ever learn about it is when somebody goes, oh, train into a Cerberus, it should take you 2 weeks. And then you go, no, actually, it's going to take me 3 weeks. And they go, oh, well, haven't you put your learning clones and your attributes and haven't you remapped? And then that's the only time where that blows your mind. You're like, holy shit, there's this whole aspect to my character that I never even realized. There's a lot of things like that in Eve. And I think removing some of those things or adding, like teaching people how to play the game in the game instead of having them learn it from a YouTube video or a wiki or something like that is something that needs to happen instead of just like relying on third parties and relying on word of mouth and relying on social groups to teach you how to play. You should probably learn that from the game instead of that.
I agree
What
with
if
that
Eve was a
principle.
learnable game through gameplay? I've been saying
Yeah.
this for over a year now. Yeah, I strongly agree.
Air's a great start, but I think I agree with you there, LB, that there needs to be more in the game to teach you about things that are in the game, and I'd
'Cause if
rather
you-
see
So much to
education
teach,
than
though. There's so
removal.
much to teach compared
I
to
know,
the
and
games.
if you accidentally join what could possibly go wrong, you will never learn that stuff because
You're not
none of
gonna
us
learn
know
half
about
of
it either. Yeah,
You know what?
The-
Autocannon
I think they're-
tornadoes is life.
The whole point,
autocannon tornadoes. That's right.
The
Lose all
whole
your Twitch
thing.
points.
right? The whole thing about the new player experience and new players and learning the game isn't that the new player experience is bad. It hasn't been bad in 4 years. It's actually been pretty solid for a
I was
new
gonna say I
player
watched Rain play it,
experience.
and it does
Um,
teach you a lot of little mechanics and stuff.
And the current new player experience is a development on the old new player experience, which was a development on the new player experience before that, and CCP have been working on the new player experience for God knows how many years at this point. The
And
issue
hopefully they
has
always will.
never been
We always need
the
new
new
players.
player experience. The issue has
Oh, I
always
agree.
been throwing them into the mission system after they finish the new player experience, and them kind of going, holy shit, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? Realistically, if CCP really wanted to improve the new player experience, they would make the mission system, they would spend some time working on the mission system and make it so much more engaging and interesting. And also, I just want to, while I'm talking,
I thought they
throw
touched
out
on
the
that.
fact that
We did.
in 2019, CCP Ghost made a presentation at Amsterdam which really touched on what the fuck players are doing. And in that presentation, he basically said that the biggest thing that keeps people in EVE Online is getting them in corporations and getting them doing things in the community. Maybe that should potentially be part of the development process.
Because it's
I
a
guess.
sandbox game.
What a shock, right?
Right.
The issue, though, and they kind of alluded to this today, is that people aren't even getting to that point where they're even able to consider joining a group, because you don't necessarily want to be social with somebody, especially in a competitive game, until you feel like you can at least hold your water a little bit, right? So it's super
No.
counterintuitive to tell people like, you don't know anything, so go try to find a group that's trying to do something badass and go with them, because they feel like they're going to be a burden. I see this over and over and over again. So trying to get
And what
people
about
to be in the game for a little while, that will get more people into corporations, because they're going to get for every hour that you keep somebody in the game and engaged, is another opportunity for them to find to decide that now is the time to take the next step or whatever. But if they
So fix the
fail out
goddamn
before
mission
they-
system.
Hold on.
right,
hold
no,
on.
and that's why you have
Let's-
that's why they've been talking about the career system and all that kind of stuff. That's what that
Let's
is.
say a player joins the game and they go through the new player experience and they start doing the career agents and they get sucked into the mission system and they find that's all they want the game to be, and they never join a player corporation.
Then
or
let them
anything
enjoy
like
that. If that's what they want it to be and that's fulfilling to them, then let
Okay.
them have that. That's their game, man.
I mean, that's
Manic
okay,
stealing
but
my thunder? That was exactly
Give
what I
them
was going to
that
say. Was like,
carrot.
what about the solo player who just never joins a corp? Because
the thing
so that's
is-
the thing though. One of the things that we have talked about, and Berger put this more succinctly and better than I could have ever, and so I'm going to steal it from him. You guys can credit him for it. Basically, what we want to do is bring people into EVE and try to find ways to get them onto essentially the highway that is EVE. Let's say EVE is a highway, and you just have to find out where you want to be on that highway, right?
I want to ride it
And-
all night long.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
bet. And so, and that's the thing. Like we're all riding on that highway at whatever speed we want, and it's usually 160 kilometers an hour, 190 kilometers an hour, and we're just having a fun. Sorry.
What is
Sorry.
that in free?
It's
90
like
miles an
100
hour,
100
120 miles an
100
hour.
Yeah, 100 miles an hour.
Sorry.
180 is
My
like
apologies.
140
That was an easy one, 'cause
miles an
1.0
hour.
What?
Siri says
It's a
160.
1.6 conversion.
Let
so
him
160
let
is
him
easy.
finish his thought, please.
99.42.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
I apologize. I've become too European
Yeah,
for
how
my
dare
own
you use
good.
metric?
He even
My
caught himself
bad.
though.
I
But
am
go on.
so
Dare
sorry.
you?
I actually didn't realize I
And we're-
used kilometers per hour, but okay. I'm in the UK, so
Don't-
Your
And so
accent
we're-
matches your
we're all
numbers. It's
going-
okay.
All right. Wait.
Yeah, and so we're all going at or whatever speed we feel like, and those players have to try to jump onto the highway with us, and they can't, right? It's too hard for them to do so. They don't know how to do so. They don't even know that there's a highway going sometimes, and it's like all fucked up. And so we as CCP have to build the on ramps. Before, it was just that like one of you was going slow enough to notice the guy that you were like, hey, do you want to be going our speed? Here's how you do it. Let me teach you. And you guys were doing a lot of that work, and that's just not going to fly in the long term. And so we have to figure out how to take them from NPE land and go, well, here's the speed that happens to be missions. Here's the speed that happens to be nullsec corporations duking it out over territory. Here's the speed. That's what we as CCP, that's our job. And Burger's been championing that, and that's something that MPE team has been working on really, diligently. And I think that we're starting to see the fruits of that just barely popping up right now.
So like the flow of traffic, you're just trying to keep the speed.
Well, and the thing is, we don't want to have to determine what the speed is. You guys are going to determine that. You guys are going to figure it out. And those new players, sometimes they're going to come on there and just crash and burn as they hit whatever wall. They're like, hey, nullsec, that sounds like fun. Bam. Oh, that was not for me.
The thing I don't like is the idea that people need to be doing it a certain way in order for them to enjoy it, or if they enjoy something different, that's somehow less valid. Like that is actually anti-sandbox, right? Everybody should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do, right?
Correct.
Like,
but they still can. Like
be whatever speed you want and have that, and feel good about being that speed.
But that's the thing. We're only telling you that this is the on ramp and that this is how to get to that. We're not going to tell you like. It's the best one that I think he had for us was like, we leave breadcrumbs to show you how to get to faction warfare, how to play in faction warfare. We show you breadcrumbs to do production, to do gosh, I hope not PI, but like but that's it. It's like once you get there, like here's how it's done, here's the basics. I'm not going to tell you that like here's how you optimize it or anything like that, but like here it is. Good luck, by the way. And then hopefully it is engaging enough to keep you doing that, or you simply go, you know what, maybe not, let me try one of the other on ramps to something else.
We talked about this before on my stream, but like the problem is that by not giving the person any direction at all, like it used to be that CCP didn't want to give us direction because people didn't want to be felt like they were being told what to do. But the issue is that like if you give somebody a direction, they can choose to either accept it or reject it. But if you don't give them a direction at all, they don't think there's anything to do.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is making sure that we always allow people to reject it too. The unskippable tutorial baloney. I
agree. Everything should have a skip function.
I actually suggested to them. I suggested to them that like really early in the MPE, you should get like a break-in from like another capsuleer that's like, hey, don't they don't know shit. Come with me. And so like at any given time, you could like break away and go and become a renegade.
Now you're a journeyman, like with a mentor.
It could also here's I mean like a really quick thing is like in a game that is so focused and encouraging of alts, forcing someone to go through the NPE tutorial.
Well, you're not forced.
Like, I know.
No, you can turn it off.
I don't need this shit. Just let me make a new character. Like let.
No, the issue is not that. Because no, you can skip it, but the problem is that once you started it, you can't break out of it.
Oh yeah. Well, then yeah, you should. Yeah, I agree.
Like when you first make a character, it says, "Do you want to do the tutorial?" Yes, no. But if you hit yes, you're in the tutorial pretty much until it's done.
Yeah. Okay, so alts won't do it, but okay, shows how long I've had. I haven't made alts in a long time, obviously.
There was a long time where like you could click the little power button to shut it off, but now they like send you to an instant system.
Yeah.
So.
You should be able to interrupt it. It's like any kind of like cutscene or anything like that. You should be able to interrupt it midway. But and the thing is like if any new player like skip, let me cut out of this, and then they're like I don't know how to do this. It's like They showed you. They would have showed you how to do
You
that,
did
but
it.
You skipped it. So that's on you to now figure out how the fuck to do that. That it's like
Go make a
you
new
can't-
character, try again.
You can't blame the devs on that. They gave you the tools and you skipped the tools. So it's up to you to like figure out how to make a fire out of sticks and twine at that point.
But also allow them ways to kind of get back to it. Like, hey, look, I want to.
Yeah, maybe
I
reinitialize
said I
the
skipped
the
it.
PE.
Yeah.
Restart
Like
the
I skipped
tutorial.
it, but now I need to do it again or whatever. Or
That'd be good.
kind of like me as a when I came back to Eve after becoming a dev, I was like, oh man, it was like 2009 since my last time that I was playing the game. I need to figure out how to do things, and just it's like mind-boggling. Like, hey, I can't even say can I do the tutorial because I had done it so many years ago or whatever. Although that's not entirely true. A lot of the tutorial stuff had been reset, redone, and remastered every
2009,
like
that's
2 years, right?
Fuck, I wasn't even playing at that point.
I started in 2006. Played till
I
about
think of myself as an
2009,
old buck,
and
but like, fuck, I wasn't even playing back
I,
then.
so I actually stopped playing in between that sometime in like 2008, I think it was, and I missed the monument, and I
Oh
will never stop
wow.
kicking myself over that.
Worst.
Wow.
Thanks, Deucet Machine, for the sub.
Just
Welcome back.
just like whatever, internal your way in and just get yourself added to one of the like repair plates. Come on.
Just
Like,
bump
there's
someone
got to be
off.
some perks to like being local
No.
and employed.
No.
Oh,
The
it
thing
looks
is,
like there was an error on this one particular printed plate. We're gonna go ahead and need you to just
There's
CNC
gotta
that
be
last little one on there.
There's got to be at least one tune that's gone to Doomheim on one of those missing plates. That's all I'm saying.
It's not cool, man. It's not cool. Those people earned
Come
it.
on, dabble.
I missed my chance.
No, just add yours to the bottom.
No.
Scribble it on the side. Take a Dremel down there.
There you
Whoa,
go.
don't do
On the
that.
side. Oh, man.
Maybe a P-Touch label
I
maker.
know someone
Just stick it
told
on
me.
the side.
That
All
So
right,
after
back to attributes
after
for a
the
second.
attributes, oh, you want to talk about attributes more?
No. Yeah. Next one, please.
Okay. After the attributes, we talked about the UI, Photon UI. What do you guys think of the portion on the Photon UI?
I love the idea that I just love the direction in general that they're going with making the UI be more uniform. Like from a development standpoint and effort standpoint on their end, completely makes sense. Like that's just logical. The less things you have to maintain that are different, the easier it's going to be for them. But also from a new user perspective, it's going to be just a lot easier and more simple for new players to pick it up if things, if the button they click on one thing to say, yes to this is the same as a button on something else. It's going to just make more sense intuitively. And for us older players, it's going to suck that it's going to change. We're also going to get the fuck over it.
I mean, this is another one of those instances where the new UI is great, and I think it looks really good, and it's really intuitive, and I really love it, but it is breaking a lot at the minute. And I appreciate that this is work in progress stuff that they've pushed to Tranquility and they're still doing updates, but it is breaking a hell of a lot of the older kind of granularity of those settings. And yeah, it's one of those things where I like the old settings that I have, and if switching to the new UI is going to break everything, then I don't want the new UI. Thank you.
Can you
all
give
I
an
know
example?
all I know is that if I can have more than one overview, all else is I don't give a shit what else is like. Oh my god, that's like the number one thing I've ever wanted. Multiple overviews is just the most amazing idea ever.
Wait, you talking about like tabs of the overview?
No, multiple overviews.
Just different profiles. So you would have like
Yeah.
however, what is it, like 7 tabs? I think you can do right now or something like that.
Yeah, imagine if you could pull those into windows just like you could chat windows.
So you could have your combat overview up, and then have your loot overview to the side.
You
I'm
want
going to have an
multiple
overview that just
windows.
has my warp out and have that be a separate thing, and then have my combat overview separate.
You want to break your overview out into multiple windows.
Like
Yeah.
click. Okay, yeah, like clicking and dragging from like a station window
Of
or
all the
whatever.
things that they
seen in
said,
different
all of it's
hangars.
nice or whatever, cool. If I can get multiple overviews, all else is forgiven. I swear to God.
Except for that red dot.
I mean, I could see appeal.
The
They're getting rid of the
You
red
can,
dot.
you can put the gong back in if you give me multiple overviews.
Dude,
I
I
don't give a shit.
Oh,
Don't put the gong.
Whoa!
back in.
Don't say
Hold
that.
do not.
Hang on, buddy.
I thought the gong was more tolerable. Than
Ash
the
here
red dot.
trying to like curse us all.
I
Just
know.
casually.
Asteroid.
Honestly,
I
Is
would-
the-
I
is
was
the
really-
red dot-
when
I
they,
like
I would no
the
lie though, like when CCP did the dot is going away thing, if they had made it so that it made the gong noise as it went away, just like as a little Easter egg, I feel like they missed out on that. Like,
Sure. I want to know what the likelihood is that we ever see colored icons in our Neocom or our station services. Is again, does anybody have any strong opinions on it?
Probably
Either way.
slim. I have no strong opinions on it, but the likelihood probably slim.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
probably
long as the
when
icons
like the
are
universe's idea of what UI should look like changes, because like that's not even an Eve thing. That's just CCP kind of following the overall trend of how
Right,
UI
I remember
design
reading
goes.
that, and I think it's terrible because I've been clicking the wrong buttons. I've been playing this game off and on since 2005, and I've struggled with that UI change since it happened 10 years ago or whenever, 8 years. I don't even know at this point. Honestly, it's all a blur. But I still click multiple icons, thinking there are other icons on my Neocom, and it's a huge struggle. It makes
See,
me
I
sad.
used to do that more with the other one because they're
Makes me
all
sad
so
in my
like
heart.
abstract blobs of color for me.
Yeah,
I
but
would-
which color is it?
Right,
Which
but that's the
blob
point,
is it?
like I didn't know. Like at least the icons,
Now
now
it's
that I
just
can
a
read the
silhouette.
icons, like they make logical sense. I'd have to remember like the blue blob is money and the yellow blob, like it didn't work for me.
Heads up.
I'm on Akaroth's side on this one, but that just shows my.
I mean, the dyslexic will just sit here and not be able to read anything. It's like,
Hi, Ray.
No.
Also, real quick, I just went down to get another drink.
Oh, shit,
and
there's
I
a cat.
realized there's a thunderstorm outside, so if the stream cuts out, I must have lost power. Just give you guys a heads up on that. So hopefully it doesn't happen.
We've got a guest. Drop
the
it.
exact same thing happened to me actually during the stream. Like it just started pouring down rain. I was like, oh god.
It doesn't look that bad. I'm just saying, but there's been a bit of lightning and thunder, so just heads up.
Oh shit, there's two
So
guests.
is the red dot on the docket for on the agenda, if you will? Is that going to be coming up?
Is that still?
Well, they said
I thought Brisk already campaigned that he
putting
beat
that,
it.
It's going
they're putting
away,
that
but
little red
it's
line
being
now.
replaced with a little
Well,
kind
but
of.
I thought they added a thing where you could like disable it though.
Well,
Hasn't Brisk been bragging about
They
beating
did,
that
yeah.
red dot for like a year
yes,
and a half
you
now?
can you can disable it. The thing is the
Then there's
red
nothing
dot
wrong with that.
itself. No, the red dot itself. Since we're talking about UI unification, the red dot. If you were to use that on the new Photon UI, even in the current UI, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And I get that it's meant to get your attention. It's a notification little dot. That's what it is.
Sure.
It's meant to get your attention. But just the implementation of a bright red circle among the rest of the UI, where there's no bright red circles. My cat's talking. Sorry. The red dot was a weird design choice. So what they're doing instead is they're adding, whenever something has a notification, like a new item in your inventory or a new Eve mail or whatever, there's a glowing notch next to the icon that kind of indicates, hey, it's much more subtle and visually it makes more sense in
It
line
feels
with
like it's
everything
part of it.
else. Yes.
I like that it's not
So-
flashing, which I could see
so-
them doing.
The thing I've always hated about the red dot, well, first of all, I've hated the conversation about the red dot because we've avoided the actual issues with it, which is that even if you've decided that you're not annoyed by it, trying to use it, it actually doesn't consistently help you. Like if you're actually going to use it for what it's for, because of the fact that like everybody complained about it and they made it as suppressed as they have, I have had many occasions where I've accidentally like clicked away and now it's cleared away. Now I needed it, and now the one time I tried to get it, the red dot part disappears so fast it can't even actually help me find the thing that it's supposed to do.
So you need
That's what
more
pisses me
red
off.
dots. That's for
No,
sure.
I mean, like,
more red
More
dots.
and longer red dots. I'm gonna be honest.
Well,
I think that's an
originally,
unpopular
hold on.
platform.
Originally,
but
they
go with it.
stayed. What I'm saying is that originally they stayed on until you hovered over all of them, right?
Which
And
was
now, if you click to a different thing, it just clears them all. What I'm saying is that what I would have liked is a middle ground where there's like a mark as viewed button, so I
you're
can
looking for
clear it when I
email
want to.
functions, which I
But
can appreciate.
but yeah, I mean, like
But-
when I like over half of the time that I've tried to actually use it for its actual function, either the button. The other thing is that as soon as you hover over it, it disappears immediately. So I have lost accidentally or failed to find the thing that the red dot's supposed to be telling me that it's pointing to. And then to make it even worse, there's still the bug that it counts your implants as stuff. So
My implants are stuff.
if you change clones, it tells you that there's stuff in your inventory. And then when you go to your inventory, there's nothing there. And you're like, now I don't understand.
Well, it's talking about your implants. They're
Yeah.
stuff.
Technically,
I
your
wanna,
head is
really clear.
your head is an inventory, and your implants are in it. So
I mean, when you can bounce from head to head to head, that's a commodity. Of course, it's an inventory. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull the curtain away so you guys can look behind
See
the
the man
scenes for
behind the
just a
curtain?
moment on this one.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. So the person who came up with I wouldn't say came up with, but who was like, hey, red dot thing, like, let's just go ahead and make this a reality. Maybe it was possibly a project kind of to be done in a couple of days that they were like, you know, in between other projects and things like that or whatever. And it was one of those like, I'm just gonna sneak this in kind of like that's almost what it felt like even internally for the most part. And their heart was in the right place. Like this is one of our, I'd say genius software engineers. Like they're in the right place, but it was the difference between an engineer going, we really do need to improve this and make it so that we have something that kind of makes sense and all that stuff. And it was then what you guys saw on screen at FanFest today, which was a UI designer going, let's design the UI so that it is cohesive, makes sense together, and still accomplishes the goals that it's meant to. And what I think Ashtarothi has pointed out here is that regardless of which system you use, even if it is a little more unobtrusive and a little bit more in tune with the rest of the UI and all that fun stuff, as Manic pointed out, it still could be informing you of the incorrect information. It could still be trying to notify you of information that is useless to you, or the information is like not timely, etc. So that could still happen, and it is something that we have essentially learned from the red dot experience. So as horrible and terrible as we can complain about it, I think that there's also some opportunity to go, oh no, it was great.
Here's the thing. To be fair about the red dot, in the age of all the social media things where the red dot notification pop-up was just standard in all apps and everything like that, it's not like it was unheard of. I think the main problem people have with the red dot is it didn't initially have an option to disable it. It took a long time and a lot of complaining to get that.
That was like an 18-month process.
Yeah,
to get that option.
if that had been there from the start, I don't think many people would have gave a shit. Because they would have like, oh, it's just one tooltip I have to turn off, and then I don't have to worry about it.
The crazy thing about it is Dragon just told the story that the red dot was more or less just basically something that somebody threw together in the afternoon. Like, he literally just said, I'll just sneak this in. I'm sure that's not what the person actually said, but it was that kind of a thing. So it was really easy to get in, but it took 18 months of complaining to give us a toggle to turn it off.
And
I find that very interesting.
Well, no,
so here's the thing about spaghetti.
Hold on. That's totally understandable.
It's ancient Italian recipe.
There's a huge difference between the time it takes to complete something and the time it takes to manage to free up resources allocated to it. So unless
it
Dev was going to do it in
when
their
it
No,
gets
no,
as
whoa,
much-
whoa,
when it
no,
gets as
no.
much
No,
hate
that's
as
he-
it does
what?
in the beginning, like, you think they would
It
have
doesn't matter how
prioritized
long it's going to
fixing
take to
that.
do it if they don't have the time allocated to it.
If your
Hang
long-term customers are complaining so much about a part of the feature that
That's
you could
true.
just like switch a toggle for, if you can just create an on-off switch for a
Yeah.
part of your product and stop people complaining, you fucking do it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it didn't take
Yes,
a
and-
year.
That's
to
like a
figure out how to
day's
make
worth
it.
of work,
I'm
and
pretty
you
sure
find the
it-
time because it stops you dealing with the complaining.
Except that isn't all. Like that's because of how we're seeing it. Like
That's how
we're just-
functional companies work.
Dragon
I'll
just said that this was
continue
something
to-
that somebody just threw in there on a whim. If it was so
It
easy
was-
to implement, you can't just say that it was hard to disable it.
I'm
Correct.
not saying it's
it
hard.
was still about the same amount of time development wise to unfortunately it was about the same amount of time development wise to set up all of the things that needed to go in there to make it a toggleable thing.
Right.
But here's the thing though, is that getting that feedback to that person in a way that was not hostile, thank you Eve community, was difficult. And
No, I
so
mean-
because it comes to them in that way, they go, well, that's just a vocal minority, right? Because we deal with vocal minority all the time. We know that we have to deal with it, and we know that we have to just kind of take a deep breath, brush it off, and just be like, okay, cool. What
I've-
are the like pros and cons? Like, what are the pros saying about it as well as the cons? Like, here's the cons.
I
right?
have
And
so
they're
much.
super
The,
nice.
the thing, the th-
I-
I want to say something on that though. I think that is exactly why it behooves us as Eve players, even when you want to be pissed off about something, take an extra fucking second and think about how you're wording things when you're corresponding with
Pretty
CCP. Like,
Yeah,
make a rational fucking
Fire that
argument.
man.
Man,
Don't
I made a
let
post.
your emotion come through. That's the thing about, like, for me, even within my own alliance's Discord, I've had to tune some stuff out and just flat out ignore some people because I'm like, y'all are being fucking toxic as hell
Yeah.
towards CCP, and we're literally just waiting for FanFest at that point.
I've
Like,
had to
I
tell
hate
people
that
like,
toxicity.
look,
It
man,
drives me
I'm not.
crazy.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that your actions are counter to your objectives.
Hey, these pitchforks aren't going to sell
Yeah,
themselves.
well, that's like I'm with Skyhawk on this and the fact, and maybe we'll get to it later when we go further into the. I mean, shit, we're already at like 2 hours and we're not even done.
Wait
with,
for
like,
it.
The first half of FanFest, but I'm just saying,
You guys wanted to talk about the
No,
small
I'm-
shit that
I'm
nobody
down.
cares.
I'm down to talk about this shit all night if we have to. I'm just saying,
I'll hash it.
later, I mean, like, I didn't get a chance to tune into the stream itself until the CCP games, and I actually didn't get a big window to watch much of that. But when I did, man, it's like I felt like I was like, I must have missed some shit in the early program because I missed a bunch of stuff. Like, I tuned into the CCP games, and Twitch chat was fucking like. Half of the people were like, yeah, we're enjoying watching this. And the other half, like, it felt like a 50-50. And, like, half the people there
Yeah.
were just being so fucking
You don't ever
toxic
read
and
the chat,
rude.
dude.
And it's one thing.
Even
if
on
you're, like,
our
if you-
show, like, God,
Well, I mean,
who
like,
wants
yeah,
to
our
read
show could be a little toxic.
No, there was definitely points during the stream that was like it was terrible.
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
just saying, it's like, I get it. Okay, you may not be happy with some of the stuff they've released. That's fine. But, like, just when it gets to the CCP games thing, like, at that point, it's like, this is just a for fun shit. Like, this is fun for people that are at the event.
I had guys in
having
my
fun,
alliance,
and people
I had-
watching,
I had
having
gu-
fun, and, like, there's just people just steamrolling and just being pieces of shit. It's like, why do you have to be so fucking toxic? If you don't want to watch it, don't be here. Why are you here if you're, like, not enjoying it? So
I think we might have snowballed a little from the initial point. And while I have absolutely the utmost respect for like CCPers as people and like people who deserve respect and deserve to have feedback
Humans, that's what
given
we
to
call
them,
them. You should treat them decent like humans.
yeah, exactly. But
It's not a difficult concept.
equally 18 months for a toggle, right? And you I mean, CCP Dragon here
and yet
has
you should
kinda
still treat
talked.
people like humans.
You absolutely should. I'm not arguing that point.
It
really,
seems like you might be
But
trying to
the
defend
point-
something,
the
but go
point
on.
I was trying to
the
make
point
was
I'm
that-
trying to make is that 18 months to create a toggle for a thing that was like 2 days worth of dev time.
He didn't
Do
say
you
it
know?
was 2
Do you
days
know
worth of
how
dev
many
time. He said he
things
wrote
they
it out
have?
on
Well,
an
Do you know,
afternoon.
do you know how many things they
quietly.
have that are worth two days of dev time? And it's all important.
So
It
I don't
was
I
apparently
don't
a
know that
Fri-
that was actually correct, right? I don't
The-
know that that's correct. That it was a Friday night thing. It might have taken 2 weeks for that person,
That's
but
the
the
thing.
way that it snuck in felt small. And so and yeah, so like regardless of the amount of time that it took, I think that Dirk is right here in that like it shouldn't have taken so long, but it's a two-way conversation that we have. And yes, we dropped the ball because we're ignoring certain toxic elements of the community, but it's hard to
Yeah,
listen for the constructive criticism when the first reaction for something like that, because a lot of the reaction that came from that was immediate, like turn it to 11. It wasn't
Sure.
like, did you guys think this over? Like maybe
Here's-
we could get a
There's a
toggle. It
visceral
was you're
reaction.
an
Yeah.
So-
idiot for not for putting this in the first place or something like that, and that's really tough to swallow for some
Well,
folks.
Sure.
You know?
you guys, it makes sense for CCP to have a filter to protect the majority of the dev. Like obviously the community team is going to end up taking a lot more heat in general because they're more front facing. But it makes sense for there to be like some sort of a filter to protect the majority of CCP, like for better,
Well, that's
lack
where
of a better
I was-
term, from line member from that direct
Sometimes,
criticism.
I would like to
I was just-
clarify.
Sometimes. So
Go ahead.
oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
So like I'm not saying that it was justified to take 18 months. That wasn't my point. My point was the size of the workload had nothing to do with how long it took. It was all about how long it took to take on that workload. That was all I was saying.
Well, and here's food for thought that there may be a population within internal CCP that thought, hey, this is a better than worse feature, and we want to try to see, let it run its course and see if people adapt or, just take it on and rise to the occasion, because a lot of games are doing notifications. Everything in our life does fucking notifications at this point. Like, it's not an unrealistic aspect to put in the game, and I do agree with it there. It's like, in this... Before this, there was a lot of things that could just enter your holdings or exit your holdings, and there was not really a lot of indication. I do see some mentality behind it, that there probably was people internally who were like, hey, let's see how this runs its course, because this is not a terrible feature outright. It may not be implemented, the best right out of the gate, but...
So the thing is that, like, A, can it be explained away by saying that change is bad? Yes. And B, can it be explained away as, well, this is more for new players, so this is for their own good? Yes. So they're really going to just like ignore most of the feedback for quite a while, and it takes 12 months in a CSM guy to go, no, like, I get it. We complain about every change you make, but this is legitimately a thing. Like that makes total sense to me.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate that that's the case. I think that there's a problem there that we as CCP would like to address, and it doesn't. It's not exactly the fact that the player community is toxic, but it's that we want to find better ways to communicate with players. We want to find better ways to give you guys avenues to talk with us rather than at us, or remove the talk and just make it like something else, like much more toxic.
There's always gonna be the noise, though. I mean, like,
is this an opportunity for CSM?
There are. Okay, good.
I'm just curious. Like, I feel like that's generally kind of a thought process of like CSM being like elected representatives representing the players. Obviously, not every CSM is cut from the same cloth. Not all of them are going to be useful. Not all of them are going to be productive. Anything like that. But I know that is a big part of their responsibilities on a good day.
Exactly
is that
what
they
happened.
listen to player feedback.
But that's the
so
avenue
is
by
the
which it was
CSM not
fixed.
the good? Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, like CSM fixed it, right? Because it was the CSM's intervention that raised it up above the noise of normal or bad.
But one of the issues is some of the player base doesn't trust or believe in the CSM.
It's a big
So
issue.
they feel their best method of affecting change is to go on a public forum and wish for a dev's firing or dismissal or something like that.
Rage.
And
I
then-
wouldn't call that the
Feel-
best way.
Right. It's not the best way to do it. And then their
They feel it is
criticism,
there.
whether valid or not, gets dismissed whole
There-
because they're internet fucking edgelords.
There's
Delivery
even a significant
matters.
portion of the game that doesn't even know that CSM exists. So there's that.
Imagine working at a place and making, let's say you make hamburgers and you make a hamburger and you bring it out to the dining room and you present it and someone in the back goes, "Oh, fucking pickles, fire that guy, fucking fire him."
What's
Would you
pickles
want to
in a
fucking,
hamburger?
would you want to ever fucking make a hamburger again? No, you fucking wouldn't
No,
want
I
to do
mean,
that.
like, honestly, if someone said something like that, I'd be like, now,
think you
I
nailed
would be like, I agree
Dre,
with that
you
guy.
can't
I,
touch him.
I agree with that guy. I think
You need
pickles
this
are
job.
gross, but I just don't voice my opinion because, like, you know what? I don't like pickles, but there's people that definitely like pickles.
Right.
So,
So like, there's a better
I
way
mean,
to
like,
say,
you know,
hey,
He's no
no,
person.
You can't.
Excuse me,
I can't
excuse me,
apply
sir.
my.
I
likes
don't
of a
prefer
burger to
pickles on
someone
my
else's likes
hamburger.
of a
We
burger.
have a pickle toggle, perhaps.
I don't
And
like
they'd be
ketchup
like,
either.
"Oh yeah,
People find
toppings
that
are optional, man.
sacrilegious.
No problem."
Like,
No
I
big
don't
The problem is that you're,
I
the
don't
problem
like
is that
ketchup
you're
or
raising.
mustard. Fuck that shit. But
Problem is that you're
I'm
raising-
weird that way. So
Symbiotes in chat raises a good point, which is that you know, it did probably, I would say actually it definitely came up as a thing, like that people were talking about, like, hey, you know, this doesn't quite make any sense. But a lot of that gets drowned out by the more toxic and more vocal folks out there, and it's really hard to kind of sift through that sometimes.
I was,
But that's something that like I said is part of how we would like to change to get better communication with players and things like that. And absolutely, like, if the CSM isn't doing their job, then like we need to improve that situation over time. And I think that there have been changes made to some of the rules regarding CSM that has improved things. So like I kind of want to leave it there because I'm hopeful for the future on this. I think that a lot of these things are going to be looking up. Yes, there's still just going to be toxic players out there. No, it's not everybody. And I think that what we see is places like this, communities, especially like the stream communities that we find, or personally at least I found, a lot of these places, even though you guys tend to have a lot of very, very strong opinions, you guys discuss them in ways that are actionable sometimes. Even, you know, like, it's not just that you guys are critiquing us, but that you're critiquing us in a way that it's extremely constructive for us too. And so those are super helpful. That's one of the reasons why I love coming to these things, talking to people about this stuff, is because like you guys have like great info for us. I was enjoying the discussion before I joined in, and I was sort of hesitant, but like I also don't like people being wrong on the internet, so I felt like I had to get in and
Nobody's
make my
wrong on
two
the
I
cents.
internet.
feel that
we
struggle. I
cannot
feel that
allow-
struggle.
This shall not
You can't just go
stand.
on the internet and lie.
Holy
That's not
crap!
right.
Like, the internet is
How
all
dare
true.
that.
Like, yeah, you can't. Ever
Everybody
lose
on
that.
the internet is an expert.
Absolutely.
Touching
I
on
don't
what
know
you
about
just
you,
said.
but I absolutely
So-
am.
Back to the keynote fucking thing. The next part is Eve Everywhere, and they're expanding it to alphas. What do you guys
Yay.
think of that?
Is that the
I
browser-based
love-
thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the browser-based.
I think
Yeah.
that's really cool.
I'm s-
I
I've
personally
only
love
touched
the
it a few times
Eve.
and it's nice.
I personally love this feature because it means that I can feel like the hero when my coalition pings for a Titan bridge, and I'm at work, and I can log in on my computer and be their Titan bridge.
I'm gonna say I actually didn't know that it wasn't available to alphas to begin with. I
Didn't either.
think that it's a great thing they added this, but I'm surprised that it wasn't there in the beginning. Like, why would alpha or omega status affect your
So-
ability to log in and
Well,
play the game remotely?
There's a really easy answer to this. The reason
Bots.
why is because it's being played on a cloud computer. Your computer isn't doing it at all. You're just
right. So
streaming
the
it
cloud
from a
requires
cloud.
more resources
So-
if you're omega, which means
No,
that,
no. It's a matter of load, right? So at first they said only allocate so many hours, and then once they figured out that they could do that, they're like, okay, well now we're going to try it to give it to everybody omega, and because if you do it to everybody all at
So there's a
once, then you just
test.
overwhelm it. Yeah, they're just
Oh,
scaling
okay.
it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is like a
Absolutely.
almost like a beta access not
Right,
exactly
early
beta,
access.
but
Yeah, yeah.
similar thing to beta access, but for subscribed members first. Okay, cool.
I'm really sorry. I have to apologize to everybody except for you, Ash, because I just agreed and Ash was correct on that. It hurts, man. It hurts.
Wait, you have to apologize. You agree with
Love it.
Ash Rothy?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, how dare I?
I called him out about it like first thing in the morning, and it's been a thing all day.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was like, wait, why are you apologizing to everyone except Ash that you agreed with him? I don't know.
Because
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to
can't-
agree with him.
I said as soon as CCP Dragon came on to my stream the first time, I think it was, I was like, so if you could just keep on saying that I'm right a few more times, that'd be great. And so he's been resisting it ever since.
So we found
Yeah.
so CCP Dragon is your assigned CCP dev.
Oh, that's
No.
right then. He just continued over. That's what's happening right now.
We
He mentioned he's
I-
been
so
hanging
we
around
got
since Ash
Darwin.
Rossi's stream.
we have Darwin. You have
I
Darwin
Darwin is
actually
our
started.
assigned.
That's your designated.
No,
CCP
we
dev.
joke.
Oh,
We
is that-
joke
is
'cause,
that
like
what we're
Darwin.
More
supposed
than
to do?
one
We're supposed to be
designated
assigned?
CCP dev.
Yeah, like
Flex.
we always joke that because Darwin's like always here every Friday night, but no one else from CCP is, and so we're like, oh, he must have been the assigned dev to like watch our.
He drew the
stream.
short straw.
Yeah. So,
Oh, poor guy.
where is Darwin? By the way,
We haven't seen him for a couple
He's-
weeks now.
He's not clocking in his hours he's supposed to. So
Yeah.
Well, they probably gave him extra vacation days because he has to come watch this fucking shit.
did we give him vacation days? I don't think so.
He has
No,
he has
you're
to
right.
Well,
use
that's why
his
we're seeing
vacation
people
day
being subbed
to our
in.
show.
Oh, dang it. You guys figured us out.
See, if you were giving me extra vacation days,
Confirmed.
if you were giving me extra vacation days to watch a shitty show, I would take my vacation days on the days that shitty show was on, so I wouldn't have to do my job. So that's where he is right now, right? Anyways, so
Darwin's a really nice guy, by the way.
he is.
Yes.
Yeah, Darwin's awesome.
The next big block is the Spanish localization. That's good, right?
Soft roll.
Fucking
All
time.
my Spanish bros say fuck that.
Qué bien,
So
qué
soft
bien.
roll, does that mean like
Esto es
a
lo que
partial and then
esperaba
like
por
increased?
todo el tiempo.
So it's just a matter of support, right? I'm pretty sure.
Localization.
Localization. So they're going to
Yeah.
translate it, and then they're going to do it like they did with Japanese, where they're going to make like a certain player council, and they're going to start translating it and then running it past those guys and being like, it's going to get the thumbs up, thumbs down, and then
is
eventually
great.
we'll get a Spanish version of EVE Online, which is good because
Señor.
like that's a large
There-
portion of the world, right? Like it's
My
not
Alliance
just
has
Spain.
a lot of South
It's-
The
American
good thing
players.
though is
Yeah.
that like there's basically already a
Whole
pretty
continent.
organized Spanish contingent that's just probably going to be ready to go. They've been ready to go for this for a while. So
Also-
actually, I think this could be very
I spoke to
successful.
somebody about it. Yeah.
So here's my thing. Is now it might seem crazy to me as a North American resident, the fact that Spanish is just now getting a.
Again, it's
a
all a
thing.
matter of resources. It's not about
I-
whether
Real
or not
quick.
it's simple or hard. It's
I
whether
know,
or not.
but the thing is, it's like
No,
now
no,
here
no.
Spanish is aside from
I've been told-
English
wait,
is the
wait,
most
Dragon
spoken
says no.
language anywhere. So to me, it seems great, but then you go to EU and it's like it's not so. It's like English is the most spoken, probably universal language, global wide, but that's based on population.
Correct
So-
me, Dragon.
But I'm just saying, like,
Real quick shout out to
Spanish in Europe
FW
might
Nate.
not be as prevalent as like say French or German, maybe. I don't know.
Shout out to FW Nape, who's been advocating for some of this.
FW Nate.
Oh, yeah?
You know, I haven't done a shot in a while. I'll do a shot. Shot for FW Nate.
There's been a
Shots
few,
for Spanish.
so-
Actually,
Shots for Spanish.
shots for the Spanish
How do
community.
you even say
This is
shots
only
in
the
Spanish?
Ah,
Um,
ándale.
Only the second time we've called a shot tonight. We actually
well,
No, that's
I
not
called-
true. That's not
I-
true.
I called two earlier.
Trade's called like
Did
3
you?
earlier.
I'm
Shit.
probably
I'm on
lying.
my
I probably
second-
called one. I think.
I'm on my second twisted tea, so
I'm
I've been
probably
doing
on my
silent-
fourth
silent
margarita.
shots the whole time.
I know I've had
I'm on
like
fourth
five,
margarita, so
I've had like 5 or 6 shots.
How appropriate!
How? That's such a high pitched Malketh.
how appropriate.
How appropriate!
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
So,
Pluto! What are you doing?
I think
You guys are being mean. Stop
Anyways.
it. Stop it.
That was Pinocchio thing.
Hashtag no.
Woohoo!
That was
Hashtag
Pinocchio
end
being
bullying.
Have you guys
Hashtag
seen
no bullying.
Fantasia?
You guys are bullies.
I wear a wizard hat. Oh, like the Tawny. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Hashtag too
Oh
soon.
no, too
You're
soon.
not
You
gonna you're not gonna get
apologize.
Sees me
invited to the
fucking correcting
Imperial
me.
Years.
Don't you?
I ruined it. I
Alright,
ruined it.
I'll
I'm sorry.
correct you. Whenever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think that
what?
some
No, we're making jokes.
You're keyed up.
Drayden, you're
Oh
Hot
shit!
mic.
My roommate
Hot
heard the
mic.
Yeah,
Mickey
he's
Mouse
getting-
voice. He's like, "You okay in there?" Like,
He's screaming. Let's check on him. It's real high pitched.
We've been wanting to do Spanish for a really long time, and some of the issues that we've kind of had to overcome is the localization barriers, for lack of a better word at the moment. And one of the things that happened was that after being acquired by Pearl Abyss, that's probably the most pressure we've ever gotten from Pearl Abyss to do anything in the entirety of the world. And I don't think that it was a conscious pressure. Like, it wasn't somebody at Pearl Abyss going, okay, so when are you going to localize this into Korean? But it was kind of like that like mother looking over you, making sure that you do your homework. Like, when are you going to do your homework? But she's not saying anything, and you're just like,
It did seem like the obvious thing to do.
Yeah.
and so we're sitting there going, we should localize this into Korean, right? Yes. And the thing is that we then hit like so many of those barriers just face first, going, okay, we got to fix that. Oh, we got to fix that. And a lot of things have happened in the past 2 years. Oh yeah. And a lot of things have happened in the past 2 years to really smooth out that localization pipeline. And so then that's why Japanese, and now actually I'm not really sure why Japanese came before Spanish, but the decision's above my head, so I don't know.
I mean, it makes sense because they were moving into that market, so I mean, like, that makes sense. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, Spanish seems like a no-brainer. It's like, yes, Spain and Europe, but also like most of Central America and a lot of South America.
Yeah.
If I could venture to guess,
South
I mean, like,
America
Spanish-
and a little bit of Central America.
Well, I'm saying,
At
like,
the very least,
South
Spanish
America, I
is
mean,
the same, like,
Brazil is
South
like
America's
Portuguese.
huge. Central America's tiny.
South America, like half of South America land-wise is Portuguese, but there's a lot of Spanish in South America, and also Central.
Population-wise, there's plenty. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, population is very, very large for the Spanish speaking population in the world is very large.
it's huge.
We will benefit from this. One of the I think I can't say this for sure because it's way before my time, but I'm not going to bet, but I'm willing to bet that one of the reasons why we didn't go into the Spanish market before, when we didn't face some of these barriers, when we did translate it into a lot of other languages, was because the Spanish speaking population doesn't tend to react very well to subscription based games at the time. We're talking 15 years ago. I remember a lot of my friends and telling, because I actually lived in Latin America, but I remember telling my friends, like, hey, ¿por qué no juegas World of Warcraft? And they're like, yeah, I can't play that because it requires a subscription. And it's like, oh damn, okay. And so like trying to push them into subscriptions was just really difficult. So one of the barriers for them to get into this, other than the localization, was having free to play available. And once you get that available, that brings in a lot of those people. Yes, there's going to be a pretty substantial population that's going to drop money as well, but like that gets your foot in the door with them,
It's the gateway.
And without that, it's
sorry. I'm just with that being said, like, I mean, when the alpha thing came out like a few years ago, like, you would think that would have opened the door for Spanish localization, like even before.
Exactly, it did,
some of the other ones.
And it did, and that it became one of those big conversation pieces of like, when are we going to do this now? Why aren't we doing it faster? And it was all of those barriers to localization that only got broken down, I think, because the Pearl Abyss stuff, right? Like, and that's about and this is the funny thing, that's the biggest effect that I think Pearl Abyss has had on our development at all. which I think is a great thing
Driving
because it's a
localizations, that's
good.
kind of fun.
If
Yeah,
that's
it's a big one.
if that's
Honestly.
PA's impact, then that's a fantastic impact. I think.
Yeah. I mean, I assume they've done similar for BDO, and I've never played the game. My best friend played the game for quite a while and spoke decent things. I mean, I heard it's real grindy and lots of other things. We all have a second job, I'm sure. But yeah, that's a neat influence, if nothing else.
Yeah. So what was next after localization? Which, by the way, I'm still super stoked about it because, like I said, I have a lot of friends.
Wait, did you say what's next?
All I'm gonna say for the
Are you
Spanish
following the
localization
bullet
though?
points with us?
Yeah, I'm following the bullet points now. Like I'm
He was
interested.
like, I
I'm
left like
hyped.
halfway through.
I was like, I'm not
I'm
following
hyped.
bullet points.
When the Korean localization hit, my alliance had I'd say like a small to medium sized active Korean corporation in it, and it just exploded in size when the Korean localization hit. And I really hope to see the same thing happen with groups that position themselves well that are already primarily Spanish speaking.
I don't know to the extent, but I know that when they did the Japanese localization as well, there was a significant increase. I'm not saying there's an explosion, I would say, but it was. I mean, there was definitely some like full-on Japanese alliances that I know that I've heard about, like that were coming to the game, like they became a thing. So
there's a lot of Spanish speakers already in the game, so if this enhances the gameplay at all, like I think it's going to be awesome.
Like I said, but again, like I think
it could be really good. My alliance has a lot of Spanish speakers. Like we have a substantial demographic for that.
But before the localization happened, it basically only catered to Spanish speakers that also spoke English, or some other language that it did.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But,
I think this will benefit.
Which English is probably the most probable.
It's the business language. It's the universal business.
Right, but also, like I said, like aside from Spain and Europe,
it's no Mandarin.
Spanish is Western Hemisphere. And aside from Portuguese, English is like the predominant language there. So I would say that most Spanish speakers that are bilingual in the world are probably bilingual in English. I could be completely wrong on that. I might just be fucking wrong. So don't.
But I think you're right.
Don't take my word. But I would say I would assume that. And so
I have no idea.
But with the localization of Spanish, I don't know, that opens it up to now
it should
people
be
that
good.
don't speak English, which is probably a large proportion of population in South and Central
It should
America.
be good. That's a safe change, I think.
Yeah, so it's awesome. Anytime they open up a new localization of like language, it's great. But I'm saying like this I feel like this is like one that was like a long time coming that I felt should have been done a long time ago and just apparently is now happening. It's odd that they would there's I mean they've done other languages that are you would think are like less prevalent than Spanish that are now it's just now happening.
So the next bullet point, so to speak, in the keynote was EVE's next big crossover. I don't know if you guys have seen this. EVE Online and Microsoft Excel. So now your spreadsheets in space are real.
My only minor qualm here is that I hope they add some sort of support for like Google Sheets as well.
Correction. Now your spaces and now your spaces are in spreadsheets. Jesus Christ, I said it right the first time.
Your spaces in spreadsheets, not only your spreadsheets in space.
I was picking up what you were putting down.
Too many S's.
You're good. I'm excited for this as a industry nerd myself. I think this is going to make my life a little bit easier.
I mean, I like spreadsheets. I like EVE, and I invest in Microsoft, so I think it's all good.
As weird as this statement sounds too, I think it will actually open up the accessibility for the spreadsheets in space, because like it's a lot harder to use say the GESI thing like in Google Sheets versus what it sounds like this is going to be able to do, where you just log in and it pulls fucking data.
Yeah, having the API already like handled for you is going to be so nice. The only thing I'm mad about is I'm Google Sheet guy, and now it's like, well, CCP wants us to pay more for subs, and now I have to buy Excel. Great.
There's no way to access Excel.
I'm enjoying the fact that I'm enjoying the fact that I'm a student right now and I can get this for free.
I get it for free through work. All right.
So fuck you.
Some people do not,
I love
but
you,
I do
LP.
hope that there's redundancy with Sheets because I hope it's not some sort of partnership based thing. If it is, it is what it is.
It is.
Well, then
They're
I
working
hope
with
they
Microsoft.
follow it up with Sheets, counter to the motivations of that deal.
So my
I think
tinfoil
what
about this, and is that
Arthur said was that it is a partnership with Microsoft. So the likelihood of getting anything Google Sheets related is probably pretty low. And if
That's
I
fair.
wasn't getting Excel through work, I probably would feel the same way as most of you guys do about it, because like I'm so used to Google spreadsheets.
So that being said,
I
let's
have no
hope,
strong
real quick,
feelings one way or the other.
I love that you got that. I love it.
let's hope that because it is
Killed
a
me.
partnership that is sanctioned and intended, let's hope that there isn't anything that makes it more difficult for people to export things to Sheets and use it as another just competing spreadsheet software. If they do make
True,
things
true.
more leaning on Excel functions, which I have over the years found a few things that work better in Excel versus Sheets and things like that, for Eve related purposes. If they lean hard into that would suck, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see there.
Do you want to hear my tinfoil on
There is
that?
a lot of wait and see, unfortunately, but I from the development side of things, I'm looking forward to it because we also are going to get obviously like some help, I guess, with some of the stuff that we do. I mean, I'm looking at my desktop at work right now, and I've got like 4 spreadsheets on the desktop that I use on such a regular basis. It's not even funny. And then
Right.
like half the documents in my like documents folder and stuff like that are all Excel spreadsheets. So but the thing is that we can export a lot of this data from our databases, from our static files, et cetera, et cetera. Like we get a lot of that through those that obviously has never been available to players. And so that's cool that some of this may become available or easier for you guys to get to.
So do you want my tinfoil on this?
Yes, of
Oh,
course.
please. I'm
Oh, no, Dragon, you already know it. Same thing I said
okay.
earlier.
All right.
Yes,
So
I
all
love
I'm gonna
you.
say,
How do you tinfoil this?
all I'm gonna say is CCP Torfy Franz left the company to join Microsoft. So I don't know. Maybe
Well,
we have an inside
specifically-
man.
Specifically for Minecraft, though.
I'm just saying. Inroads, the IP development guy is
You
working for the
think-
company.
You think
I don't know if I actually think that, but
that is
immediately
as
I was
far
like, that'd
as
be
far, no,
hilarious, wouldn't it?
Ash, as far as tinfoil goes, I think that is the biggest reach I have ever heard in this game.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
Damn.
It's my favorite so far, that's for sure.
So I heard a little I guess story about it. Is that like when they were talking to folks over there and they were like, so hi, we're from EVE Online, we would like to try to do XYZ and this kind of stuff, and the response was, oh yeah, we play that game too, it's awesome, yeah. So here's some of the stuff that like we've done, maybe we could make it really like maybe we could figure out some ways to improve that workflow, etc. Like, wait, what? You guys? Oh, obviously you play it, you spreadsheet nerds.
Yeah, that surprised me exactly 0.
Yeah, you'd think spreadsheets in space would definitely be played by the people who create spreadsheets.
Yeah, that tracks.
Nerds like playing with data. I honestly, I think this is cool. Like, this is a cool thing. Like it
Yep.
Nerds like playing with data.
There's a part of me that thinks it's a little bit on the nose, like
Oh, of course it is.
embracing who we are, I guess, a little bit, like
it is
loving
bit of
ourselves a little bit.
embracing the meme. Yeah. So like, yeah, lean into it.
What
I'm
I
not gonna
is,
fight my chart porn fetish.
what I want to
So-
see is Microsoft start advertising the integration with Microsoft on Eve on their side. It's like Excel now with Eve integration.
And all the professional spreadsheeters are going to go, WTF?
What is Eve? Do we play that? Should we play that? Can we play that?
What is Eve?
Boom.
What
Lucas.
is
Why
Eve?
is Eve?
How is Eve?
How is
Anyways, next after the fucking spreadsheets, they brought on
everybody asks what
fucking-
is Eve, but nobody ever asks how is Eve.
how
That's
is
right.
Eve, right?
True.
What were their names? Hold on, let me find it. CCP Merker and CCP Caffeine, and they talked about graphics and updates to stuff like that. So like getting rid of DirectX 9, going to DirectX 12, specifically like the one that got me was the mesh level of details. So they used to
That's
have
so
3,
good.
More
and now
polygons.
there's as many as needed.
That's
So I think this is
important.
like, because we've had Timber's a guy that follows us, right? He's in chat. There he is. Caldari Prime Pony Club. This is like, oh, cat's knocked over my lights. Nice.
Are you talking about how they ripped off his tools?
Something like that. Sure. Anyways, because they've gone to DirectX 11 right now, they can go up to all these mesh level of details because they don't use DirectX 9 anymore. And now, so this should be able to, and this leads into stuff that we're going to talk about later with better skins, different skins, more skins, different ways to change the look of your ship. All adds into these levels of detail. What do you guys think of this portion of the keynote?
The
This is
art
huge.
team never fails. There's I can't think of a time when the community has been upset at something that the art team did.
I can, but it's always unfounded because they bitch about development and content, which the art team is not driving forward. They're working on
Yeah.
how pretty Eve is, not
No, I'm
what
When
you-
I
I'm
first
talking
joined-
legitimately. Like, has there ever been a time in this game where the art
Sort
team
of.
says, "Here's what we want to do. Here's what we're looking to do," and everybody shits on them for it?
No,
No, I don't think so.
But I do
It's the
remember that
safest
when
department at CCP.
when I first joined this game, the art department was like totally thrown under the bus. The the line that was towed was that the art department was the bottleneck, that we would be able to get so much more actual like development done, but we got to wait for the art to be done.
I
So
don't remember that in any era.
Yeah, I actually
I
do
don't
Yeah.
remember
remember
that at all.
back in like 2010 to 2012, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't recall that.
Okay,
That was, that
I'll-
was
I'll take
before
your
I
word
was
for
super
it.
plugged in. Yeah, I'll take your word for that one.
Yeah, I was fairly.
Sounds like a poo-poo time.
Yeah,
Did you say
Starscream and
poo-poo?
Chat is yeah,
Poo-poo time?
grayscale. Yeah.
Poo-poo time. Yeah, feces.
Poo-poo.
He's describing it.
That sound even sounds like poo-poo.
It's poo poo, poo poo time.
Price is Right was such a good thing. What happened to? Oh no, he died. Never mind.
So yeah,
Wait, what?
Way to ruin everything.
Wow.
Wait, are you talking about Bob Barker?
Shots to Bob Barker.
Shots
Bob
for
Barker
Bob
is
Barker.
still alive.
You know what?
Shots for
Wait,
Bob
what?
Barker,
He's still
guys.
alive?
Wait, hold
To my
on.
knowledge, Bob Barker
There
is
is
still alive.
no way he is still alive.
We have the internet.
Dude,
But
he was-
either way, shots for
He
him
was
still, damn
1,000
it.
years old while still
Yeah,
on the
What
show.
is wrong,
he was
Bob?
80 back in
Dude,
1980.
he was like an elf.
I hear Bob Barker and all I think of him
Google.
is in Billy Madison. That's
Billy
all I
Madison,
can
yeah.
think
Right,
of.
it's
So-
fucking
can-
He
wrong.
does not have a
Bob.
death date on Wikipedia.
Can the chat confirm or deny, is Bob Barker alive or dead? Like, say
He's
A or
alive.
D,
literally
A or
looking it up.
D, A
He's
or D.
alive.
Oh, he there is no death date.
He's alive.
He's
Bob
alive.
Price
Barker is alive.
is wrong.
And apparently
Bob.
we have just stumbled into the now it's the Bob Barker
Akaroth.
effect.
Akaroth.
Okay,
that
He
was
was
I
born
knew.
in 1923.
I follow
Jesus
Bob very
fuck.
closely.
Shots
Bob
to Bob
Barker-
Barker.
for still being alive.
Shots to
Shots to
Bob
Bob
for
Barker
still
for
kicking.
immortality. Like, that's
Now we're gonna
actually-
wake up
you know,
tomorrow
if
and be like,
he,
shit.
he outlived Wilford Brimley, for God's sake.
And for beating
Oh,
the shit out of
His birthday is December
but here's the
12th,
thing. He's
1923.
He's still a few months off of Betty White.
He's
though.
going to be 100.
Don't be shitty. Here's the thing. He beat the shit out of Adam Sandler, and we need to give him credit
That's
for
true,
that.
but
That's all
he's
I'm
still-
saying.
Barker
he's
is
still-
going to be
yeah,
100
He's
years old.
Still a few months off of Betty White, so you gotta wait.
Akaroth,
You gotta
yeah.
wait. But shots for fucking.
Don't
Bob
say
Barker.
things like that. Don't put that into the universe.
We've now cursed him.
Yeah,
We're going to
now we
wake
know
up
what
tomorrow.
You're being-
You know what the headlines
Next
are going to
week's
say
fucking
tomorrow?
death shots.
Yeah, you know, it's like, Now,
Death shots on next week's show.
Don't put that on my shoulders because now
Trending on Twitter.
If Bob
You
Barker
did
dies,
that.
if Bob Barker dies before 100, it's gonna be my fault now.
You dwelled on it.
Exclusively.
Yeah, but you said it.
I
You
know I
it.
For
said
legal,
it.
We all
Fuck,
agree
legal
with it.
reasons,
I know
these
I
are
said
jokes.
it, but now it's on my shoulders.
We all
shots
we all
to,
claim
shots to Bob
Jester's
Barker's
privilege.
101st birthday.
Man, I'm not
Oh,
gonna share that
man.
blame.
You're making it
Just
worse.
digging
You're
We
making it
all-
worse.
No,
I'm
we
digging
all,
it.
I'm
we
digging
all
into the
claim
grave.
Jester's
Better.
privilege.
Ackroth.
I drank to that.
Here's the thing. It was Happy Gilmore, and chat has helped us correct it on this one. But it was
Happy
Happy
Gilmore,
Gilmore,
that's
not
Sorry,
what
I think I
was
said
it?
Billy Madison.
You said Billy Madison. Yeah,
I apologize.
But
The
yeah.
price is wrong.
I
Oh,
knew
it
what you meant.
was Happy
I
Gilmore,
mean, I
yeah.
kept repeating the quote. You can Google
No,
it.
I
yeah.
said it first, and then you
The quote was right.
copied me. I think. All right, I was the first one to taint
Price
it
is wrong,
with that
Bob.
falsehood.
It's quite possible.
So
Here's the
so I
thing.
think
He
we're
can
all
beat
in
the shit out of
agreement
Adam
that
Sandler.
He
the
did.
art team can do no wrong, and this portion of the
Yeah,
keynote
I mean, like,
was fine.
I believe.
Have they
I
ever
believe
done
that's
wrong?
It all looks awesome.
Yeah.
according to
They showed-
Asherothi, they did wrong somewhere between 2010 and 2012.
No.
but none of us remember
That's in
that,
the
so it's
that's
not
in the
real.
before
said.
times. We don't
What I
talk
said
about
was
that.
what I said was they did a great job, but the rest of CCP also threw them under the bus, blaming them as being the choke point. That's all I said.
How do you
They were
blame the
still
art
doing a
team
great
when
job.
The art is the best part of the game.
Yeah, they've
Anyway,
always been the rock star.
They
Don't get
can't
me
keep
wrong.
up. Wait.
They
Here's the
showed
weird.
they
What
showed
if
a
they've
little
been
video.
doing so well for the last 10 years because that one time where CCP was like, well, they're not holding up their end, and they were like, let's just do really good and like let you guys just hang
I'll
out and like
fucking-
we're not doing enough.
I'll show you. Here.
They're
watch
like
this.
we're gonna create so many reflections and refractions and all this shit, and like good luck with
So
your
many
shit with mechanics
fucking
and balance.
lit particles.
So
You
since somebody has to
Some of
complain
those
about something,
Dude, that would
Reflections are real
explain a
hot.
lot about the last
I
10
see
years.
the question,
I
Ash.
fucking hate the smoke trails. The smoke in the engines piss me off.
Oh,
I
well,
think
you.
so. That's only
That's not
when
the
they're
question I thought
docking
you
and
were asking.
undocking, right? So maybe there's something with the
Panic?
No,
like,
because they even
small
showed it in space
atmosphere.
too.
When they're
Yeah.
undocking, they totally fucking
I
just
thought you were
roast the
gonna-
inside of the station. That I'm sure that's a joy for maintenance to deal with.
They're
we-
not engines.
They're,
It's not
they're
exhaust.
worthless. Nobody cares.
I
Are we
thought you
really
were
gonna
gonna
talk
ask a
about
question in chat,
physics
Ash.
in Eve?
Maybe
You know
it's
what?
steam.
I went there,
Are we-
Manic.
honestly,
I
they're coming
went
to a head
there.
here.
The weird physics in Eve. Is that what we're
Janitor
doing here?
problems in
Yes,
Eve are
if it's
important,
going to be
just like
no,
any
no,
others.
hold on, Manic.
K-
If
k-
you're going to make such a big fucking deal about the lore and the universe and living and pay attention because that's how you're going to learn features, then yes, it matters, dude.
No, well, hold on. Wait. Okay. So if you're upset at engine trails or engine exhaust, then
I
why
like
aren't you
those.
why aren't you also upset about ships being able to stop on a dime?
Or bump off
Because-
of each other.
Because that's
Not
so
real.
the whole thing is the fact that it uses a gravity well, not conventional engine. So yeah, it would be able to like that's why it functions like a
So then
submarine.
so then I'm sure we can just make up some
Attractive.
physics to explain engine exhaust. What's the
Right.
big deal?
There you go.
But no, what brings this to a head is the
But
problem
no.
is that we have two different canons about how space works. And we've kind of danced around this for years.
Here's the
And
thing,
this kind of
Asherothi, do
thing
any of us
bring-
really know how space works
Let's-
on any can?
Let's say they found some way. Hold on, they found some way to manufacture atmosphere inside a station.
No, that's
Boom,
not
engine
how it
It has
exhaust.
nothing to do with it.
Do any of us know
It's not-
how
it's not-
space works wholesale, 100%?
Everybody, we're
on
all
any
experts
level.
here.
Question.
We're
Does,
all
I
experts
mean-
here.
does Stargate
pretend-
require
I
dual stars?
How do they work?
This is like the problem is that like we have things like the Triglavians, which we're supposed to try to learn through environmental storytelling, and their whole thing is that they're manipulating the way that Stargates work.
They're shit
Meanwhile,
teachers.
the article on how Stargates work says that it requires a binary star in order for there to be a Stargate because they use the Lagrange point between two stars. There's two different
It has to
rules
be the
of
Lagrange
physics
point?
and they've never resolved it. And this is just another example of what's now the whole point of the new
That
physics
sounds like a
was
problem.
designed to make it so that what you experience in game is consistent with the physics that has been written out. So now they've gotten it's just like why do it? It also looks like crap personally.
Here's the thing, though. Gravity's still just a theory.
No, gravity's. A
Oh my God.
thing.
Don't start
It's
acting wrong.
just a theory. They haven't proved it.
No, no, no.
Anyways,
Gravity is a thing. We don't know if or what force-carrying particle?
No,
carries
now
that
look what you
force?
did.
Nope.
Now look what you did. Now
We're
we're
not-
diving into fucking Drayton science time
No.
instead of talking about fucking keynote stuff.
No. Elby,
There's no particle.
Elby, I am so sorry.
I'm not
It's
getting
a
into
property of the warp of space-time.
that. Elby, I'm not
I
getting
Can we
into
go
that.
respect your
I'm just
mustache,
saying-
and I am
Next-
so sorry.
Next, we're going to talk about Vegas, I guess.
No.
It's very likely, and I
Hey,
apologize in
you know
advance.
what? Are you guys looking forward to Vegas?
God damn
It's
it.
coming
No,
up
no,
soon.
Don't you put that on me.
You remember last Vegas where all the
Which
fun
cabana
we
have
had?
we booked for Vegas?
We had so much fun last
tits.
year.
Calm your tits, man. I'm just saying.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
not
say,
going into it.
You
Okay.
remember the one with the fucked up palm on?
I've already got my hotel room and flight booked for Vegas. I'll be at the Plaza Hotel down on Fremont Street.
You shut the hell up.
fucking Wait,
Plaza?
I
booked
heard it's
at the
canceled
Plaza.
this year.
Yeah, it's definitely been canceled.
Oh yeah.
Is
It's
this
canceled.
physics talk?
What do you
what I
got? Chicken
did
wings
last
over
year?
there? What is that?
No,
Fish
we
sticks?
cancel
Like,
physics talk.
Is this?
I am eating a brat with cheddar cheese
Okay.
mixed in with it.
You're meeting a
I appreciate
out of
that.
the fridge.
on her?
I appreciate those, and I might warm some up later.
Wait,
In addition to all the lovely
It's
graphic
tasty.
stuff, they also announced that they were going to be supporting, or future integrations would be AMD Fidelity FX Super Resolution. Do you guys know how that works? I do, 'cause I'm
Yeah,
kind of a
super resolution.
AMD
Bits.
fanboy.
They're adding more bits.
Super resolution
Oh,
is more bits.
Super resolution
more
works like this.
resolution, right?
Let's
Super
say you
resolution.
have a 1440p screen.
What's that?
If you, well, I have one. Let's say you have a 1080p screen.
Yeah.
What do you have?
1080p.
If
1080p.
So if you downgrade the scaling on your Eve client, the AMD chip that you have will upgrade the resolution back to 1080p. You'll use less resources to get a higher resolution.
Ooh,
Dang.
dude.
sexy.
I invest in AMD as well, and I'm happy to hear that. That's good stuff.
Yes.
Can I?
In
put my
addition
dick in it?
to super resolution, they're also going to start supporting what is it? FreeSync?
Yeah,
that's the other
AMD
one.
FreeSync.
Sounds hot.
Yeah,
AMD does FreeSync, NVIDIA does G-Sync.
yeah. So they're going to start supporting
FreeSync
that
is
too.
the more.
What's the difference? Do you want a free sync or a G sync? I don't know, man. Like, what's
Give me some of that G. That's all I'm gonna
Dude,
say.
can I get
I'm
a
on a
little bit of
budget.
both?
I'm on a budget.
Last I
I need
recall-
a FreeSync.
Give me some of that
FreeSync
G.
is-
I got 4 of
what
those
you-
What
monitors.
do you want? Like, I want a free sync and I want a free G sync.
G-Sync
Can't
only
do that.
works, if I
What-
recall,
what?
with
Why not?
NVIDIA cards. FreeSync can work with both, but don't hold me to that. I feel like I remember reading that. More power to AMD though.
All right, sorry.
By their stock.
I did think it was really funny that they had this like sponsored by Intel. They had an Intel commercial, and then they're like AMD stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't have it, but it was like embedded in it. Yes, I saw that as well.
Well, I mean, it was the stream. They embedded it.
Yeah,
They are sponsored by Intel.
I'm sad because my brother keeps getting like G390s and shit. Because he's like in some random fucking program where he like runs a lottery, but he puts enough stuff in.
Oh, you told me about this.
Yeah, so like he's somehow it's some lottery thing where he has super high ends of winning, and he's gotten 3 G390s in the last 4 months for about $300 a piece.
Are you saying GTX 3090?
Yeah, GTX 3090s. He's gotten 3
Those
of
are
them
like,
for
damn.
less than
Hook
$1,000
me up.
combined
Jeez.
for all 3. And
Those are like $1,500 cards.
yeah, he's getting for he's getting for
Peanuts.
he's getting for wholesale price.
Okay.
What's
What
he
does
doing
he do
with
with them?
He's fucking mining Bitcoin with them.
He's making
He's a
furniture.
piece of
He's
shit.
making
You're
furniture.
a piece of
This
shit.
Yeah,
conversation
it's,
now.
it's like
He's
yo,
worse
get-
kind of
yeah.
person.
I know.
He's stacking
It's,
them
it's
up
like
and
Do
making
you
yo,
even
furniture.
still go to family events with this
I
person?
told him I was like, I will pay you twice as much for that card. That
You let him know
spent
that
on
you're
it. You
pouring your
can
glass
make.
It makes
water
me
on it.
extra mad that
It's
he
like
gets
you bought that card for
Bitcoin. People are getting it for
$390.
cheap.
I will give you $700 for that card, and he's like, no.
There's
And-
people who really play fucking PC
and
games. You
so
piece
he's
of
like,
shit.
no. So he's just fucking mining Bitcoin with these cards because that's what he does.
Which
I'm not angry.
hey,
I'm just
Drayton,
disappointed. No, wait, I'm angry.
what position in the company is your brother?
he's the president. He's the head of.
He's a piece of shit.
El
You
Presidente.
can pay the same prices I have to,
He's
damn
the
it.
president. I'm the
Wow.
vice president
No,
of the company.
Not my president. I didn't vote for him.
He's not my president.
Not my
This
president.
That's what
conversation's
you
taking a
need to
turn.
say to him.
Look, I know you're in like
Uh,
a 4-man company, but I need you to put out some
Yeah,
internal
we're a four-man
memos.
company. Like I'm the president, or no,
Say
he's
not
the
my
president. I'm the vice
president.
president. My younger brother.
Are you ready for the next part of the keynote?
Yes.
What was the next part?
Give
I
me
don't
the
know.
big
I'm
reveal, LB.
shocked.
Rain,
What's
that's,
the big
Rain, that's
reveal?
Dark. That's dark, Rain.
Alliance skins.
Woo!
Yay!
Yay!
But wait, there's more.
I didn't get to
Oh
see
my
these.
God! What's more? What's coming?
Citadel skins.
This is actually the worst part
Wait,
of the
isn't-
entire
No, wait.
presentation.
Isn't
by the way.
Tamper
There's
doing these?
more.
Isn't
Oh my
Tamper
God!
There's
doing these?
What
more.
more?
You can modify the look of your ship,
Okay.
like with
What?
spoilers and fucking like shit on it.
Can I put like a chin scoop and
Oh,
like some
wait.
wide body fender?
Yeah, you can. Here's how you
Nice.
pay for it.
actually.
Are you ready? It's
With
not
money?
through microtransactions. It's through a brand new currency
Credit
called
card.
Interbus credits.
Okay.
Can I buy?
Yeah.
Can
IBC?
I buy this currency?
No,
with
you can't.
dollars?
No,
No,
you
you
can't
cannot.
buy it with dollars.
Can I
you can't
buy
buy
it
it with
with
dollars.
ISK?
How
No,
do
you
you
can't buy it with
you
this.
cannot.
How do you
Oh
get
my
IBC?
God!
so
How
much
do
you
I
can't-
get it?
You have to interact with the game
What?
socially
wow.
Guys,
What?
and through other
Oh
ways.
my
Hold on.
God! Novel.
Wait,
That's
oh,
actually
oh,
compelling.
like,
hold on. Let me. We
you mean you
really
have
need to rein
play
this
the
in.
game
Do you
to
guys
get
not
the
Do we,
realize how
though?
terrible this is? No. Do you not
That-
realize how
no, that-
terrible this is?
That sounds
No,
compelling.
Okay,
we
tell
don't-
us,
I don't-
I'm
tell us
entirely-
how terrible
No,
it is.
Ash.
this is
I'm,
the-
I'm
Ash,
honestly
Ash,
full
this totally
seriousness.
justifies the
I'm-
33% increase in
This-
subscription
no,
price.
guys, stop. It's
I'm
terrible.
honestly so I'm curious actually honestly why you have a problem with this because I was actually okay with
Because this
in
is the
full
answer to the
seriousness.
Retriever Pack sale, guys.
I
What
don't
was-
know.
what
any
was the
of that.
question?
There's
Elaborate
players.
on that. I
What
want
was
to
the
hear your full
question
thought.
to the
No,
Retriever
okay.
Pack?
So when
I-
they started selling the Retriever Packs for cash, CCP Swift said that there's going to be a new program that makes it so that we are involved in the creation of, that are available for the packs. And at that time, I said that the worst case scenario is that they invent a new currency with new things behind it, so that way we would have to engage with that. And in CCP Rattati said the first thing that he's going to talk about tomorrow is 4 players by players or whatever it was. So they're gonna tell us to build shit. We're gonna build it, turn it in, and get the Interbus points, and then they're going to turn around and sell it for cash.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
That's
Yeah.
what you like, then that's fine. But let's
No,
not
I-
just celebrate the fact that you're not buying it for cash.
To be
I think-
fair, I wasn't actually celebrating anything.
No,
This
so-
is all
we
so-
were
just-
so
all
my-
joking
my honest-
about
that was so
being
exciting to
excited about
people.
this.
My
I
honest
don't,
react-
I don't
my
think
hon-
anything. I don't think anybody is excited about this.
LB
It
was
got such a
announcing
big
it,
cheer.
not celebrating, but
The moment got
So-
such a
so-
big cheer.
My honest reaction to what CCP said so far is I'm okay with it. My honest reaction to what Ash just said is we'll wait and fucking see if that's actually what plays out tomorrow. I
Mm.
hope to God it's not. I hope to God it's not. I'm not.
Can you
gonna
break
draw
this down a little
conclusions
bit
until it
deeper
happens,
for me?
though.
What?
I'm not
So
excited
from what
about
I-
this.
from
I'm
what
not
I can
excited.
I haven't seen
remember-
the full
I
footage.
will say.
From what I can remember from watching it was that Interbus credits will be earned by you interacting socially in the game, undocking, doing stuff, actually playing the game. So you would earn
Okay.
these things passively by
Just doing your thing.
just
your
doing your
day-to-day.
thing. Right? You would earn these, and then you could use these points to then turn around and get yourself an Alliance skin, or get yourself a Corp skin, or get yourself
He
Uh,
said through various
extra-
buckets,
okay, so-
and he
extra
said first
point-
was going to be this.
right extra pointy bits on your whatever.
If
Your
it's
Drake or
skins
on
and
your
stuff,
Hurricane or
you know what?
whatever.
Honestly, here's the thing. If it's skins and stuff, I don't. This sounds great, in my opinion. If it's all cosmetic, they're rewarding people that actually actively play the game with cosmetics. I don't see why anyone could be upset about that, in my opinion.
Does that make it okay if they're then now selling ships for money? If we're the ones that are building it, they're basically
But
playing a
that's a
middleman.
separate
Oh,
issue
no, no,
than this.
That's actually a really good question. Is it okay that they're functioning as a middleman? Because we can't actually just sell ships for money, because there's all kinds of different problems with that. But they're giving us a fake currency, or like our own reward, and then they can turn around and sell it for cash. That's the reason why they have it to sell it for cash. does that make the program okay? Because it's still built by a player.
Okay,
Does that make it okay?
I must not have understood the whole mechanic.
Yeah, I thought it
of
was
the
skin
situation,
related.
because what I heard was that you could get cosmetics through this thing, not sell
Right.
ships.
Right.
through
Yes.
it.
Right.
So
No.
what you're missing is
So the thing is,
part
though-
where they said that the IBC program, the Interbus Credit Program,
Yeah.
is going to be part of the buy players for players
Right. So players
portion
that are
of the thing.
actively playing.
So if you want to earn Interbus credits, you can, for example, build a retriever, fit a retriever, contract it to Interbus. Interbus will buy it and reward you with Interbus credits.
Oh.
They'll
And
then
those-
take that ship and then they'll sell it on the New Eden store for cash.
Okay.
Oh.
So that
In
is-
But it's
theory,
still built by
I'm
a
not
player.
sure if that's
So-
how it works, and maybe CCP Dragon can tell us a little bit more about it.
Oh, I'm sure he
so
won't.
I'm, so
Well, goddamn.
I'm gonna start off by saying I have heard about as much about this as you guys have. So like I'm going to take off my dev hat for just a moment and speculate alongside you guys as
Oh, yeah. I'll be
players.
I'll be careful with that one.
No,
That
it's
is
allowed.
it's super dangerous, and I know somebody's gonna be like, oh, he said this and he's deaf. But like, if what
Disclaimer.
Astrosity is saying, right, then that like that does sound pretty bad, and I think that you know there are some dangers with that, of course. However, he in the in what he was showing, and LB, I think you kind of touched on it a bit. He was saying that it was through your actions you can earn Interbus credits.
Right.
And earlier you said that you know Skyhawk said, can I buy this with ISK? And the answer was no, right? So if you can't buy this with ISK, I have to then say, is it possible for me to buy the ship from the market,
Ooh.
fit the ship with stuff that I've bought from the market, and then hand the ship in to that contract? Or is it going to figure out that I have to actually have produced it myself, etc., blah blah, put it together, put it in the contract, and then sell it? And I give you guys this from the developer's perspective, the designer's perspective, for now at least.
Ooh.
I don't think we can tell the difference at the very moment. So maybe he's planning on being able to tell the difference. On the one hand,
Maybe that's just he
Oh,
doesn't mean
boy.
like straight up ISK, but the market transaction enough is. But I just want to read this part from CCP Swift's response on the open letter to CCP on the current and former CSM blah 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 for the retriever pack, because this is his statement was throwaway. This statement is where I get most of my information from. Economic impact and the integrity of the player economy are a top priority. We have limited this pack to one per account and are closely monitoring its effect on the player market. One of the topics for FanFest is a new project that we're in the middle of developing. This will transform these and any future pack a paradigm where packs of this type will be supplied by players, ensuring that any ship we offer to new players through sales will have origins from an actual player work in New Eden, made for new players by veterans. This feature will not only supply each ship for the player base, but will allow the community to influence which ships will be put into the pack. Additionally, the CSM will now have a quarterly meeting to discuss specificity of these packs and other commerce topics.
So the big
I remember
pushback
this.
on the retriever pack was that they were magicking ships into the game
Right.
that weren't produced by players. And that's
Right.
why everybody pushed back so hard. on
Right.
it.
So is it
So
okay if CCP is just functioning as the middleman? That's the big question that I have.
It should be, because that was what we all interpreted when
contention,
CCP
sure.
Swift came out and said that. Was that
Hey,
we
if
build
that
the
makes it
ships,
okay, then I'm happy.
they would sell.
I'm more worried about other people getting yeah. If
But
that makes it okay for people, then awesome. Because I think
it's going to be whatever the reward is, right? So if the reward is not worth the ship, people aren't going to turn it in.
My fear is
Right.
people
And
figuring
if
out how to game the market, but the ideal is that if there's overproduction or overpopularity of X, Y, and Z, then they sell it as some sort of like, whatever wholesale
Right.
price, and
but
that
like
makes it where
This
people
the
so
players
get
aren't
rid
the
of it.
players aren't stupid. So when they come out and say, okay, we're going to give away a fucking Munin in the New Eden store for cash, they're going to go, no, that's not fucking balanced. We're not turning in Munins for IBC credits. That's
right,
ridiculous.
right.
Oh,
Some
that's
of them
funny.
will.
We can. You
Some
mean
of
we
them
can
won't.
we can boycott a turn-in in order to prevent a sale?
That's what it sounds like, right?
That's a
Like,
good point. That's a
the
really
players
solid
should
point.
have a say
On
in
the
what
other
they
hand-
what they're turning in and what they're not.
But
Well,
Well,
on
and
the
that
other
seemed to be
hand,
what he
what
was
about
implying.
but my
what about a
my
situation?
question with
And again,
this,
I'm still speculating.
well,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, if you got some, I had a question on the.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question with the whole turn in from ships from actual players, I love that idea, but my question is that those ships have to be bought, and they can't just be bought in like when a buyer is found. Maybe, I guess, but that would
Oh.
create a weird buy and sell order type of extra thing out there.
Creates like a floor or a ceiling.
Right. So it's you'd
For a
have to
certain
like
product.
sell your ship to CCP, and CCP would have to then sell to players itself. But my thing is that I don't know. That would cause a really weird dynamic in the market.
You're on to I think what I was gonna
Oh
have
yeah,
a
go
bit
for
of
it
a
then.
question
Yeah.
about. I think this is, and again, like I said, speculative on this one. What happens when like there's like, hey, we'll take turn-ins for this XYZ ship or whatever, and then a bunch of people start turning in that ship, and then essentially the bank is sitting on like 30 million of these ships, and then nobody's buying them from the store. Like,
Well,
what
that
does
mean you can
now
just
CCP's
you can have a
out
cutoff.
ISK, and they're in the negative ISK, which CCP could always just like create
That's
money.
the
but
thing.
you
They
don't
could
wanna
disappear them from the
Yeah, you can't just
But-
create
existence.
money because that's an ISK faucet. And
That sounds like a way to hedge
adds
inflation.
And there's already too many ISK faucets that like there is an economy to look out for. So like CCP can't just create ISK out of nowhere where it's not due. So they are beholden to like not just make money out of thin air unless they have to for rats and stuff like that. But sorry, go ahead, Dragon. I didn't mean to cut you off. You were still going.
No, I think Astrathi was about to say something.
Oh, Ash.
Well, I was saying that what I envisioned from that is simply like a series of filling bars, right? So like you can look at the various different options you have and how many of them they still need, and then when a bar fully finishes, then that triggers the sale, right?
Okay. Yeah. So again, I think a lot of this is so speculative because I wouldn't even know what to expect from this.
Yeah, we
kinda
find out
shit.
more tomorrow, thankfully.
And and I talk to this guy on a semi-regular basis. So like I'm like what? But he, it is something that apparently I kind of looking back on it, like, okay, he has been talking to people about this, and I think the right people for this kind of stuff. So he's been talking with our systems director and things like that. So design guys, and so there's a lot of probably good conversations going around on this one. But I have no idea what happens behind, every single thing going on in Eve. So I'm gonna be
How dare you,
watching
sir.
and really, but I'm gonna be like on the edge of my seat watching this tomorrow. It's gonna be.
I mean, there's plenty more to find out and learn, and hopefully we can keep our shit together for a little bit longer. I mean, us as the player base.
Sure.
So if I could flip on my own position before and look at the counter of it, I would say that like the good news is that we knew this news was coming. This was the thing I was dreading like the most out of this entire presentation, and it seems to be like potentially in the most make sensey version of it. If that makes, you know what I mean? Like we get some cool new effects, and here's the thing: because of the fact that they can directly tie it to money, even if we're not the ones giving them money, but it's the people they sell it to, that makes it easier for them to justify a shit ton of frivolous development on things like pretty visuals in order to make as a reward for it. You know what I mean? Like, it's always easier to justify a feature if you can tell the big brass that they're going to get money straight out of it.
Ain't that the
I
truth,
I
Jesus?
I see what you're saying. If this could incentivize development to just pumping out cosmetics, which would naturally take development time away from other areas of the game.
Ish.
Ish.
Yeah.
Because
Art
There
can
are
be rough.
obviously bifurcated departments that handle these things.
Yeah, it's not going to be like the
If you
people making
expand
the
upon a
music.
department just for art, then
That's obviously not what I meant.
Is
But
it obvious?
the art department, you guys know what I'm saying. You guys are smart. Come on.
Come on now. You
Marvel
I
so
shouldn't.
much credit
I
for that.
shouldn't. I shouldn't have to explain myself ever.
But it looks like they've got
Yeah,
some
don't.
cool stuff going, man. Like
So
some of those
the
stuff's
thing
awesome.
is, the thing about art, and this is something that I experience, and I like to share this with people, is that folks like Merker will just be like, hey, check out this video, and like any one of those videos that you guys saw today on stage is what I'll receive in my inbox, and I'll be like, okay, I'll take a look at it. And he's kind of like, I have to imagine he's over at his desk sitting at the edge of his chair like, is there some way that we can make this really cool and use it in anything? Like just put it out there, please. Because like he's just so excited to share all of the really cool stuff that he's done, and they're doing these kinds of explorations all the time, trying to like push the boundaries of what they can do. And a lot of times nowadays it's them asking game design, when can I see this in the game? When are you guys going to make this, the next big thing or whatever? And it's heartbreaking to be like, I don't know.
Sure.
So like if this results in kind of those sorts of things of like, oh man, yeah, this is great, because it becomes like as you guys kind of have pointed out, like maybe this becomes the way that like it fuels these cosmetics, and well, hey, great. I mean, I'm all for it. But yeah, I think a lot of it just is going to depend on what gets said tomorrow for the most part.
Okay.
I didn't mean to poo-poo on the
What do
on
you
the
think will get
everything's
said
pretty.
tomorrow?
I honestly
at
don't know if we could come out and just be like, did I say anything about it? I didn't say anything about that.
I just
So
want to
today we're
say
gonna be
I
talking
didn't
about
say you
questions.
said anything about it.
when
I
we
just want to know
when
what
we
you think will be said tomorrow.
well, I just
No,
want to
that's what
point
I'm
out.
saying. Is like
I'm
I think
totally
that he's just gonna like maybe do something completely crazy. I don't know, man.
Tomorrow,
I respect
seven
that. And I
seven
respect
out
you coming on.
7 hours from now is CCP Rattati's presentation for Eve as a Living Universe, and
And
I'm
Dragon
personal-
could be asleep.
Let's drink.
Yeah,
Let's drink
so
all night,
I
and
won't.
then we'll
I'm
do a drunken
I'm just gonna say,
post stream of it.
Dragon, I
drunken
hope to
viewing
God
party.
for your own sake that you are asleep during Rattati's presentation.
We're not allowed to co-stream
What?
it.
Whoa,
No.
guy.
I know.
Whoa, guy. That's not
I,
very
I'm
nice.
I'm gonna
I hate to
I
be the
wouldn't be
wake boy.
awake by then,
be there.
anyways.
I woke up at 3:30 in the morning.
I've been up. I got up at 6:30 a.m. Eastern time so that I could watch the welcoming ceremony and all the stuff this morning.
Here's the thing. I think everybody's presentation deserves people to watch it.
Amen.
I'm not telling anybody to stay up later or wake up early or anything, but
Well, if you don't mind me
we'll have
plugging a little
critiques.
bit,
everybody's is worth watching, and we'll go from there.
do you mind if I plug something really quick?
Go.
Plug
So
away.
what I've been doing, what I do is basically as soon as the stream goes down from CCP, I go live just before it, and then as soon as they go down, so the VOD's available, I start a replay and we go through it as U.S. time zone. So that's what we did today, and everybody had a good old time. So we'll be doing the same thing tomorrow. We'll go through all of the panels one by one. And who
we
knows?
good
Maybe
with
we'll have an
the,
hour-long interview with Dragon again. Who knows?
Are we good with the IBC heraldry alliance skins stuff? Can we move on to the next big bullet point?
I'll get excited
The
when it
heraldry
hits
stuff looks
DQ.
so good, though.
I want to see my
That's what I
snowflake on
What- what-
everything.
Oh,
It's
What's it
So,
going to
hold
take
on,
for you to
hold on.
be
it's
excited
visually
for it?
amazing, but how you're earning it is kind of sus.
so yeah, it could, yeah, potentially. So I will say this one thing. In the art panel, they went over some other stuff, and there's one with this effect with what they call the snake hat, where it was like a vexor, but it was like a cobra was coiled up on top of it as a
But it was a
hologram, and I was just like,
hologram. It was
oh my
really cool.
fucking god!
Yeah.
I don't care.
Cool.
I will build every retriever so you can sell it for cash. I don't give a shit. I want the snake hat.
Well, there you go. There you go,
Okay.
Dragon.
Economy
Just put-
ruined.
put that-
Snake hats for everyone. Enjoy.
Put that in an internal memo. We got it figured.
And it's still no cat ears.
What were we talking
issue
about?
two?
I was just saying, like, for movie night tonight, I'm settled on Uncharted. We're doing that.
Are you doing that? Is that based on the
Dude,
game?
It's I don't. It
Of
probably
course not.
is, but it's probably loosely. But here's the thing: it's got Mark Wahlberg, and it also has Tom Holland.
Mark Wahlberg from like the fame of Wahlburgers?
Like Marky Mark.
Yeah.
No, Marky Mark.
Marky Mark. Is
Marky
in
Mark
it,
from what?
And also Tom Holland.
Marky
Spider-
Mark and the Funky Bunch.
The
Oh,
yeah,
who
Marky
are
Mark
they?
and the Funky
Familiar?
Bunch, and also the best Spider-Man, Tom Holland, is in it as well. You can't go
That
wrong with,
young
and
cat
it's
with
also
England?
it's also Uncharted. I mean, like,
Can I just say he's also the sexiest Spider-Man?
you know what?
You didn't like
Yeah.
George Clooney
Is
as
he
Spider-Man?
is he pretty good looking?
He got
George
great
George
Clooney
booty.
is
Clooney was a
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. What the
George
fuck?
Clooney.
Just
George
saying-
Clooney played the
just
best
saying,
Spider-Man.
Tom Holland has the best booty in the Spider-Man outfit. That's all I'm saying.
Was that Spider-Man and Spider Junior?
I mean, like,
What was
what,
the other one?
what's the meme Spider-Man? He's actually probably my favorite.
Danny DeVito.
No, that's the Penguin.
A cartoon.
No, there's a meme of Danny DeVito in a
Oh no,
Spider-Man.
no! I mean,
costume.
like the movie, the first Spider-Man movies that were like ridiculous.
Sam
Tobey
Raimi,
Maguire?
Tobey Maguire.
Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, those
You
those
talking
were
shit
good.
on
Those
MJ?
were good.
Ah,
in
I
Tobey-
liked-
those
I
were
liked
good
the
in
Sam
Tobey
Raimi
Maguire's
Spider-Man.
fashion, but you know what? Tom
Those were good
Holland-
in the early
Tom
2000s
Holland is the
before
best
we knew
serious, is the best serious Spider-Man. Just
Tom
saying.
Holland-
So Tom
he
Holland
super
does the
serious?
best job of being good at both Peter Parker and Spider-Man. That's what he mastered.
I've got it. Tom Holland fits perfectly in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Spider-Man. I don't think Tobey Maguire or any of the
Yes,
others
he
would
does.
fit.
You're right.
I don't think they would fit the tone that the MCU is going for. Tom Holland
Here's
fits
the thing.
in the MCU.
I 100% agree with that take.
I wish I could go see a movie and not worry about like 12 other movies as to how it
Can you
aligns
guys-
with any fucking
Can I?
Oh, you're going to the movie? Here's a book.
But
Read
can
it
I-
first.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not a
I
fan.
love-
Can
I'm
I-
pretty salty.
I love
I-
world building though.
Can
Like
I-
that? That's
To
world
each their
building
own.
for me.
Can
Can
you?
I?
Can you?
Can I
Can
talk
you?
about a movie?
Can you?
No.
No.
Manic
I'll
philosophy.
bite you.
You sir have the floor.
I want everybody to get online right now, go to fucking Fandango or whatever you got to do. Get tickets to go see Everything Everywhere All at Once.
That looked really good.
It is
That looks
amazing.
really good.
Which one?
It's called Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, right. Yeah. You're talking about this. Yeah.
It
It was
is
a foreign film. It
so
looks
Porn film?
really
damn-
well
It's
done.
not a porn film.
Foreign film.
It's not a foreign
From a-
film.
Is it
It's not
not?
a no.
You
it
had
just
my
has
interest for a moment, sir.
it just has Japanese or it just has Chinese actors.
I'm kidding.
Oh,
It's
I
not
I
it's
thought
not
there
a
was a
foreign
bit where it
film.
was like translated. I'm sorry.
No. I
Okay.
mean, they speak Chinese, but you get subtitles.
I loved
but
Crouching Tiger, Hidden
it is-
Dragon.
It's probably my favorite movie of the year. I'm not gonna say too much about it because it's the kind of movie that you can't really talk about without spoiling it.
You
But
saw it?
it is a great movie. There's so many themes of Zen Buddhism and nihilism and stoicism, maybe a little bit, that it totally resonated with me. So I want
now you-
everybody to
now you
see
got
this
my
movie.
attention.
It's so good.
Put it out as like an internal memo, Dragon.
And like if you go to watch the trailer, maybe watch the trailer, but don't read go in blind. Don't
I would-
research the movie.
I would support that. I watched the trailer only, but I would not want to know anymore.
The trailer makes it look goofy. It's a lot deeper than the trailer lets on. It's so good, guys. Go see that
It
movie.
looks heavy. Honestly,
It's so good.
I think it's definitely looks like it's gonna be good.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Movie night tonight. I've already decided it's gonna be Uncharted. It looks good to me.
Okay.
I want to watch it. So now I'm not rushing it. I'm just saying, like, once we're done with the stream tonight, we'll go to that.
I'm thinking I'm ready to go.
All I'm
but
gonna say, I wasn't gonna stay up late. Now I want to stay up late.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
LB, what was
It's
the
a
next
weekend.
bullet point?
Like,
Can I show
do you
off
got
my
going on
tattoo
tomorrow?
before we go?
Because in the morning,
Hey,
Drayden, I want to
nice tattoo.
watch. I want to
My
watch
first tattoo.
CCP Rattati's presentation
right, yeah,
live.
there's that. But it's the weekend. You have nothing else going on the week except for like Mother's Day on Sunday because you love your mom, right?
I live 6
I
hours
forgot
from
about
my
that,
mother,
but-
so like
I
I'm
live-
calling my mother.
I live 20 minutes from my mom. I'm going over there for a barbecue dinner, so I will.
Yep.
And then also, my sister's a mom now. My sister-in-law is a mom now, and so I have like a triple Mom's Day tomorrow for me, I guess.
That
My-
doesn't
my-
count.
My Mother's
I just,
Day.
It
I'm gonna tell
does
everybody I'm in
in my
Iceland.
family. Apparently, anyone that has a kid has Mother's Day. So
My Mother's Day plans involve
you don't
calling
have
my
to-
mom.
The Mother's Day?
they're not my mom, but they are a quote-unquote mother, and therefore I have to celebrate their Mother's Day.
That seems like a real easy
You're
bar.
not my
That's
real
how
mom.
that's how my family works. Like if you are a mother,
Jesus
your Mother's
Christ. If
Day.
that worked on Father's Day, I would never fucking stop opening presents.
I know.
Double
Yeah, it sounds like
standard.
bullshit, Drayden.
What am I going to do with
I-
all these ties?
I feel like it's a
Can you defend this?
I feel like it's a shame
Oh, more
tactic.
socks.
I feel like it's a
I'm
shame
gonna-
tactic by
I'm gonna
my
sign
mom
off
on
for the
me
night.
and my
Thanks,
younger brother
guys.
because we don't have kids, and she wants to shame us
I-
into having kids. Like, why don't you celebrate Father's Day?
We'll fall
Listen,
for it. Good,
It's like,
good
because
night,
I don't want
everybody.
fucking kids, Mom. Sorry,
Good
I
night,
don't want
Simon.
kids. They're a
Bye.
fucking handful.
Hi,
I don't
hi,
want them.
Manic.
James.
Oh, we just lost someone. Did I offend someone by
Manic.
not wanting
Manic,
kids?
ran up
no,
a Manic.
Yeah, you
Manic,
talked to
you've pissed Manic off.
You were
Manic's
talking
pissed.
so much
How-
shit.
he's like, you know what?
Dare you.
Oh, how dare you not want children?
Fuck you.
That's what he said.
What an asshole.
And you were just ranting
Word
right
for
over.
word.
The next bullet point. on
Good
the
thing I have his
Kino.
overlay to fix the names, which I actually don't have to fix only one.
The next bullet
So they-
point is
They marched out CCP Aurora. God bless her.
God bless.
Hero of the
They-
day.
And they made her talk about something called factional warfare.
I've heard of it.
It's
Yep.
a myth.
So there's changes coming to faction warfare, which is kind of something that we sort of predicted coming up. Anyways, I think most
We
people
were
did
hoping
anyways.
for, I think. People
Yeah, yeah. There was a lot of like hints and insinuations, and then now we get like, yeah, it's a thing.
incidents,
So,
allegations.
There we go. Updating
I do
factional
not
warfare.
have strong feelings one way or the other about this. What's the next bullet point?
Oh,
Well,
shit.
there you go.
Whoa.
Dragon
Whoa.
says skip it.
He back.
He said skip it.
We're gonna
What
skip
are you
it. Really?
talking about?
Wow.
Dragon said he has no strong feelings.
All right, I'm out. No.
Said skip it.
So the thing
I
about
have very strong feelings.
so the thing about the faction warfare system is that we cannot interpret it as a tweak or a balance or a change to faction warfare. Like I've heard like, well, as long as they tax LP or, like the little fixes like here or there that we always talk about. This ain't that. Like this is whole cloth, a brand new mechanic filling in that role. Now pieces will still probably be there like plexes and stuff, but the frontline system is a totally new thing. They said there's totally new sites, the different systems function differently. And they also said that faction warfare is going to be the primary avenue by which they drive the story. So like right now, faction warfare is just this forever war that you participate in to,
Based
press
on LP
bacon.
costs.
Yeah, press bacon or press button, receive bacon, basically, right? Whereas now it's going to be these empires. This goes into that living universe thing. So the empires now have objectives and goals and resources, and faction warfare becomes the force by which empires get shit done. And so that is incredibly exciting to me because that's basically what faction warfare guys, like the real faction warfare guys, have been asking for. You don't join you join faction warfare because you want to work for the faction. Like, tell me what to do. I want to do it. I want to advance your goals. I want to kill your enemies. I want to get shit done for you.
Down with Caldari. Exactly. That's what we've all been saying all this time.
We got to save Intaki, guys. Like this is not a joke.
Wait, was it
I'm
down
already
with,
thinking
with
about it.
Sorry, we
Caldari or
want
is
to
it down
nuke
with Concord? I
Kentucky?
can't remember.
I heard
mean,
we went to
a
New
little of
Kentucky,
both.
right?
Damn the man.
Right. Okay. Right.
Concord is
I-
the Concord is the true enemy of all Empyreans. But also Amar has like infiltrated Eden. Eden
Also,
Common is
Caldari kinda
Eden
pieces
Common
of
is an
shit.
Amar plot. So you know.
I,
You know, it's
I
okay to admit
heard
that.
Wait,
Concord
wait,
is
wait,
the
wait, wait.
best. Concord is number
First,
You don't
Concord
fly
is
for
the enemy of all
Concord.
true. Concord is the true enemies of all
Sorry.
Empyreans.
I'm having trouble hearing Malkuth Toronto. What did he say earlier? I missed that.
which part, Amar Victor or that Concord should be gotten rid of?
All right. The first one, but nice. All right.
Eden Common is an Amar plot.
Everything
Wait,
is
what?
an Amar plot, and they're
You didn't know
all
that?
So,
holy plots.
so what we're saying here is it's a complete redo of factional warfare, which makes, and the way that they have the factions set up is that you can participate with in factional warfare from anywhere without leaving your corp or your
Right.
alliance. You can
So
just
this
pledge
yeah.
your
pretty huge.
allegiance to the Gal Mill forever. And
So this is huge
Very
because this is not just faction warfare too. So I talked about this a little bit on my stream, but like, so the way standings works now is what you do determines what standings you get, right? If you go kill Edencom guys, you get trig stuff. If you go do corps for the, missions for this corp, you get standings for that corp. With affiliations, you say that you're doing things on behalf of this person, this group, and as long as it's any of their objectives, you are gaining standing in that group's thing. So it's not like you do the one thing to get standings. It's now I am a Galente dude. So when I go and do stuff,
am a
I'm
Galente dude.
gaining stuff with Galente, regardless of what I'm doing. As long as
I
it
mean,
towards
I
their
think that-
interests.
Just me breathing air and talking shit about Caldarius. Like, I feel like it's mostly applicable.
That is huge when it comes to
Right.
making
It
the
should- it
standing
feels
system make
huge.
any sense.
I talked
But-
to
you're doing
that's
more
the
than
thing.
most of Gal Mill is when you're doing that.
Oof.
Oh.
So the thing is though, like, if what Galente wants you to do is breathe and talk shit about Caldari, and that's one of their objectives, just doing it doesn't really do much. Like, it doesn't get you any standings, it doesn't get you anything. But then when you say I'm allied to Galente and then you do it, then Galente's like, money, you have money, have loyalty points, have and they're going to be the ones showering you with gifts and rewards and things like that, because they were like, that was one of our objectives, man. I'm so glad you're on our side.
They agree. Caldari is shit. I agree.
No.
That makes total
I'm
sense.
sorry.
The idea of like this
I
then
like
I'm
being-
sorry
Gaming.
about that.
this then becoming
Nice
part
and
of like the
good.
pirate factions or the Triglavians. Like, so here's the thing. They said specifically that you might not be able to, or they might reject you if you don't qualify. So, like-
I became Caldari because I wanted to be an oppressive, oligarchic corporate
Yeah,
overlord.
you're a
By
piece
the way,
of shit. I told you
not
this.
not to skip ahead,
Got
but
it,
that
dude.
Caldari video made me suddenly very scared of the Caldari. Like
I haven't
halfway through
watched
that,
it
when
yet.
they're all
As
sitting there
you
with like
should be.
soldiers, I was like, "Holy shit, they're the fucking stormtroopers, man!" These
Astronaut, they hate freedom. Just
it,
Yeah.
they do have a we're the baddies
don't
vibe
like
in that video, man. I'm telling
Financial
you,
freedom.
dude.
they don't even like
Just-
financial freedom.
Just watch the video, man. Like it's not about financial freedom. It's about a
Can we
bunch of
watch it on
foot soldiers
stream?
marching
You
in
can. You have
in
those
formation.
special-
I mean, I do have the power. I
That's
haven't
a power
watched.
you possess.
I haven't watched this video yet. Now I'm.
You got to
tempted.
remember, they're not just
Just play it.
businessmen; they're also fascists.
Oh, okay. I'm not a fascist, but
They're
I like.
They have an authoritarian
Yeah,
meritocracy.
it sounds like you differ
Ah.
from them in philosophical
I mean, like I
beliefs.
differ
Drayden.
from them in
and
like,
it's not too late.
No,
they're
so hold on. First of all,
Republicans.
none of the empires are good people. Like let's not like look for the
None of
good
them
one,
are,
okay?
You just bite your tongue right there.
But in make believe, I like to be a corporate oppressor. But in real
Well, there you
life, that's awful, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you just got to
this
make a
is
choice.
role play. This is role play.
I'm just saying,
which
like,
way are you gonna go with it?
I've read all of this stuff about
I
the
don't
Caldari and how
really
they
want
are,
to be an oppressive corporate.
but it wasn't until
oligarch.
that
How do you
video.
sleep at night being Caldari, Drayden?
Oh my god.
How do you
So-
sleep at night?
Piles of
Either
money.
way, I like the idea that somebody will have to like work towards, like, if I want to become
No, but at the
Triglavian,
same time,
I
you
go
know,
and get the standings with them, and
my-
then I'm allowed to join and be glorified.
Here's the thing. It's not my decision. My cat pet determines my lifestyle.
Oh,
and
you have-
my cat pet requires a mansion,
What is even happening
litter
right
box, and it also requires at least 10 hours outdoors. And then he also requires, 10 hours of pets. I can only provide 2
Look,
hours.
you're
of
looking at
pets.
20 hours.
I can
right
only
there.
provide 2 hours of pets a day.
Poor
That
guy.
means I have to hire someone to provide 8 hours of pets a day.
Jordan, that sounds like quite the
Cats are
conundrum.
people love cats, but cats are ruthless in
Are,
their
are cats
demands.
inherently
The
Caldari?
cats are
Cats are
murder ninjas.
inefficient.
Yeah, apparently.
You must now get rid of the cat for the good of the
I
corporation.
feel like they're Caldari.
Shh. If he hears you say that,
You know, if those
I'm
were
just saying.
Galente cats,
Well,
they
yeah,
would be
you want freedom, you want
comfortable.
Galente. If you want cats, you want to be in
hears you
Galente.
say
That's all I'm
that-
saying.
No. No.
Your cat has been scheduled to become biofuel. Please turn in your cat immediately.
Drayden, your cat is not going to make it. I'm sorry. Like, it's needed by the state for better
I'm not
purposes.
gonna make it. My cat will make it. Wait, we lost the camera. My cat got to someone. My cat. See, my cat.
I think the state decides that
Okay,
your cat is necessary to fuel the machine.
Listen, we're so close to the end. Can we hold it together?
Let's do this.
Let's hold it together.
Guys, I
We're
gotta
past
actually
the end.
add on to
breath.
this.
Let's take
to
a
the
deep
police.
breath.
Fine.
LB,
We're
lead the
almost to
ship.
the end. We're
Just
almost to the end.
Just drive us
No,
away.
we can do this. Just a few more. Just hold on.
One of the
Aurora had one of the best lines from the keynote. She said, I think if I can quote it correctly, you guys spend a lot of time docked up. Like a lot of time. It's a
And
problem.
that's a problem.
You should undock.
Hi,
That's-
we're
that to
making
me is
pretty
hilarious.
dodgy face.
What's
We're-
that
Apparently,
like?
people like spinning their ships.
What
I don't
is
get
that-
it, but
what
sure.
is it like to undock?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You have some good times.
I do my best when I'm undocked, like statistically. I also do my worst when I'm undocked, statistically.
So you just do yourself when you're undocked.
I do really good and really bad if I'm exposed in space. That's what I've found so far.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm
not
still doing
exposed
studies.
yourself?
I'm trying to figure it out. You know, I'm sure there's a correlation somewhere, but
So really,
I
that
think
was
it's
like
important. Sorry,
that
go ahead.
really was like the end of the keynote, and then the very end they show the roadmap and the timeline until next FanFest. Road to 20th birthday, it's called, where they lay out where all these changes are going to land somewhere in the next 365 days. And that's the end of it. Are you guys tracking any of that, or am I the only
When a
one?
leap year?
I will
Yeah.
track it. No, I'm not.
Okay. So the reason why
And
my
one of the
one
things-
word reaction to this was underwhelmed was because there was no earth-shattering, groundbreaking stuff.
There's no
Like
content.
there was
right?
there was
As it was said.
right. There was the what was at the beginning? The fucking attributes
There
being
was
removed.
darkness. in
That
the
was
beginning,
good.
and then there was light. I think.
Sure, there's a little bit of
Right? We asked for the attributes to be removed for like a
Oh,
million
that.
years, and
Yeah,
then they
that-
removed the
that-
attributes, and we were like, okay, good, great, that's
those were
fine.
some gimmies, right?
That beginning.
We asked for factional warfare to be fixed, and they said, okay, yeah, we're going to
Those
tear
were
it down and build it
gimmies.
back up again.
Yeah.
Okay, we've been asking for that, cool. But like, there's been no, there's
What's
no
the new
Flavor in
thing?
that.
huge
That's just
So-
pure
earth shot.
vodka.
Like, you're just giving us the things that we've asked for, or you're fixing things that were previously broken.
Where's the kaboom? So
Where's the kaboom,
problem
did you
is
say?
yeah. There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. No. All right. So
Oh,
Right.
It was very high pitched.
I think that there is a missing. The problem is that they kind of suggested it towards the end, but it went by real fast, which is that whole thing about the lore and everything.
That's how explosions.
The
Right.
problem is that
The living universe is going to
yeah,
be.
they said
broken.
that they're not going to be able to. They're not going to tell us ahead of time. It's going to play out, and so that means that they didn't have anything to show, right? Like, and I'm not saying that that's the correct way to do it, but I can see why they ended up in that problem because the meat that we would be looking for is the very
Versus
things that they're
potato.
trying to play out through this new story, and they want to show us how effective it is. So they need to have it for this story. So they can't tell it now, but now they haven't said anything. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a nasty situation.
Especially
Being
with
speaking
the
to
I think
himself.
that people
with the
I think when people logged
Triangle
in
ships.
after the shoot, man, it is so late. I'm so tired. I'm so sorry. But when people logged in after the downtime and they found that the event had changed, right? Like I don't think that Loki could have done any better than basically just sort of like point at that. like that could have explained his point better than some of the stuff that he said there, maybe.
You're
Actually,
talking
can I
about this
jump on
current
that?
event with like
Yeah.
capsulator content and like people running the sites in certain ship, and then they found out it
No,
was
no, 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 no.
difficult.
See, a lot of people don't even know that this happened.
Wait,
today.
wait, give me just a second. I'm asking him that question.
Can you shoot the question again? Sorry.
Sorry. So you mentioned like people logging in and experience changing. Did you mean that in regards to like the current event?
Yeah. So, actually, I bet Ashtaroth could probably explain it better than I can right now, since it's like 4:00 in the morning. But
Boom.
Sure.
uh,
So basically, what happened was this morning, the second half of the event turned on. So
okay.
when the first event
I read
happened,
about that.
the first half of the event, we were just working for Concord, whatever. Well, during the presentation, we get broken in by this shady figure who's representing this deathless thing. And so, the pirates themselves contacted us and said, screw those Concord guys, help us. And so now when you log in, you can choose
the
which
side,
sides
right.
you are, and you get a different track. It does reset your progress. So, but now there is both normal sites and, impounded sites where you can fight Sorrow. So that's what I've been doing all day.
Okay.
so then my question is, why didn't he just like point at that and be like, "Go do it, go get it, guys"?
So
and part of it is because like everybody's at FanFest, like it doesn't fit with telling everybody, "Hey, enjoy FanFest. Oh, by the way, we just put in some new content that you guys are gonna miss." Ha ha ha. Oh,
I think
ouch.
I think it's also a big piece of like he wanted it to be cool, right? Like because the thing cuts in and makes the broadcast, and then he's like, "Oh," and then goes on to the next thing. Like if he steps out of it and then explains, "Okay, now there's another half of the thing." Like I think he was just hoping that the actual break-in and the call to arms by the dude would be enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Communication is a big problem at CCP. I've been saying that for a while.
No, don't you
You
say
don't
that.
have.
What?
Don't you
No.
say that.
I mean,
Dragon, you are here as a testament to that is not the case.
no.
Fair point.
If there is, there is. I'm saying.
And we respect the hell out of you.
Slowly breaking barriers. But anyways, I was I love Loki's stuff, man. He couldn't have picked a better dev name. Let me put it that way. And I love him for it, man. He's so good. He comes up with a lot of this stuff where he's like, "Oh man, I want to do this, I want to do that," and throw drifter death balls at people. Like, wait, why that person? That's a huge fuck you to that guy. Like, poor guy.
Fuck
But
that guy.
it's like, but because chaos,
Because it's funny,
I
bro.
swear he sounds like that sometimes. Where he's
It's
just
like
because
he's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, he really had it coming.
Because then they'll all wonder why.
But he's great, and the thing is that like this is the kind of stuff that we expect from him, and is some of the stuff that is true. Like he's it's not like he's doing this and he's just testing it out for the first time. We've done this before. Things like the Triglavian alphabet stuff that he did leading up to the invasions and things like that. Like he didn't do it by himself, and he definitely like wasn't the only mastermind behind all of it, but he like that's if there's something that I can point at that says Loki all over it to me, like that's it right there. So I mean, that's really cool. It's awesome that he's doing this kind of stuff, and it's so cool that it's there. It's just that sometimes it's really hard to show that that's what is happening, is that like, hey, we're trying to seed the world with these secret things that god damn it, I just gave it away. Like, right, like how does that sound? Oh, that sounds worse.
I will say one thing. So I've never been to FanFest, but I will say this one thing. I've been to about probably 6 eVegases. and it comes down to this. Like, it's always an event that I get excited for. Sorry for my slurring, but I'm saying, it's a fun event, and you expect releases that you're not unlooked for. But here's the thing: when it comes down to what comes out, when you're there in person, it's much more exciting than what you see online. And so here's the thing with the online presentations, you have to do those, right? You have to do them because you don't want to exclude everyone that doesn't show up to the event. But it sounds like a lot of people are like, oh, this is like, because they're expecting like, the sun and the moon, right? Whereas the people at the event, they're there to hang out, have fun, and go to the event and see what's released. And I understand they want to see some new shit, so there might be some letdowns based on what people are expecting. I don't know, but most of the events I've been to is like, okay, this is what they're releasing. That's fun and all, but like, you're just there to have fun with the event. And then I don't know, like when you're there in person for the stuff, it's actually just, it has an extra factor of it than it does when you watch it online. I don't know how to explain it. It's like if you watch a concert online as opposed to being like in the crowd up front in the concert of the thing being presented. There's just something different. So like when you see the people like coming online, like just like naysaying shit, like, oh, blah, not impressive. It's like, but you aren't there. So I might be biased in that fact, but like when I see people like just haggling in the chat, and I'm not saying it's like, you can have your expectations of the game that you want, but I'm just like when I see people doing the excessive haggling in chat, like when I'm watching it, like I know that I've been to events.
Does he mean heckling?
He means heckling.
Yes.
Heckling.
Okay,
not,
cool.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, heckling. Not
No
sorry.
problem, no problem.
Haggling is
Sorry,
like
sorry.
bartering. Just anyway. Heckling. Yes.
Yeah. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. But anyway, I'm like, when I see that shit, like when I look at the other recordings of the things that I was at, I was like, I had way more fun watching that. I enjoyed myself during that. But then you watch like the Twitch recording, it's like, oh, there's so many like trolls just posting shit. So the thing is, like, in my opinion, is like, yes, you have these like naysayers that post shit, but then you also have people like, oh, I like this. So it's hard to actually judge what the community thought is in general on that, because I've been to these events where it looks like it's unanimously negative, and it actually turns out pretty positive. So I don't know. It's hard to say.
But it's also hard to say from the perspective of like the people who are there as well, because sometimes like, well, you were there, you paid how much to fly there, you paid how much for hotels.
True.
Are you sure you're not just biased because sunk cost fallacy or something like that? Like how much is that true too? So I don't know. I'm watching it from home just like you guys, but I have a very different perspective. I was super hyped coming into today, and I was not disappointed because my hype was from the perspective of I've got a big mouth and I love to talk about all of this shit, and we've been under basically like almost like NDA. Like we're not allowed to say these words on social media.
I just want to say I have never had a CCB dev like try to barge onto my stream before. Like usually I can like convince him or whatever, but like he's like, oh man, we need to talk, and I was like, whenever you want. He's like, I'm available right now. I'm like, all right, let's do this. Like he totally initiated it. He was chomping at the bit.
What a guy.
I love talking about this stuff. The thing is, like when we did the the last fan fest, I like the two parts that I enjoyed the most out of that fan fest was the roundtable discussions. It's just it's so like you get all different views, just like these types of discussions that you guys have. Like you get all sorts from all different angles, the trolls, the sarcasm, the pros, the cons, everything, and it's hilarious, it's fun, it's a great time. And then the second part that I really loved about FanFest was going on the pub crawl with people and just being like, let's be open about it. Like this, like we have been today of like, well, what do you think? What do you think is coming out of this? And there's still some damper on like what we can and cannot say because there are still announcements, still things that they want to talk about tomorrow that they want to be the first to talk about those things that we haven't really kind of come out with. And I temper expectations on that because I don't think any of it is like the
Is it
big
going to be the
kaboom,
biggest
because otherwise
content?
they would have.
Sorry.
Are you not trying to sell the Jesus feature just this moment?
So, but why wouldn't they have announced that at the keynote? Why wouldn't they have already talked
I don't
about
know.
that in those places? So, I think what we're going to see
Closing
tomorrow
ceremony. And the expansion's
is,
name is?
I don't know about that. No comment. I'm sorry. That's the what I've been taught.
Dragon, you're doing fine.
Nice.
Keep going.
Hero.
But the thing that I think that I'm sort of looking forward to is the details of what has been announced so far, because those are some of the more fun bits for me, because those are the things that we go, hey, the devil is in the details. And you know
Oh, the
what,
devil's in the details.
so some of these details have not been ironed out as much as like we would hope they would be by this point. But because the thing is, we haven't been able to talk about these things for a while, even though we've been working on them. And so like it's time to flood us with feedback. And I think that there's a lot of other things that are kind of distracting from these conversations that we're going to want to have in like the next 2 weeks, 2 months, etc., that are going to help us out so much, and that I'm just personally looking forward to. So I'm just so hyped for this, man. I don't know.
So the question though that I have is not is the devil in the details, but is the Jesus feature in the details?
Of course it is. It's Jesus.
I would hope so.
He turns water into wine. Like, what are you asking right now?
Oh boy. I mean, I want wine.
Exactly. I mean, it's clear. You know, we all want wine, so like that's where it is.
Well, no, the wine's not clear. The water is, but the wine.
Well, sure. The water was clear, and now the wine is. So that's all you needed.
What if it's white wine?
That means.
Or what if it's water wine?
Let's hope it's a summer day for some people, I guess.
Well, I mean, it is, man.
Let's just drink red wine all the time, and we'll be fine.
I don't like red wine.
But you could, if you gave it a chance.
What if we make sangria with the wine?
And also we should.
I'm gonna go get wine.
What if we just make
Cognac? Turn the wine into cognac?
and then you cut out.
I would just like leave it open until someone filled the space on purpose.
So a question in chat was,
What if we just
last
allowed
year was
grapes
not
to
enough
get
feedback?
old and delicious, and get us fucked up on a minor level? Sorry, go
What
ahead.
was the question from chat you were wanting?
Yeah.
The question was from Hippie Grenade. Last year was not enough feedback. So a lot of that feedback fed into some of the decisions being made, but now we're going, did we get that right or wrong? Like we want more feedback on the stuff that we're now pushing towards, right? Like it's an iterative process. We're not going to just be like, well, you said this, so we did this, and then that's it. Well, I mean, some devs do that, but I hope not
Sure.
I hope no one around me does that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's iterate on it until we hit the right mark for as many people as possible. Now, not all of these features are aimed at everybody, and that's just the unfortunate reality of game development. And so not everybody's going to be happy with everything that we do, and we understand that. So we have to make decisions on that. We have to prioritize certain things, and that's just it's part of what comes with the territory.
What was that movie Medic was talking about it earlier?
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yeah, like why can't you just do that?
Oh man,
I can't. I can't. And I apologize. I was trying to be silly.
I'm just
No. Like that is a great meme to like send around the office. Be like,
Yes.
oh guys, can we add this? And then like put the movie in there.
Look, guys. You walk into a meeting. You're like, let's just fix this. Let's just do everything, everywhere, all at once. And then you're like suitcases around the curb.
Heresy.
I really appreciate you coming on, Dragon. Like, I think you're very interesting to speak to, and I appreciate you coming on.
I came from Astrothi's raid, and like I was like, oh,
saw that.
hang out, say hi from the raid, because that's the polite thing to do. And then
I don't trust those
I am
guys.
going to bed, and then like I listened to you guys for literally like 1 minute and went, oh man, what if I've been missing this? Like another one I gotta follow, another one I gotta watch your VODs, and oh man.
I mean, one of the reasons why I come on this show is because it is really good discussions quite often. And so, as soon as I saw it was live, I was like, oh, no, I'm not even looking for anything else. This is what we're reading tonight.
This is a different demographic for sure.
I'm actually not a fan.
It's not night and day by any
means. It was like, I got to be on and see this show. This is going to be great. Also, I really like the fact that we've got like CCP Darwin and tonight CCP Dragon with us, because that's the kind of like two-way communication and frank discussion that we've kind of been missing, like over the whole. Like, I remember when I first started doing these events many years ago, there was a lot more of that camaraderie between like the players, the community, and CCP. And that fell the fuck off and was one of the reasons for me quitting the game.
I mean, I guess that's rough. I don't want to think that access to devs is a reason to stay in the game, but
no, it's.
I commend the fact that this being a smaller community than most, that you actually can find access to the devs via tonight.
I wouldn't say it's required, but it's definitely something to appreciate.
It's very appreciative.
Right.
Like I think it's really cool.
Although, let me see if I can expand on Malkuth's point there. Let me see if maybe I can just expand it for a little bit. Losing access like this with the devs isn't what made you quit, but it is what made some of the dev decisions change over time, and sort of, for lack of a better way of putting it, lose touch with the player base, and turned into maybe not great decisions being made over time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's decisions. That's more of what I mean. Like there was a lot of things that led into me in me quitting the game, not quitting the community, because I absolutely love everybody involved. It was just like over the time, the tone and the two-way interaction became a bit more one-way, with instead of being asked a question and we give feedback and vice versa, it was more tonally that we were being told, hey, this is what we're doing, enjoy it or else, or not. And I like seeing actual devs just being honest again.
I will say here's my one feedback on this point though, is that I think that as far as community feedback and as far as also just player feedback, CCP, and I'm not being a fanboy here, I'm just saying, like, CCP has been better in that aspect than pretty much every other single online game I've ever played. I've played a lot of games. I've played WoW. I've sent tickets to Blizzard customer support. Never received feedback ever. Like, hey, I had this issue. Sent a ticket. It sat there for a month. Ticket unresolved. Nothing. And I've played League of Legends a long time. I've sent probably a dozen tickets to them. 5 of them they responded to. 6 or 7 of them, nothing. Ever. CCP, I've sent 1 ticket to. They responded to, like, that weekend. Also, CCP, the employees themselves, like, you know, we can get them on our show, not regularly, but like we can talk
at all. That's big.
We can talk to the devs. We can get the people that design this game and work with this game to come on the show and talk with us about at least their sphere of influence. We can't, you know, if it's a software developer, we can't get them to talk about the financial aspect of the game. That's not their realm. So, you know, within
is that like a strength of the show or like a weakness of CCP?
I'm not saying it's a strength of the show. I'm saying maybe both. I'm just saying, like, I've played games where it feels hopeless to actually have the company that makes that game notice you. Whereas, at least CCP, now, I'm like, if you get your ship ganked and you like don't like the mechanic that allows you to get ganked, and you're like, oh, I don't like that I got blown up, that might be hopeless. You know, there is certain aspects where like that doesn't.
Well, you need to learn your lesson.
Right, but I'm saying, like, as far as community reach out and like communication, I feel like CCP is more connected with its player base than most other games I've played. I've played a lot of other games. Where maybe, you know, Blizzard is much more of a higher funded, you know, corporation than CCP is. But Blizzard feels more alien. It's like when you try to contact Blizzard, it feels like you're just going through a process, automated, like whatever. Maybe CCP feels the same way, but I'm saying, like, Blizzard feels more alien to get a hold of, whereas CCP, I feel like I could probably actually get a hold of an actual person, and maybe they don't see my side of whatever conflict I'm trying to get at. Maybe like, oh, well, that's actually just your fault. Deal with it. Maybe that's the outcome. Whatever. But at least you'll have a person tell you that, as opposed to, you know, just some of the, I don't know. I'm talking about my ass at this point. I'm just like, I feel like CCP is a little more personable than the vast majority of other game developers out there. It really,
I think we agree.
Absolutely.
Sure.
In every aspect. So
I actually have a theory based on what all 3 of you guys just said, because this kind of makes sense based on my memory of things. And those of you who have been here for a long time, correct me if I'm wrong, but like when I first joined the game, CCP was considered, like, I think it was the Ice Tower was the name, the Ice Castle. I can't remember the exact term that people used for it.
That's what I said in
But
Toronto?
No. Like, CCP was in Iceland, and they knew better than everyone else, and they put dictates from down on high, and they didn't need to listen to us. They like paid attention to us and gave us the tools that they thought that we needed to do the cool things that we were doing.
But it wasn't like an ivory tower.
Yeah, but we called it the Icy Tower because they're in Iceland, right? Like,
sure.
Like the cultural difference between us and them was very pronounced when I first came in. Like, there's, in fact, the fact that the Icelandic culture is just a little bit different than that was like said a lot because of how kind of heartless of a dev group that was. The Summer of Rage changed everything. that broke the company in a lot of ways, and it changed the way that they acted. And then more importantly, then CCP Siegel steps in, and CCP Siegel, even without being in, it's related to CCP, she had a broader thing that she was a big champion of, which was called design by participation, where you basically bring down the barriers between the company and the people. That was like her entire freaking thing. That's actually why, if you notice, around her era, there's no longer that CCP logo that shows up at the beginning of the trailer. She explicitly took that away because it's not about the company, like that kind of shit.
Oh.
So then you have like maximum conversation, but also at the same time, something else happens. The entire community team, or at least a big chunk of the community team, is fired, both after the Summer of Rage, and then again right around the same time as like Siegel's thing, because that's when Logi Bro was fired. Both of those included big fire-offs of community team. And when that happened, that forced the devs to have to step forward and start talking for themselves, which is why we started like being able to talk to CCP Punctoris so much. And CCP, the Little Things project comes out of that, and all these kinds of things. So, but then CCP looks at the numbers in 2019 and goes, holy shit, we're in trouble. We've been listening to the players, and now we're going to die. We're sick. Like, we're going to explode. We have to do the things that the player base are going to hate, which means the feedback of the player base is not useful to us anymore. We know that they are going to hate it. Just solid. Like, maybe a little bit of feedback, but like, why would I ever tell them early about anything if A, not knowing is important, and B, we already know they're going to hate it? Like, what is the what is the CSM ever going to be able to do for it? Right. So they just go through the process. The iron walls come back up, right? Which is why Dragon is now feeling that like release, because as we get closer and closer to this event, the reins come tighter and tighter. They feel even the people that are making the development are now under more and more pressure to keep their stuff more and more secret. And now that this is open, it's like he's like, all right, guys, we're up and running again. We're done renovating the shop. Let's get started. And that's what they saw this keynote as. And so now that like the gates are open, people like CCP Dragon feel more comfortable to talk about their stuff. And that's basically how I saw it. Like, have I interpreted the situation correctly?
I mean, I assumed he like had a latte pretty late, but
sorry, what was that, Dragon?
That was very tinfoil hat of you. But
boom.
Hacker it is a full release, by the way.
My dad's a psychologist, so I grew up like talking about weird shit about like how people think and stuff. So I get down these rabbit holes. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Whatever. But like, it just makes sense to me.
Well, I mean, there is a bit of truth to that in like the past 6 months more than anything else, because like we've been talking about some
right.
Like,
sorry, that was actually
when we initially started. Yeah, when we initially started some of those conversations, it was, maybe like November, December last year, maybe even earlier than that. And we were starting some of these conversations about stuff like factional warfare. It wasn't maybe in terms of factional warfare at the time, but like it's what ended up becoming the stuff that we talked about in factional warfare, or that is going to be talked about, I guess, tomorrow. So like that kind of stuff, it started then, but then, beginning of the year rolls around, those things start to solidify in the minds of our leadership and all that kind of stuff. And they're like, so this is a reality. This is going to become something that we really want to push behind. How can we leverage it for things like FanFest? And then the kind of like clamp comes down a little bit, as slowly, like, we're not really sure, but maybe. And then like,
right.
good month ago or so, 2 months ago, it was like, here are some talking points, and here are some things that you cannot say, etc., and all that stuff.
So what I'm
prior to that, from my perspective, because I think somebody pointed out in chat, like, this is actually dev decision to come into things like this and talk to people, and they are right about that. No one's telling me within the company, and no one in the company is sitting there going, we have to do this or whatever, but it's part of what we do in FanFest usually. And I just happen to be in this position where I can enjoy jumping into streams and talking with people, and I think that it's really cool.
Yeah.
Just because like it's fun
So-
to do. I don't know.
Absolutely. So I just want to clarify, because there was a piece I missed, and thank you for that, because that came out of that. Because what I meant, like when the iron walls come up, it starts first just at the top, right? Less official
Yeah.
missives, less communication with the CSM. It's only as we got closer did the people who make things happen start to actually be pressured more and more, because
Yeah, I'm
there's
not
actually
sure
something
if
to
there
talk
was
about.
less communication with CSM or anything like that.
But
Because
I mean, the
again,
CSM have been
a lot of
complaining
them
about
are
it the entirety of
under.
scarcity.
Sure, but they're under NDAs, so we're okay talking to them about things that are very speculative, like very early on in some of the processes. So I don't think that that's entirely true.
Well, not cut out
That
completely,
we
but I
would
mean, like,
shut them out.
what they were doing. They started shifting towards. That's why I said, if they know that the CSM's not going to, are just going to hate it anyways. That's why every single time that happened, the CSM was like, they didn't tell us anything, right? Like, we were hearing that more and more and more as especially after scarcity. It was very obvious that CCP, I mean, basically Chaos Era on was a stop of flow of information from the top, basically. But for a long time, we were still able to talk to, or the individuals are able to do stuff, and there's still some communication, but like the major flows of communication locked down pretty.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm not sure. I think that.
Well, that's my observation, at least.
Yeah.
But my point was more of like, there's this interesting drift in like basically how close to the chest CCP is. So,
Yeah.
my point is that the devs were always kind of out here, but if CCP isn't communicating, at a certain point that begins to constrict the dev's ability to talk as well, right? Like, I mean, CCP Signal's been out here all the time. You can't say that CCP hasn't been in Twitch streams. I mean, Bjorn B got a change happen in like 2 weeks, right? I mean, should have gotten him to complain about the red dot, right?
Exactly.
Oh, see, that's a callback. This is why you had me on.
So again, kind of going back to my personal experience with things like this is until last year I wasn't really doing a whole lot with regards to creating content for the game, and I was working on kind of different parts of the game development pipeline. And while I was doing that, my client wasn't really the player anymore. My client was actually other designers for a while. And so like I was showing up to their, um workplace essentially and going, so what's bothering you? What are you doing today? How does that affect your workflow? What etc. And I'm getting kind of their perspective on like how can I improve their lives. Because I think Ashtrothy unfortunately can attest to this. That's what I do when I'm creating something. Back when I was doing live events, I was looking for people who were streaming or putting up YouTube videos about my content and going, hi, can I bother you to get more information from you about what you disliked about my stuff? Because
That's a
like
hard
it's easy to say
job,
like,
man. That's.
I mean, that's game development right there.
I know.
Wait,
but like,
wait.
man,
You actually can explain to me what I did wrong?
such a
Please,
hard-
please explain to me. I need to hear it so I can fix it.
That's such a
Why
hard
do I
job.
suck?
Like, hey, here's what I put
Right,
out.
but-
What did you not like about it? Like your job is to like listen to like what people didn't like your work as.
No, that's what you get when you release.
Yeah,
but
but
still,
here's the
like,
thing though, is that when
pre and post,
when
you still
when
get
when
that.
I'm asking these things, it's because we want to be better at what we do. The problem is, where do I find people who are willing to help me be constructive with the criticism? And
That's
the
your
answer
point.
is in people who are used to being in the spotlight and who are essentially kind of beacons to collecting information, because you guys right here, you guys probably see more people's opinions go through chat than I could put together in a week, you know?
It's a
And you see
handful,
that
and
in
we
like
I know
we
I
one
we
do.
month.
we see both sides of things. Where like we'll yeah,
Exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
we'll every single thing we say usually has a pro and counterpoint to it, and some are just like people just spouting random shit on the internet. We just here's the thing, like I mean,
Random
like
bush
we
would go,
rarely go and like I've banned one person night, and that's because it was a bot advertising for view bots. So I mean,
yeah.
the vast majority of people posting their opinions are actual people, and half of them are like, oh yeah, like, they might agree with one person, and like half of them are like, you guys are fucking retarded. You don't. Sorry, hard art. You guys are dumb. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yep.
And it's like, hey, we don't care, or we stand to our opinions. So it's one of those few things where it's like, feedback is rough. It always is. Like feedback is just generally rough because like you're gonna get some good feedback. There's gonna be people like, I love what you do. I love this aspect, and then you get the exact opposite of people like that are very harsh. They're not just like, oh, I don't like this. That's constructive feedback, right? You're like, oh, I'm not a fan of this. I wish this would be different. I don't like this because of this. That's good feedback. That's the type of feedback you really want, where it's like you get a reason for it. But then you get the feedback where it's like, this is trash. This is garbage. It's like, okay,
well,
you obviously hate it,
like,
but why?
explain.
And they don't give you a why.
Yeah.
It's like, this is shit. And it's like, okay, but why is it shit to you?
Or they try to compare it to something that doesn't make sense, etc. And so it's really hard to then really actually distill kind of what it is that they didn't like about it and how to help alleviate those frustrations. And so like it happens, the communication is sort of broken a lot of times. I'm a person who has waded through forums because I need feedback. I need to find it somehow. And you know what? Coming to folks like you guys who hear those opinions on a regular basis is much easier than it's for my sanity than wading through forums or trying to watch the subreddits and things like that. So
I'm saying
but
lurk in our channel.
the problem I have with it, but the problem I have with it, and this isn't a riff on you guys or Ashtarothi or anybody else that I've come to for any of these sorts of things, and I have quite a long list. But the problem I have with it is that tends to sort of play favoritism a little bit, and I don't want that. I personally want to hear more opinions. But one of the things that I found today, and I'm gonna shout this out a bit, I found a bunch of people who were willing to be very vocal, very passionate about the problems that they're having. And several people have DM'd me in Twitch, and I've DM'd them back. And there's been a couple people who I've DM'd personally as well, where I was like, hi, so do you have, and this is how I've started the conversation, is do you have the EVE Online Discord? So that was something that was announced. It kind of went very quickly in the ceremony, I think, earlier today, but it was something that we've been planning. We've been like helping to get this thing set up, etc. And it was announceable today. And so I went, hey, do you have the Discord? Let me get you there. And then once I got them there, I could find them and private message them on Discord so that I could have conversations with these people. And sometimes it's anecdotal, unfortunately, but it's anecdotal from one person, but it's another viewpoint for me to take into account. And many times these are going to be viewpoints about how shit the PI is and how that's just terrible, etc. And this is why. And maybe they'll even have really good constructive criticisms about it that I literally cannot do anything about because it's not my wheelhouse. But it's good to hear that because it will influence decisions that I make about other things within the game. How can I do things like either avoid PI because it's shit, or how can I make maybe a mission that guides them through setting up their first colony or something like that, a mission which explains to them the intricacies, etc., all that kind of stuff. Can I do that? I don't know. Maybe I can. So this is what I'm talking about, is like sometimes it just helps to get more voices, even if they're not always about what I can or cannot do anything about. And I'll say that a lot, is like I can't do anything about this, or I have no idea about this part of it, because like I'm not an all-knowing dev, and I don't think that there's any really, maybe except for CCP Aurora, who could tell you about every aspect of the game. CCP Rise maybe as well. Like Larry can actually. Okay, you know what? There's a lot of devs that could.
There's a few.
I am not one of them.
If it's out of your realm of control, then like it's not something you know anything about. Right?
But I am not one of those devs that does know everything, and I'm willing to learn, though. I'm willing to be like, okay, hey, you know what, talk to me about Sino beacons. I'm an idiot when it comes to these things. I have made more mistakes than I care to admit.
Yeah, I mean, with that, I mean, it's I mean, to be fair, CCP compared to most other game companies do listen. I mean, people can say about what they want with the CSM. The fact that the CSM exists makes it more intricate than the vast majority of other online games. I mean, look at WoW. Like, where's the CSM in WoW? There isn't one. Like,
that's true.
There is, and Blizzard picked all the people.
Okay, but that if Blizzard
right,
says,
I mean, it just backs up your point.
I'm just like,
yeah,
there isn't one. And everyone that plays WoW is beholden to whatever the fuck the devs decide, and that's what they get. Now, sometimes there are decisions where CCP is like, hey, this is what we're releasing, and this is what you get, and this is what you get until, I guess, either it changes or enough people complain about it. But, at least there are... I mean, if you look at the stuff that the CSM has posted...
There are avenues.
There are avenues where the CSM has... absolutely influenced game changes that is in the benefit or in the best interest of the majority of players that play the game. And Blizzard's not the one. I'm saying, like, Blizzard, Riot, all these other games where it's like people have been
really
clamoring for shit for years and years and years, and the game's like, yeah, but that's not what we're experiencing in the pro esports scene. So we balance to the pro players and the pro teams because that's what drives the money.
It's actually funny. It's even better than that, because props go all around on this one, because the problem is that Blizzard has had 2 such communities, and yes, they picked them, but it was also like such a shit show that the idea that they said that the in-game name of the people in the council got exposed was considered to be a big drama thing,
right?
Because the idea that their identity would be out there is like that's how like fucking twisted that whole community is.
Blizzard's
so
actually,
good on us for at least being functional enough to have a CSM.
And so here's a small tangent that actually has zero intent to influence anything or any kind of like. This has nothing to do with the companies or like me trying to make a point. I'm just saying. Here's a really nice point. Look at all these other companies like Riot Games, League of Legends guys, and all this stuff, and like Blizzard and all these other things like EA. They have all of these like fucking sexual harassment and like inequality suits and all this shit going on. Here now, I'm not getting into that discussion. I'm just saying, like, CCP Games, has there even been a single one? I can't think of one. Like, at least CCP Games seems to be, now this doesn't excuse any, like, you know, update changes. I'm saying this is completely sorry. I'm saying CCP Games seems to be a legit company that, like, just, you know, doesn't have any, like, kind of sexist or racist or any kind of like abnormal policies, and they actually just seem to be like really fucking solid on their just, like, you know, acceptance of people as people for their company. So I will give them kudos to that, aside from anything in their development or their development in relation to other companies' development. I'm just saying, like I don't know that like, the fact that deserves kudos in this day and age seems like that should just be the norm, but it's not the norm. It feels like CCP Games is like above and beyond in that scale compared to most other gaming companies, and at least they got that. So shots to CCP Games and not being, like, you know,
thanks for not being trash.
Thanks for not being trash.
Yeah. What a low bar.
You know, I mean, like,
that's terrible.
A low bar. I get it. It's a low bar, but the same
I mean,
thing is, like,
I'm sorry. That was
somebody clip that. Somebody clip me saying that out of context,
it's
please.
a low bar that a lot of big companies actually fucking fail in, and that's sad. But you know, you guys don't.
It's a low bar, and you didn't have to step over it, but you did.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't.
Ain't that the truth?
I hate that that's a you know, aspect of congratulatoriness, but if that's a word, but at least there's that. I mean, and honestly, in the gaming community, like, I feel like that's actually few and far between, which is sad. But you guys got that, so
yay.
Yay.
All right, I'm going to bed, guys. Like, I'm so fucking wiped.
Night,
I can't
Ash.
do this anymore.
Have a good one,
It was
and
super awesome to talk to with you guys.
It's gotta be like 5 in the morning for you, right?
It is. It's literally like the sun is coming up right now.
See you in a few hours.
Well,
yeah,
hey,
exactly. See you in a few hours.
Dragon, thanks for coming on tonight and hanging out. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. And I'm like, I didn't really want to barge in on your guys' discussion because, like I said,
there's no barging.
I was enjoying it. Like there was like a good solid minute of like, I'm just gonna like say hi, maybe follow, and then go to bed. I
You
swear
can't say hi with
quick.
a CCP tag. Everyone's gonna hang on you. I told you, but
it's all good. It's all good, and I'm so glad that we were able to have this conversation. And I mean, I'm looking forward to now binging the rest of your VODs.
You might be disappointed a little.
Yeah, maybe just,
you know,
just
yeah,
leave it at this.
Don't look at our dirty laundry, please. Like, this is a
hey,
good.
You gotta
this is
see
a
where
really
they
good
came
show
from,
tonight.
man.
This is actually like our probably one of the best shows we've had in a long time. Don't hold our VODs to this standard. But anyway, like I said, if you do want to come back, you are welcome. So if you're awake at the time on a Friday night or Saturday super early morning in your case, and you feel like hanging out, swing by. We'll let you on.
Unfortunately, I'm usually in bed by the time I think you guys were coming online. But I do appreciate the invite. I would love to talk with more folks. Like I said, it's not about favoritism. It's about getting more and more feedback, and in this case, it's going to be the time zone. Which
we
is
can
super
appreciate
sad
that
because
we're
it
not
means
your
we miss
assigned
we
show.
miss folks.
Yeah, thanks for coming on at all. I mean, we appreciate it. You're a new CCP face on this show, so we do appreciate it.
Thanks for coming, sir.
Oh, I think I just heard a Kiwi.
That's
the Haka.
Okay, good night.
All right.
Bye.
Good night, Dragon. Are you saying good night as well?
I think LB.
Oh, LB is good.
Oh, yep, there went the two of them.
That answered my question. I was actually thinking today earlier, Tamber. I was like, fuck. I can't remember if he's Australian or he's New Zealander. And I apparently, like, not knowing the two is offensive. Damn where you guys are, so.
Nah, I don't think.
Well, he's the fuzzier bit from down under.
I'm sure it's not like, like, oh, what the fuck you just say, bruh? But I've heard it's like if you're like if someone's listening to New Zealand, oh, you're an Aussie, and they're like, fuck no, I'm not an Aussie, or and vice versa. So I was like, I know you're in that time zone area, but I was like, oh fuck, I don't know, is he like a Kiwi or an Aussie? I don't know. New Zealand though, is that confirmed?
Yeah, from New Zealand, bro.
Hell yeah, dude, that's Middle Earth.
Beach Des.
Yeah, Beach Des, bro.
I gotta turn you
Also,
up. You're like
Quality.
super.
He's quality though.
Yeah, I had to crank him way up.
Wait,
Timber, you need to repost that GIF that you deleted off of Twitter, you coward.
I'm just posting it again now.
Okay, yeah. Why are you so quiet, Tamber?
He was Beach Des. He's no longer.
I'm putting it one. Test mic. I put you at 190%.
Test.
Oh, that's a little bit loud. Okay, wait. Go again.
One man, one desire.
Okay. Oh, that's. I love that. One
Desire.
Second.
Pablo
A little
Francisco.
bit high. Let me put you at like 150.
He sold tortillas on the corner, and the mob.
All right, go one more time.
He was a cop and good at his job, but he committed the ultimate sin.
Okay. I think I should just put you in normal volume. Like, why were you so quiet before?
No idea.
Because he was talking in normal volume.
All right, I get you at one. I get you 100%. Let's hear Little Tortilla Boy one more time.
Look, I don't know who the guy is, but I want him and his tortillas dead.
One man, one desire.
Yeah. One man, one desire this summer. Well, no.
No.
They tried to take my tortillas. This summer, Little Tortilla Boy.
Little Tortilla Boy.
All right.
Get down.
There he goes.
Get down again.
Look out. They tried to take my tortillas. Get down. Yeah. So.
Was that Mexican Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, it was.
Pablo Francio. Was it Pablo Francio?
Pablo Schwarzenegger.
Wait,
Well, no.
Oh, okay, so CCP Dragon has the cheese crispers. Oh man, I wish you could find that commercial. Oh, man.
Cheese crispers.
Dragon, you miss it. It was in Vegas last year. We had a what do you call that? Karaoke. We had a karaoke room. And you could link your phone to it and play YouTube videos. So we just didn't even care about pre-recorded karaoke songs. We're just gonna play YouTube videos and just sing over them. That's how we do in Vegas. And but there was one, but there's no one had ad block on their phones for YouTube. So every time we played the song, you had to listen to an ad. And apparently the targeted ad for our entire room was the Nabisco cheese crispers ad. And
Load up.
Malka, you were very straight faced, but you remember this. You were there.
Yes, I was, and I'm having soju flashbacks. Thank you.
Oh, I gave you so much soju.
Yes.
It sounds dirty as
I don't
fuck.
know how I remember any of that night.
I gave you because.
Can you guys describe how much soju you were giving to each other?
Flavored soju
Like how you
every
did it?
time, but you didn't know if it was apple or whatever the fuck we had.
How could you know?
I
It
didn't
was
like
all
Pe-
happening
I
so
didn't
fast.
like Peach. Peach was. I don't like Peach. Peach is gross, but
that Peach was really fucking good.
You liked. I don't like Peach, but yeah. So we had a thing, and I don't know where I was going. Oh yeah, Cheese Crispers. There was an ad, Cheese Crispers. I forget the lady's name, but she had a hard time pronouncing Cheese Crispers, and it was like, oh, just grab a snack, Cheese Crispers. It was
Cheese
like
Crispers.
that. Cheese Crispers.
She's
And
obviously
we
from
all
Holland.
just kept laughing
She's
at her
Dutch.
accent, which is actually horrible. But we just kept laughing at it. So every time Cheese Crispers came on, we're like, oh, Cheese Crispers.
Augustus, my son, this is not a good thing
Which
you
is
do.
funny because I've actually here's the thing, that ad campaign worked on me because I drive for a living, and as a joke I stopped at a truck stop one time and I was like, oh, they have Cheese Crispers. I was like, I gotta buy this. I bought it, and it was actually really fucking good. Cheese Crispers,
And now they won you as a
the
customer.
Cheese Crispers are really good, and I'm pretty sure I've bought about a dozen or two bags of those now, literally because of that commercial. So the thing is, like, we joked about the commercial, but they got
But
my
they're so
ass.
delicious.
They got my ass financially. So the thing is, like, that commercial actually was profitable for them in that
Unless
room.
they spent like millions of dollars on focus groups.
Well, it's profitable because of, I mean, they didn't make
I
millions.
mean,
off.
you bought at least like $12 worth.
They
of
didn't
chips
make
over
millions
the
off of
course
me,
time.
but they spent millions on that ad campaign, and they probably made millions more. But I'm saying, like, they made
off of Cheese Crispers
profit off of me because of, you know, the dozens of dollars I spent on it. That I
and now you're
have.
actually. Here's the thing, though. You're speaking it to other people. You're literally.
And
doing
here
what
I
they
am
want.
advertising for free to people watching.
Well, not for free. You know, I paid for the sub.
It's free to people
Oh,
that aren't
shit,
paying
that's
for the
right.
stream. Are you paying for the stream?
I'm kidding.
It's
You're-
fine. If you're not paying for
here's
the
the
stream,
thing.
you just
Here's the
paid-
thing.
you
You're a
just paid for
champion.
a Cheese Crispers ad to get read to you.
You're a champion
for
of Cheese
free.
Crispers, and the people need to know. And that's real.
Hot damn! What a world we're living in.
City.
And Dragon's calling you out.
Yeah, and now I'm showing it to you guys. Also,
You're
the cameras,
shilling
the
Cheese
cameras are fucked
Crispers.
up. 3 cams to rule them all. 3 cams to find them. 3 cams to combine them all, and then my cam to bind you.
It's topical.
I just have to change Malekith's.
So here's the real deal about Cheese Crispers, and I think you need to put this out to the greater audience. They are high in sodium, and you know there's a warning on that label. Don't just listen to every Friday
Oh,
night.
you mean
you know.
delicious in salt? Is that what you're
Don't
saying?
just listen to Drayden just spout out
You-
snack tips and just dive off into your life with
You
those,
mean delicious
those
in salt.
recommendations.
That high in sodium means delicious in salt to me. But
Well, I mean that's absolutely what it translates to. Delicious in salt, terrible for the heart.
my man.
So, since Tamber is here now, he can actually speak to this delightful little thing that he's put in our Discord, and I've copied into chat, and he finally posted it to Twitter again.
Oh, you know, you're
because
cool
Tamber is
skin.
just a goddamned overachiever.
We've known this all along. There's never been a question for
Just
like
that.
12 years now. Well, I'm gonna say like 6.
God, how long have I known you, Tamber? Shit.
16, maybe 17 years.
Fuck.
You started in 2006, right, Malkia? 2007?
Actually, 03 technically, but I've been bouncing around, since then.
You've known him since then.
So he said like 2014.
I was like,
basically.
I've played since 2012, but I don't think I've known Tamber since about 6 months ago at best, maybe 3 months ago.
It's been around for a minute.
Yeah, I was more known for gambling stuff back then.
Yeah, my thing is, it's like, it was more like, you know, Manic and the rest. They're like, oh, it's Timbre. I'm like, who's that?
Those guys are bad
Prime Pony
influences.
Club. I'm like, also, who's that? And then you start posting pictures. I'm like, oh, the art guy, the guy that can put a skin of anything you want on a skin of anything you want.
He put my penis on a thorax. It was really
Can you
impressive.
put my penis on a
I'm
thorax?
just letting people know. It was pretty
It
impressive.
already is. It's a thorax.
But
No,
I mean,
but it was my penis on a thorax. It wasn't just
but
a
I mean,
thorax.
Timbre, if I sent you a dick pic
That
of
was a
my dick,
personalized skin.
could you put my dick on a thorax?
I was honored.
Yes, I could put your dick on the thorax.
All right, I
There's
won't.
a hologram now.
Please don't send it.
I'm saying I won't do that to you, but I'm very.
But just to know that you could,
I'm
I
very
respect
excited to know that that is a possibility. I like it. I won't. Yeah, I won't send you that. I'll probably just send you a cucumber.
Let's give him like an hour, and we'll see what ends up in your inbox.
Could you put a cucumber on a thorax?
Just as easily as your penis that you're not going to send him in an hour.
But, you know, then I could claim the same size. You know, yeah, cucumber.
Just for scale.
You know, that's the same scale. You know, it's
You know,
I'll take the size.
I know that
I'll take the
at a
size
glance
as
that's a cucumber.
I'll take it as an artistic no. So there is artistic no's that have to be issued in history. I'll just add that.
Do people do that?
Yeah, but
in my experience,
it's for unclass. Timbre's a classy artist. You know, like he puts some like cat ears on some guy. No, I all joking aside though, I'm like, here's the thing with Timbre. So they did post some things in the Eve display that was not your work, but very close, right?
Say that again.
So in the presentations, they posted some like keep
Oh
stars.
yeah, the keep stars.
The keep stars. It was not technically your work, but it's very close, right?
Yeah, it looked very similar to what we did on the channel the other week.
Close. It was almost. It was like, you know,
similar tools.
It's one of those things. It would have had to gone in like a Johnny Depp and like Amber Heard court case thing.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Not quite.
Wow! Whoa, that escalated.
Not quite. Not.
What's not?
There's no art abuse, but you know. I know.
Goodness.
Damn.
Just a bad taste.
Too much.
Yeah, I kept
All the way
expecting
around.
to see Timbre walk out on stage with a CCP tag.
Can we just like wash all that out? Wait, we just got who joined in here?
Redline accidentally activated his camera and then turned it back
Do
on.
we have a bear?
That's no bear I believe in.
But yeah, so anyway, aside from that, so Timbre, like they showed some things that they weren't technically your work, but they're very close, which is weird because they showed that there is the aspect of showing skins on Keep Stars, but then they didn't really go into that, right?
Well, I mean, they're still watching the VODs to see what he's capable of.
I know, but at the same time, it's like
I
there's
mean,
there's the alliance.
they're gonna integrate
logos,
that
which
into
is
the work.
Nice, but at the same time, it's like, but what about the?
I'm a very talented
Keepstar?
guy.
What about Citadel skins? Like it's such low hanging fruit in my opinion. But
When you say that, but a lot of people have said they're gonna pay a lot of money for those skins.
I know, but look, like I'm not diminishing CCP's work or the art team that's in there. I'm just saying, we joke about Keepstar skins this, Fortizar skins that, and then Timbre literally like shows up and posts a picture like 5 minutes later saying, "Oh, you mean this?" And it's literally exactly. And it's
No, we're
like,
familiar with his tools,
I know
and we've
you
been
are. I'm just
long
like,
questioning
it's like
why they're not employing them.
the fact that he can develop this stuff and like showcase it in minutes. And I'm assuming maybe there's more intricateness that needs to happen in the actual in-game client, but the coders that are, you know, tasked with that, they could probably figure that out. The fact that he's just a general player It's like, oh, you mean this? Boom.
Whoa.
Artwork for a Keepstar skin wrap.
I feel like you're kind of talking shit to him.
That is just like, you know, it's like, oh, here's the thing. People pay money for it. Tons of people will pay money for it. Here's the thing. Like, my brain is hurting the fact that if they're not hiring timbre, they're at least telling timbre to, like, stop showing people how we can make money on your methods. How dare you? You know, like,
you're a piece of shit.
It's like if they're not gonna hire timbre, at least issue the man a cease and desist.
Give him a cease and desist, yeah.
It's like, you know, at least let him know that he's on the right track of, like, you know,
we're a big fan of your work.
I'm poking in the realm of profitability on your end. You know,
Dragon, don't you tease me right now.
Yeah, it's like hire the. And here's the thing: hire the fucking man. Like, he's showing so many skins on ships and citadels and everything else, where everyone's like, "I'd fucking pay money for that." It's like, what more confirmation do you need?
I don't want to go to sleep tonight thinking that. Spoiler, I saw it on screen, means something along the lines of we recently hired
I don't know, Dragon.
Suetonia and Elise and various other prominent players throughout time. I don't want to sleep tonight thinking like, hey, maybe just tomorrow we'll have some crazy nonsense. Oh, well, thank you for clarifying that. I didn't want to go to sleep thinking that. So I appreciate it.
F4 camera. What's the conversation? Oh, Malka has blurred out. I was like, why do I have a busted up camera set up?
Oh, goddamn, he's a Vexer. How did that happen?
Well, there's two Malka Theronas, but other than that, it's pretty accurate.
I mean, one's a Vexer and one's a Blur, so, I mean, I don't know which one's real. I don't know the guy.
I do, because I had this super awesome overlay made by Manic that made it super excellent to fix everything.
So if we see cucumbers in game, we can blame Drayden, is what I translate that last statement as, which is fine. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to put you on that Dragon.
Only if you see lasting cucumbers in game. Also, I have to figure out. Hold on.
I mean, you know, they're pickles with like less steps. You'll be fine, Drayden.
Oh, timbre is the far. That's timbre. Okay. I almost made it wrong. There we go. Set. Fixed.
You know, vinegar is like an amazing cleaner. Just like clean out your system. Just
it can be. It can be.
Just pickle it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not a big fan of pickling, and I'm going to let that be known to the greater community. Crucify me if you will. That's not my thing. But if it has to be done, and you know, it is what it is.
Fun login. We're not streaming next night. We stream Friday nights. Well, Friday nights in U.S. time zone. EU,
Saturday days.
EU would be super fucking early. I guess technically Saturday morning, but it's like, you know, 2 a.m. type of thing. We start at it's 6 p.m. my local time. I'm Pacific time, which means I think it's in the summer it's 0100 UTC, and then when we get to daylight savings bullshit, daylight savings is such a dumb time thing, but we follow it here in the States. But once it gets to daylight savings shift in the fall, I think we go to 0200 UTC is when we start. So, and we go, it's 2 hours for the main show, and that's when we try to behave with topics. We do our best in at least the first hour, and we try to behave ourselves with actual EVE topics. The second hour, we might deviate a little bit, tangent a bit, but
we have
once we get like in this, we're an hour and a half past showtime. Actually, 2.5. This
was actually factored in the cost though, Drake.
This is one
like we mentioned this before. Like, you know, if you're subbing, this is factored in the cost.
Yeah,
this is bonus time.
This is 2.5 hours past overtime. And the thing is, like,
But we didn't raise the cost.
This is actually an abnormal show in the norm, because we've actually talked about Eve for the vast majority of this show time, which is weird for us. Normally we will talk about some Eve stuff, joke around about it, tangent off into some bullshit, try to reel back into Eve, talk about Eve for a little bit, and then tangent off into another thing, reel back, and then just get drunk and just talk about whatever the fuck we want, which is half the time Eve and half the time not at all appropriate anything for talk. So that's our show. So if you like that description, follow the channel. You won't be disappointed. If you expect anything more than that, then you'll be disappointed in everything we do every week. But it's fine. Shots, like we do. I don't even know what I poured.
As you do.
This is vodka with whatever I got on my desk mixed.
There's your cucumber, mate.
Wait, you got a cucumber for me?
Yeah, open up his.
It's a pre-pickle.
I want a cucumber. Not for sex. Just.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, I mean
Wow.
that's normal for this time.
I thought that was implied with what he said.
You just jumped off into it.
Oh, it's
Okay.
Tamper's cucumber. I don't want that. Well, I mean, like, not saying that Tamper's cucumber is offensive.
What's wrong with his cucumber?
His cucumber's fine.
Is it not good enough for you?
No, his cucumber's, girthy and well lengthy.
And is gigantic because it's on the side of a Vexer.
I love his cucumber.
You heard it here first.
I don't want to be offensive.
There's nothing wrong with Tamper's cucumber. Every cucumber
Tamper,
has its own,
Tamper,
has its own value.
Are you here? Are you even alive?
Yes.
Tamper is not a CCP guy.
How is your cucumber? Let us know.
Which direction?
Just radio silence.
cucumber?
That's you're gonna do me like that after I give you a compliment.
I'm suddenly reminded of FanFest several years ago now. Wow.
I mean, like, you don't have to be honest. Just give me a reply. It could be 10 feet long. I don't give a fuck. Just give me your fucking measurements.
Are we talking like liar, like
We're
short
talking
shriveled,
whatever he
always
wants
the
to
left?
measure. Like, it could be a fucking cabinet drawer. I don't care.
But it could be a skin. You could have
It could be anything.
a beautiful girthy skin. That you displayed out there.
It could be the
Just let us know how it was feeling.
Although, if the missile launcher on Eve is a foot long, it's probably minuscule. You don't want that. That's like less than
No
shuttles.
range. Of course not. It's dirty. We're talking about
We're not talking about big dick energy, Rain. We're talking about normal dick energy.
We're talking about Tamper skins.
We're talking about normal dick shuttle energy right now. And Tamper won't answer.
Just normal, respectable, large skin.
He's busy with his medium dick energy. He won't tell us what his small dick energy.
Also, Drayden has
fine.
conflicts
It's fine.
with pickles.
It's fine.
I think that's what we were figuring
It's
out.
fine.
But I do too.
How do
Pickles,
you measure
that's a
big
lot of
dick
vinegar.
energy? I don't know, with a big dick ruler, Rain.
It's a seismograph.
That's how I've always done. Although I don't have big dick energy.
Don't answer that. It's like legal counsel coming in.
Dragon, we've gone too hardcore. We've gone to like actual open comms after show, and like Dragon's like, I can't answer any of these questions anymore. I'm sworn to silence from CCP.
Yeah, Dragon's all like, what just happened?
Like I turned it on. I was like, oh no, we're a cool laid back show, and then I just like throw this shit into his face. He's like, oh yeah, I can't respond to this.
I have a quick fun comment. Maybe fun. Maybe not.
Yeah, go for it. We love fun.
It's debatably fun. It's like current events, world related. So Zelensky's show, like the Ukrainian president's show that he was on before he was the president.
Oh, he's got a show now?
No, it was not now. It was before he was president. His show is on Netflix, and I watched a few episodes last night.
Yeah.
it's just like a little sitcom, but
an actor. Yeah, he was
it's
an
pretty
actor.
adorable as well.
He was like
yeah,
Ronald Reagan, except better.
it's similar. Well, I don't know. Let's not go there. Ronald Reagan's a piece of shit. I'm sorry. I love America, but
That's why I said better, but
sure, we'll go there. But yeah, he
I
has
was a
a
kid.
show about how he was a regular guy before he became president, which is actually his real timeline, apparently. But it was fun, and it was on Netflix. So if people want to see something somewhat lighthearted and topical, it's apparently on Netflix now. I think it was probably 10-ish years ago before he was ever the president, but like making a show about being the president as a normal guy.
I don't know. I saw a couple things that I thought was actually fake. Hiccups. Sorry.
I mean, he's an actor. Like he was an actor and a comedian
Yeah,
before
and
he
then
became the president.
yeah, so
And that was the premise of the show, is that he was a normal guy, which he was a teacher in the show before he became the president. But
yeah, so the thing I saw was which I is like, you know, ironic now, but it was a thing where like he was doing an acting, but this is before he was the president of Ukraine, and he was an actor doing a thing where like it was a joking skit where he was on the phone of like talking with the UN, where they were like, "Oh yeah, we might accept your proposal." He's like, "Yeah, fuck." And they're like, yeah, but we have to resign and like you know, refuse it because of these reasons." And he was like, fuck. It's just like a bunch of like exploited deletives, like, you know, like.
Is it from the show?
And like I saw this after this whole Ukraine shit. I was like, oh, that's hilarious. But like, oh no, this was actually a thing on the Ukrainian airwaves as a joke in a comedic form a decade before or whatever. So it's like, how ironic and
at the same time though, like
how foretelling is that? Which is
it's probably
no
not
one,
so much though, right?
I mean,
like that's what you live like your day to day is like the looming threat,
right?
But and I'm not saying like too ominous, but like you're within the sphere of influence of two groups, you know, and you're not necessarily tied hard to one or the other. You're tied clearly mostly to the former USSR.
Right, and here's the thing, like us here, this is a new development for us. Like, I mean, like you go back 5 years, and you look at like the conflict with Ukraine and Russia. People in the years will be like, oh wait, what? There's a conflict there? What? It hasn't been until this war started, or like the very recent, you know, prevalence up to it, that anyone knew what was going on until, except for the people in the local area. So I mean, like, you go back in, you know, 10, 20 years ago, Crimea happened. Like, Crimea was a thing that's a precursor. And that was some bullshit, and everyone's like, oh, that's fucked up. But, like, there really wasn't that. I mean, yeah, we had some sanctions go out, but it wasn't as much of a thing as it is nowadays. And now that apparently Russia's like, oh, yeah, we're not done with Ukraine. We actually want all of Ukraine, not just that little bit.
Tambor's giving us, like, the Marlboro cowboy on the side of a Vexor.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, the world opinion has swayed massively, rightfully, in my opinion, in Ukraine. But the thing is, like, there's also the fact that Russia is a nuclear power, and that's why everyone's saying, like, why don't we just, like, why doesn't NATO just, like, step its foot in? It's like, well, NATO can't step its foot in, because the second NATO steps its foot in, you have half a dozen nuclear powers instantly at war directly with Russia, who's a nuclear power. And here's the thing. There has not been a direct nuclear declaration of war between full-on nuclear powers since World War II. Like, since we bombed Japan in World War II. Now, there's been quote-unquote wars and proxy wars go between nuclear powers, like Afghanistan, the Korean War in the 50s between us and China and Russia and all that stuff, and then also the Afghan. But that's what you call quote unquote proxy wars. That is wars between nations that we are both helping and sending things in, but we cannot actually send American troops into Ukraine, because the second we do that, we are now directly at war with Russia, which now the United States, a nuclear world power, is now at war with Russia, a nuclear world power, and that has not happened since nuclear weapons have been invented, since World War II, and Japan has been bombed. And so,
are we diving off into that?
I don't know if we want to dive in. I'm just saying, like,
I'm not sure if we do, but it seems like you are. So
the thing is, like, we have. That's why we're offering financial and military supply support, but we are not offering. Yeah, we're giving them military supplies, weapons, financial aid, all that stuff, but we are not sending troops in. Now, there are American volunteers and like ex-military, ex-Marines
on both sides of things.
They're joining the I forget what it's called, but it's like there's a volunteer for the Canadians have one. LB left already. He would know that, but most of the American forces have joined in, like,
the kitchen corps, like
not combat. It's more like
the food.
I'm thinking of the like term like civilian support, not civilian only, but like just support, like like medical evacuation, that kind of stuff. That's where the majority of the American forces that have volunteered have come in have put their thing in. But there is a Canadian detachment that is just fully on, like, we're a spearhead motherfucking war machine, and we're just gonna like we're in this war to fucking win this war militarily, and they don't give a fuck.
That's what I said.
They have just gone in, and I saw a few videos of theirs where it looked like they said like it was like World War II battlefield. It is like boom, you see like tanks and like APCs rolling across the battlefield, just firing, and like shit's blown up, and they're just like rolling past it. It's like they're not fucking around at this point. But with that said,
Rain has some political takes, but also Seema mentioned this needs to be open cucumber. Not open comments.
So I actually didn't mean this to get into like real world policy. I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
It's important you respect your produce section, and I think that, like, let's be honest. All other issues aside,
no. Rain,
you need to respect your produce section.
Rain, you want to hop on? I know what Rain's talking about. So Rain's talking about the Roe vs. Wade overturn thing, which is, in my opinion, fucking bullshit.
Oh, she actually clarified a little bit.
It's fucking bullshit.
She has some takes. Rain has some takes straight from the womb. Wait. We're coming in live. Yeah. Straight from the womb.
From the womb of heaven.
Go ahead, Rain.
All right, dude. All I have to say is abortion helped save my best friend's life, and had abortion not been legal through Roe versus Wade, she'd be dead. There's literally no ifs, ands, or buts about it, because she literally almost died while it was legal. And I also have the really strong political hot take that if you are against abortion or a woman's right to choose in any way, shape, or form, you can go fuck yourself and never talk to me again.
Boom.
I'm sorry, I'm losing you, Rain. What is that? Are you telling the politicians that they can go fuck themselves if they don't care about your rights? No, I mean also normal
people too.
Oh,
like
okay,
like
if
you're
fair.
like, hey Rain, you don't have the right to choose about your own body, you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. I'm with her on that.
Go and talk to Brisk then.
Why would I talk to a human being?
I've seen the Brisk stuff.
If you don't realize Brisk is misogynist after he called me a fucking cunt on the show, I really don't know what else to tell you.
Also, the thing
I
with
missed
Brisk,
that part.
The thing with Brisk is like there was a bunch of deflection, and I don't like that tactic anyway. Like, regardless of whatever you're talking about, the thing is like it's like, oh, here's what we're talking about, and he's like, pay no mind to the man behind the curtain, and why don't he's like, oh, but what about, like, inflation and economic? It's like that is a totally different issue, and we can be mad about both. We can be mad about both inflation being fucked up and also
You can be mad about
Roe vs. Wade getting overturned. Like, that's fucked up in my opinion.
I've been mad about more than one thing multiple times in my life. Like, it's not hard to do.
I'll also say, if there's ever a topic and men have really strong opinions, I've had a couple of my guy friends do this. Like, they just go with the topic or the response of, well, I'm a dude, so I'm just going to say I don't know because I don't want to say the wrong thing to a woman. And there's literally nothing wrong with that. If you guys are ever, like, really nervous about, like, oh, fuck, what do I say? It is okay to
What do
say, I don't
Rain?
know.
Rain, what do I say?
You just say, I don't know. Like, I'm a guy,
Okay.
I don't know what it means. Like, I don't know where the ovaries are, dude. Like, I just let the women decide.
Like, what are
You
those?
can say
Up
that, it's
cider?
okay.
Like, goddamn, it's disturbing.
There's that, but I don't know. In my opinion, it's like there's that, but now you don't like. I'm not gonna go marching up to Washington.
Drayden, tell me how much you want to oppress the ovary. Just go ahead.
No. I'm saying I'm not gonna go marching
if you
up to
don't,
Washington
you can say
DC's
that too.
gates
Like, say the opposite side.
in protest. But I am super opposed to this whole fucking Roe vs. Wade getting repealed thing. It's in my mind, it's gross. It's disgusting. Like,
can I put you on record with saying like the
I
female
can't-
reproductive system is disgusting? Like, is that what we're going with?
I can't imagine
It's misunderstood and disgusting.
people telling women, like,
Yeah, that side lets me know that
it's hard to put in a word. The fact that it's like, oh, you got pregnant. Well, guess what? You have to endure the next 9 months, or 8 months, 7 months, whenever you find out about it. You have to endure that, and yeah, that could cause some real health complications for you, and also you're gonna have to support that child for the next like 20 fucking years plus.
Wait.
The other thing too is
Wait,
like,
real quick, are
just
you like
financial,
quoting your local
it's financial,
politicians?
it's health, and also the thing is like, it's like, you know what?
It's cruel.
well, the other thing too is like, when you make abortion illegal
force
or
someone.
illegal, it doesn't change the number of abortions that happen. It just changes the number of women dying to abortion.
True.
Because I mean, I still like, this is another startling statistic, which I think is really important about healthcare. But we have a really high mortality rate in the U.S. for women, which I think is atrocious. It's like, it's 2022. Like, why do we have a mortality rate in like the first world country with tons of healthcare, supposed healthcare? And like, that's with the current system, and it gets worse. Like, I remember my sister almost died with her pregnancy. She had a kind of complicated pregnancy, and like, that's scary. Like, we live in a world where like that shouldn't happen.
Right.
Like 100
People
years
like
ago,
brag about our healthcare system,
Right, but at the same
they
time,
don't
it's
know
like,
what
I mean,
it costs.
Pregnancy has always been.
do you guys
thing,
remember
so
like Little
it's
House
like-
on the Prairie bullshit? Like, that was the most common reason women
I
died.
didn't actually watch it.
Well,
I
like,
know it's
but
a
that was
classic,
like,
though.
that was a common
giving
reason women
birth
died,
is a
right? Like, they would just
traumatic
have tons
thing.
and tons of kids, you know, to help out the farm, this and that. But
Sure,
also
sure,
because like,
as you do.
at some point the woman dies, and if you don't have your wife, you don't have kids, you can't help out on the farm.
It's here's
What,
the thing.
like,
Giving
at that point,
birth
don't you
is-
mate with
is
one of your
a-
offspring or something to like keep the farm going?
Yeah, but yeah, that
Yeah,
was
I
the
think
thing.
that's how
Was
that
like,
works.
it was like everyone and their mom, or not I say everyone and their mom, but like literally everyone was like, oh yeah, my mom died in childbirth. Like, that was a common death of women.
It's even into here's the thing. Even with modern medicine, that is not impossible. That does happen today.
Yeah.
Not as much as it did 100 years ago, but the thing is like it is like, I mean, even with modern medicine, like, you know, death in childbirth still does happen, and it's way less often. There's better medical care that you can give into pregnancy, and like even like, you know, C-sections is a thing now, which wasn't a thing like 200-300 years ago, and all kinds of stuff like that. But the thing is, like, you can still die from giving birth even today with modern medicine. It's not as likely as it was 100 years ago, 200 years ago, but it's still possible. And so things like, if you're not wanting to give birth to a kid, then I think it's pretty fucking wrong and irresponsible to force someone into pregnancy delivery.
And like I get
Because
a
of an
lot
accidental or an unwanted pregnancy.
and,
Jordan,
and
I feel
I
like you're
That's
biased
fucking-
because you
that's
service a
fucking
lot of like
wrong. It's fucking wrong.
retirement
Drayden
homes.
hates kids, dude.
Well, yeah,
No, I
I mean
don't
he's at
hate
no
ki- I
risk.
don't hate
All
kids.
those women
I'm-
are hitting on him, and you know they're vastly past their window. So
I
like,
don't
he's fine.
I don't hate kids. I don't want kids, but here's the thing. I don't hate kids. I'm saying if there is a parent that doesn't want to have children and their kid is a ball of like a few hundred cells, or it's like a fetus that is like not even fully developed, it's like, are you going to force them to go through the whole pregnancy that they don't want, and they're not going to want their kid, and now like, as opposed to like just when it doesn't have a fully formed brain, you're gonna, I don't know.
Well, the other thing too is, right, like I understand people being against abortion for the purposes of birth control, right? Like abortion should not be the answer to, oh, I don't want kids, but I'm not gonna do pills or a shot or condoms or anything else, right? Like that should not be like your first primary method of birth control. Abortion should be like the last thing you need, right?
If you don't
But
want
the
kids,
problem,
you should be
yeah,
taking
you should proactively be doing it, right?
fertility
But the other
steps
thing
in the first
is
place. Yeah, I agree.
a lot of that's not available, right? Like how much effort does somebody have to go, like, okay, condoms I get, you have to use them every time though. You have to go to the store, buy them, assume the person's not
They're
allergic,
not that
etc. Use them.
expensive.
Yeah, they're not that
And,
expensive,
and
but
they're
like
not foolproof.
they're not foolproof, but like even like
And they
birth
break.
control, like think of like how much women had to go through for birth control. You literally had to go to a doctor, get a pap smear, right, which is usually used to detect like cervical cancer and stuff like that. You had to do
Yeah.
that at like 18 years old, go to the doctor, get the prescription, go to the pharmacy, get maybe a month at a time, and then pay for it. And you had to pay for all of that work just to get a pill, right?
In
And then
my opinion,
and
I
so
think
no,
that any
I'm
guy-
not. I haven't finished my point.
Okay,
The point is, if you want less abortions, you make everything at the beginning easier. You make getting like pills easier, condoms easier, sex education, right? Like knowing what's good and what's not good, or
Yeah.
what's foolproof versus what's not foolproof. If you make all of that easier, you get less abortions.
Yep.
Because like people who are smart are like, oh yeah, I don't want kids, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna use everything else to not have a kid versus an abortion, right?
You have too many people in various different beliefs that don't want to promote that at all.
I think Steve kind of
That's just
touched on
because
that.
they're stupid.
Right.
We need to stop tiny dick homies from legislating women's bodies.
But
You know,
also,
that's
I
facts.
like my thing is like, there's no like enforcement of it at all. But I'm saying like, honestly,
There is enforcement.
I haven't been in a situation. Although I did offer, but she said no. I was saying like, when it comes to birth control, if you have a partner that is on birth control, maybe offer to fess up half the bill for it, at least. It's like, that's not expensive. No, I mean like that's not inexpensive is what I mean. Like that costs money for birth control pills, for depot shot, whatever it is.
Sure.
Condoms. Also, and vice versa. The thing is, like, if you don't want to,
You can get condoms for free
if
in
you
states
don't
that
want to
haven't
be paying
demonized
for
Planned
birth control
Parenthood.
pills and stuff, you're like, we're gonna rely on condoms. Like, well, then the dude's paying for condoms every time. Like that adds up. Like every time you have sex, that's like $1.50 or whatever it is. It's like that might not seem like a lot, but
That's some
after
cheap sex, dude.
after a month, it's
Fun-
like, after a month, it's like that's like $40. $40
Fun
a month
fact.
to have sex. It's like hey, you want to split the bill? And
I grew up
but
in
also,
Texas,
but also vice versa. It's
and
like,
my
hey,
first
you're getting a
experiences were
depot
with
shot. How
Planned
much is
Parenthood
that per month?
condom.
It's like $50 a month for a depot shot. I could be completely wrong, but it's like, hey, maybe ask your girlfriend if she's paying for birth control. Be like, hey, we're both enjoying sex here, and you're paying for birth control. How about
That's
I
real
fe-
optimistic, dude.
Well,
Both enjoying
I-
sex.
Well,
Wow.
wow.
Thanks, Ray.
Okay, but Rain, regardless of enjoyment percentage, at least like, be appreciative of the fact that, like, maybe a guy offers half the payment for birth control, right? Like, how much is your depot shot per month? How about I cover half of that because we're both.
Well, yeah, like so. If you want less
we're
abortions,
both enjoying the
less concern about
benefits
abortions,
of it,
that's
right?
what you do, right?
Yeah, we're both enjoying the benefits of you being on birth control. So how about I pay for half your birth control? I would be down for doing that with any.
Because like that's how I am too, right? Like I remember when my sister was pregnant. It was an unexpected pregnancy, and I was the only one to say, "Are you sure you want to keep it?" And she was like, "Yes." And I was like, "Are you absolutely sure? Because you can't just have like 12-month abortion because that would be called murdering your child, sort of thing, right?"
Yeah.
And I made sure she was perfectly clear. She was ready for the responsibility, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna like demand you get it, even though you don't want it. Like, or it wasn't planned, I should say. She did want it eventually, but like that's the thing, right? Like, you need to be able to have those conversations. But at the same time, if you make sure all those steps ahead of time are taken care of, like free access to sex education, free access to other normal birth control methods, even like STD testing and shit like that, then suddenly you never have to worry about abortions except those extreme cases like ectopic pregnancies or whatever they're called, or a miscarriage that the body doesn't flush out, or a septic pregnancy, or stuff like that where it's like literally life and death, and abortion's literally the only option.
Right.
Real quick, I want to advocate against free anything. Free access to this, free access to that. Nothing is free. These are all tax-based things.
Okay,
but
I want my tax dollars to pay for that instead of paying for people to go to prison because they have marijuana.
I saw a couple of comments pop up with free this, free that. And I'm like, look, free does not mean what you think free means. Free is the same for everyone. Free is something that we all put into and it benefits society. And that's what quote unquote free is in this conversation.
Yeah.
Honestly, depending on what you're getting at here though, I like when it comes to Planned Parenthood and stuff like that, if that's for how about, I'm fine giving someone tax money to having people responsibly deal with shit instead of like, having a bunch of unwanted kids grow up in unwanted houses. I don't know. Like,
I mean, that's not a controversial opinion. That's fine.
Oh, okay. I thought.
I just
like
I said, my only
my hot take was out of place.
My only interrupting was like a lot of people like to throw around free. Free is a terrible word. I wish I was not offended by the word free, but I am.
Is a better term.
Free is a terrible word. In every sense that I've ever heard it used, free is a terrible word. There's no such thing as free to my knowledge. Free is a very like generous word, and it's great if it works out, but like it can't, because like nothing is free. Something always costs something to someone, and that's fine. It's not like let's lean on capitalism like it's our Jesus, which is we try to do sometimes in this world. But free is unrealistic, but things that benefit people that aren't you are okay too. And I think that's the real reality, is like, just because something doesn't benefit you outright in this moment doesn't mean it's not a good thing. And taxes are beneficial usually to most people.
Ackroth, are you telling me that if I mine the minerals themselves, it's free?
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
Free?
Like you can build your own capital like for nothing. It's beautiful, and you should drop it. And that was a free capital. You didn't even lose it. Once it died, like that wasn't even yours. It was free the whole time.
You might get some money
all the way through. The reality is that free doesn't exist. Free, like everything costs somebody something, but there's nothing wrong with some things that cost people something that don't benefit them outright in that moment. And I think that's the big struggle I have with free, is people like to throw around like free education, free childbirth, free X, Y, and Z. And it's like nothing is free, but some things are for the greater good, and that's where they're subsidized.
Because I'm already paying taxes for corporations to get richer and our military to buy billion-dollar planes that don't do.
So it wasn't free. You paid for it. You literally just said it. You paid taxes.
You don't have a choice.
Fuck all. So I'd rather carry
The taxes aren't. Here's the thing. The taxes aren't for the corporations, though.
They are. Corporate bailouts are from our fucking taxes.
Go to the corporations, though, but it's like the corporations. Well, yeah, the bailouts are one thing, but like
Yeah, I ain't dealing with
the
that anymore.
corporation's
Fuck
success and
corporations, they can go under.
their wealth is not from taxes. Their wealth is from
our consumption of their services that we subsidize with our
the
government grants
consumption of
to
your
give them
services.
the job to make sure that they're the most prominent product that we have access to.
And they make sure of that.
But it's free. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I didn't know where to go with that.
Here's the
where
thing.
you
It's
would
like,
go with that.
Man, you know what? I don't even know where I stand anymore.
I know
There
you
is the
stand
side.
with
There's the side
no
of,
such thing as free.
There's the side of capitalism that it's like, you know what? I get it. You know, successful places, you know, work and they get their due, but at the same time, then there's the other side where it's like,
if someone in this world can tell me what is free, I would love to know
the
about it.
fact of everyone else. They exploit everyone else for their own benefit, and there is no actual.
I just want to know what is
desire to
actually
help
free.
Society. They literally.
I think there are things that can
degrade
benefit society that are not free. Certainly,
I'm saying they degrade society based on their own greed, and their own greed is fueled by the fact that people need to work and need to earn. But they'll never
consumption-based society.
They'll never get and never
It's called
earn
capitalism.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so capitalism is the thing where it's like
it cannot be allowed.
It sounds
unbridled.
good on paper, but then it sounded.
But
good
then we
in
have things like child labor and people working 3
sounded
jobs,
good in
starving
the-
to death.
It sounded
Hey,
good in the
fuck
early
you, Bernie
1900s.
Rain.
I know, dude. Heaven forbid we offer free education so our society doesn't think science doesn't fucking work, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying like, it sounded good in
So-
the early 1800s,
I
early
have a weird hot
1900s, and then it.
Oh, dude, I want to hear Akira.
Yeah. I'm just saying it fell off. Adam Smith fell fucking off.
Okay.
Go
So
for it.
my hot take is that we have built a nation that is phenomenal in the sense that we steal talent. And like it's a brilliant business model. Like we'll steal your talent.
You mean like Elon Musk buying out Tesla and all that shit, and then
Oh,
calling himself
comparable.
a
I mean,
founder?
He started Tesla, but
Edison. No, he did not start Tesla.
What?
But Edison.
Elon Musk did
That's
not start
100%
Tesla.
fact. But Edison did it first, then better. But
thought he did.
but also no, he did not. That being said, we live in a nation that steals talent, and that is one of our greatest strengths. America is
He stole Twitter.
a beautiful. This has nothing to do with Elon Musk. I'm sorry.
I was just using that as an example.
I'm not trying to shoot it down real quick,
No,
but like that's
I'm sorry. I was saying he did steal Twitter, but go ahead. I didn't mean to.
that's way small in the grand scheme of
Right.
grand scheme of like my overall message.
And
one of our greatest strengths as a nation, historically, as the history of America, is that we steal talent really well, and we do. Like that can be traced back in all sorts of ways. We steal talent phenomenally well, and that's not a bad thing. Like we were open to talent for a long time, and we made it favorable for people to come over and steal them where we could, and all these great things. America's a beautiful country, lots of space. The bounty of America. There's all these great things for lots of people. At some point, we've decided that people coming over is terrible, and we don't want any of the things that they bring, and that they're stealing our jobs or something that nobody wanted to do.
We got
but
racist.
Nobody wants to talk about
Again.
What xenophobic a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's weird because nobody wants to. I hate to throw it around nobody.
it's
I'm gonna try to stop doing that. I don't want to say nobody wants to because it's not nobody. A lot of people talk about these things.
I will come
Some
back to it.
people
But I don't
want
want
to.
to interrupt. But I will come back to it later.
Fair enough.
My potential governor. So anyway, go ahead.
That's okay. Some people don't like to acknowledge that some people don't want to work certain jobs, or that there are opportunities for people coming over this country for the first time for certain jobs, and this, that, and the other. Like there's a lot of nuance to that entire conversation. That being said, in my limited experience, and I'm coming up on my mid-30s now, and I only know what I know, and some people think I'm a cool guy and I've got a good handle on things, and some people think I'm full of shit. That being said, in my limited experience, America gives away jobs. Like, and by America, I mean like people who run jobs and job creators and these people with lots of money who, you know, get a lot of credit and tax credits and all these things. Corporations give away jobs. Immigrants don't steal jobs. Corporations outsource jobs. Like, these are realities that we live with, and it's really troubling to think that the trends of things like the Elon Musks of the world can sway people to think differently about the way our country's been going for probably 50 plus years, but all of a sudden it's like fun and new to think about a new idea and just latch on and you know, think we're doing something different and innovative, and it's like, no, that's a new flavor of a different terrible capitalist. But you know, it is what it is.
I don't think you said anything wrong there. Like, I don't know if that's a hot take.
It may not be.
Kinda, maybe. I don't know.
Recently, there's a huge demographic that I venture to say like succumbs to like celebrity culture, but I think that's like a different category with like billionaire culture. I don't know if it's considered the same as celebrity culture. It's mostly hand in hand, but I don't know if it's considered in the same.
That's probably
like thought process.
That's probably what I was gonna go with next. Is the
But even still, like here just a moment ago, Drayden was saying something about, you know, Elon, but in relation to like, you know, Tesla and this, that, and the other, and like he formed this company.
Nothing.
Edison literally just like stomped all over and stole other people's technology and became this famous name that was a terrible person, like historically. And at the end of the day, who gives a fuck? He was a magnificent person who my name will never ring out, but Edison's will. Like he created a legacy for himself, and like he's an amazing person in his own right, but like he's not a great person in my opinion. And that's how I consider this kind of sort of thing. No, I'm talking about Edison.
Yeah. Like Edison and Tesla. Okay.
Edison, Tesla, but by translation, Elon and whatever else. Like people entering into a situation and innovating or doing something phenomenal, and that goes to your Steve Jobs, and that goes to whoever else. Which Steve Jobs, I think, was like a step down. It was similar, but Steve Jobs didn't like profess that he was like tech Jesus. People just put that on him. With Elon, he kind of, I feel like he does like put himself on that pedestal.
Well, Steve
gets
Jobs
his money from his parents and then buys a company and then literally buys the title founder. So
Steve Jobs, people
Elon's
said he
been
was
rich
tech
for
Jesus.
so
Elon
long.
professes himself to be
Elon
tech
is
Jesus,
not-
and
Elon is not as-
I know I'm wrong in that, but
I'm just saying Elon is not a stranger to wealth. The thing is, like, yes, his parents owned a mine, but the thing is, like, you know, when he was in the early days, a early founder of like the precursor to the fuck is it called? PayPal, yeah. Like no one even knew what the fuck PayPal was. He was still rich at that point. Like he was not a rags to riches story.
yeah, he's never been.
He took a rich company and turned it into the most rich company ever in the world. Well, not PayPal itself, but he sold PayPal and he developed Tesla and he developed SpaceX. Now, here's the thing. I love SpaceX. I love what SpaceX does. Very rich company. They are, you know, pushing the boundaries of space exploration. I love that, but at the same time, that does not excuse the bullshit they do with other companies. So it's like it's a mixed bag in my opinion. So it's like I can like what SpaceX does in their progression, but I don't have to like, you know, what
insider
their
trading
sister
or just...
companies or their affiliated companies do elsewhere. So
market manipulation, sure.
I mean, like,
well, and at the end of the
don't-
day, here's a big problem I have
So
with the
that-
whole
that's
concept
my-
is that people are like, Elon's doing these amazing things, and I'm like subsidized by the government. And they're like, what are you talking about? He's doing like these things on a private
are.
market level. And I'm like, all of these things are subsidized by the government. Like the money we put towards NASA, we are also putting towards those companies now. Like these are not like, hey, I'm just benevolent and I'm just doing these things for the greater good because I'm quote unquote on paper worth a ton of money, and he's worth on paper phenomenal wealth. It's an amazing thing. But that being said, he's also leaning on subsidies by the government to do all these other things, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like these are also companies that can cut through the red tape, which the government is limited by, and I think that is a huge thing. but I think it's very important that people don't turn somebody into tech Jesus when they don't realize what all goes into it.
So, real quick, I agree with most of that. Yes, like, don't turn him into tech Jesus. I think Elon Musk is like, I used to be what you call a Muscovite. Like, I used to love everything Elon Musk did.
Stop laughing, dude.
Muscovite.
I was a Muscovite. But
I think that's a real thing, though. That's why.
No, it is a real thing. But more and more, I started kind of looking into things where it's like, I like the progress, but maybe not the means. Or I like where you're going, but not your methods. You know,
Speaking of what you're talking about, Drayden, did you know the end justifies the means is like a, what is it, a lawful evil alignment?
Yeah, it is.
Do you know that?
Yeah,
All right.
of course it is.
Yeah,
Just making sure. I'm just making
It
sure.
totally is. But no, so I liked Elon Musk a lot because I was super into space, and like he started doing the space X stuff. Which, here's the thing, you know, no one can deny the amount of progressive progress that SpaceX has made in the space industry is undeniable. It's
sure throwing
insane.
government money at
Like,
it.
The
Like they're
fact
doing
that
great
like
things.
reusable boosters used to be a thing that NASA told Elon that's a fantasy, and now he made it become the standard of, you know, space. If you don't make a reusable booster, you're like archaic at this point.
He made a reality based on their dime.
So he basically took them saying you can't do that. And he's like, I'm gonna do that, and he did it. So that's one of the.
Are you suggesting that they couldn't have done it?
They probably could have, but not without the inspiration and.
I think there was a little bit of red tape involved therein, and that's where like the whole aspect of private markets versus.
Not really. Here's if there was any red tape, it was the fact of like they would have been afraid to spend tax dollars on things that wasn't guaranteed, and that's usually
And yet
where
they
NASA
still spent that money. They have subsidized them to a
and that is why NASA
humongous level.
is still using disposable boosters with the SLS program. The fact that their moon program, the Artemis program, is using the SLS thing, which has been in the works for almost a decade now, and it has been slow development with tons of setbacks from
Red tape, government stuff.
Not
which
just
we
red
can
tape,
all
Boeing. Boeing is the rocket manufacturer, and there's been so many setbacks and backlogs, and all this extra spending and all this shit. And the thing is, because here's the thing, when it comes to the U.S. government and the space program, they can't afford mistakes. They have to have it.
You say that,
work.
but they can.
No,
and we have. But they can. We have. I grew up. So funny story. I grew up in Clear
back
Lake,
in the 60s and shit when they were like, you know what? Hey, the mistakes are Russia's gonna nuke our ass.
I was
and
not alive in the
that's
60s.
the fear people. They're like, oh, then give NASA all the money. Nowadays, they don't.
Drayden,
have
I
that.
grew up a stone's throw away from Johnson Space Center.
Yeah.
Like I'm familiar with plenty of regarding to it, and I've met and had dinner with quite a few astronauts. Funnily enough, and it's a phenomenal, fun aspect of its own.
Okay.
I don't think that's the actual concern. I don't think that it's that they can't have a failure on their conscience or on their resume, because they have. I've seen it, and that's a
have.
realistic thing. They can and they have.
But my thing
that is not
they
like
can't-
a shoot them into the ground thing.
They can't have a failure with astronauts on board. That is the ultimate thing.
Well, nobody wants
But
to.
they did twice.
Yeah,
They did
nobody
twice,
wants to.
and
That's
why the
it's not
shuttle.
that they can't.
That's why the shuttle program ended up getting canceled. But no, well, not fully, because even after what was it, Challenger
think
first,
so.
right, and then Columbia second,
And went on for another 20 years.
and then they still
20
ran
plus?
missions after that, and there was even close calls because of shit after that. But the thing is like they canceled the shuttle program. Right? They ran it as long as they could.
It was an aging program, sure.
It was, and then they
It's
ran
not
to
that
a
they
point
could.
where like we can't do that anymore, and then they relied on Russia with the Soyuz because that was way more reliable than the shuttle program, obviously. And then we finally got Dragon recently, but also the thing is like U.S. was already in development of like we have to design our own, crew capsule to space thing. We can't just do SpaceX. Although when they started designing it, SpaceX wasn't really a thing yet. Well, they were a company, but not in the business of like let's launch, U.S. government astronauts into space. So the thing is like by the time they're like, oh, SpaceX can actually do this more reliably and faster and safer and cheaper than we can. Because here's the thing. When it comes to the U.S. government and the space program, when it comes to launching people into space, you cannot afford accidents. They did with the 2 shuttle program accidents, but I'm saying it requires so much more testing and money. Here's the thing.
Like I said, literally, the word for it is red tape.
Hold on, the Orion capsule, which is the thing that's supposed to be in the Artemis program for the moon capsule, has had so much development and money invested into it, aside from like the Dragon capsule, the Dragon crew capsule, which designed for different purposes. The Dragon crew capsule is designed for like lower Earth orbit space station, whereas the Orion is meant to like be designed for like moon landing and recovery, and then eventually possibly Mars and back. But the thing with government NASA stuff is they can't afford discrepancies, and so much more money and so much more in vigorous testing beyond, like, almost ridiculously beyond measures have to be taken now for NASA to approve shit, whereas private companies can like
sacrifice people like left and right.
They don't have to sacrifice people. They can meet and surpass.
But that's what you're saying.
No. Here's the thing.
You're saying they're not bound by the same restrictions for human safety.
Here's the thing. When NASA tests things, those tests are public.
They're benefiting from the same. No, I wholeheartedly agree. They're benefiting from the same developments, technology, experiences that are happening all the way. They're just not bound by the same restrictions of the red tape.
No, because the same tests are public and everyone sees it. So here's the thing. NASA tested their SLS rocket thing, and it had a discrepancy on the testing, like the booster. Like, oh shit, we had a slight, not an explosion, but we had like a slight like boof burst at the end that like passed regulations. That became major news, whereas SpaceX was like, we're launching shit off the platform, and it crashed and it exploded. The public, because SpaceX is doing it on their own dollar, no one cares when shit
not on their own
wrong
dollar
there. So
let's
they're like,
not
oh shit went wrong,
that.
cool, funny explosion, boom, and the next test, oh funny explosion, oh they finally got it right. When it comes to NASA, oh this shit was super expensive to try and design perfectly right because we're afraid of people wasting tax dollars, so we go the extra mile to do shit over the top. And then we find the thing, and there's a discrepancy. Something happens that's wrong. Everyone's like, you're waste. They get fucking.
Are you suggesting that SpaceX is not subsidized greatly during all this?
This test failed, and like, oh shit, NASA's fucking up. Like, why are we spending money on it? Like cancel the funding. Like, they almost like CCP actually. Like, it's like they get fucking shit on for any even remote failure they do, even though it's like, this is the space industry. There's going to be failures on rockets. There's going to be failures on new rocket designs. You have to be accepting of that. But the thing is, like, the government can't accept that because the public won't accept that. The dollar signs don't match up to the public, even though it's like, you know what? You have to spend money on failures in the rocket industry to make progress. You have to learn from mistakes. You have to learn from failures. And the best way to learn from it, and the fastest way to learn from it, is to develop shit, test it, and if it fails and blows up on the launch pad, oh shit, that fucked up. What happened? This went wrong. Let's fix that, and then try it again. That's what SpaceX does, and that's why they've gone from we can hope to launch a rocket in like early 2000s to now they're the standard, like, reliable, this is the best way to... They've even changed NASA's output. Like 10, 15 years ago, they told SpaceX, you can't launch and then land a booster on the same launch. You're crazy. You can't land on the same... It doesn't work like that. And now the reusable boosters that SpaceX does and comes back and lands on their own pads in Florida, or even on the long launch shit they do in the ocean and launch and land on their drone ships, like, that's the standard of space launch now. If you don't do it that way, you're archaic and you're old school. So
you're talking about lagging behind in the space race?
I'm just saying, like, the fact that NASA told them you can't do it like that.
I think NASA's basing their things
is like, we can't do it like that because we have more money than you. And so SpaceX
and that's funny
did it,
because
and
they
NASA's
have,
like, we don't have that kind of money.
They have private investor funds as well as government subsidies.
They might
it's
have
a combination
that much money,
of two
but they
things.
don't have that much money to fail as often
And
as SpaceX
former
has. That's
employees of NASA,
Right,
they have brain drain from NASA, and they have private funds like investment funds, and then they have government funds, things that NASA doesn't get to benefit from.
They get
NASA
all those
has
things,
their
and also
staff,
he's like, they have
and
the
only
money
what
to
the government
fail.
will give them.
That's the big thing. They have the money to fail,
And that's
NASA
brilliant, and that's perfectly
NASA
understandable.
Cannot afford to fail because failures in NASA.
They can.
They can,
but for how long? Because where I say that is, we saw that with like the Mars rover, the initial thing where like it was like one team
They
was
can
using meters
fail
and the
with
other one was using
delays.
like, like a an imperial metric.
Yeah, they can fail with delays. So yes, the Curiosity.
There
There
have been failures,
but they
but it does
ultimately
weaken their
succeeded. So
system.
the failures made sense. And here's the thing with SLS is like, luckily, all these failures and delays, they finally have had some success, and it looks like they're going to finally maybe be able to launch it soon. Artemis 1, which supposedly was supposed to launch like 2 years ago. But maybe it will work. And so the thing is, like, it's still on the fence, where it's like, but private programs like SpaceX and Blue Origin's still like trying to figure out their own rocket, but SpaceX is already been proven to like low Earth orbit. We got you. You want to go to the moon? We're still working on that, but so are you. And
Who is you?
SLS, NASA.
NASA could put people on the moon.
They're working on it, but SLS is supposed to be the launch system they put people on the moon with.
I'm saying they know how.
And it's supposed to launch
Check
later this year,
her
but
should.
it's not. But also the things like now NASA's already said that SpaceX and their
Is there
Starship-
any incentive for NASA to function as prior, like in any of our lifetime, how they have? Like at this
Yes.
point, is it
Yes.
not
So Starship
illogical to
is
say
one
that
of the-
NASA is neutered?
Starship is
Because
one
I
of the
think they are.
approved landing programs to go on the moon.
Is NASA not neutered at this point? Is what I'm asking.
They're
Like
not-
I think they are.
They're not neutered.
I think they are being moved away from, and I think that's.
They're not
it,
neutered.
It seems
They
like
are,
people are.
but they
Public
are,
sentiment seems like they want to move away from it.
They're not neutered, but they are basically made to work with other private companies at this point.
They've always worked with private companies.
Yeah, but more so.
I mean,
I'm
we're
gonna have
giving
to
more
take off
government
work.
money towards them.
All right, see you, Malka.
United
Yeah,
Space
but,
Alliance.
like,
and-
it's basically a thing of like, yes, SpaceX could get us into low Earth orbit, but like Starship has already gotten funding for a moon landing option for Artemis. And I don't know what Bezos has had, but maybe Blue Origin. I think
It's a dick-shaped rocket.
Yeah, he has a dick-shaped rocket. It's the New Glenn. Oh no, New Glenn or is it New Shepherd? I forget.
I have no idea.
It's the new dick.
It's got a head.
Yeah,
That's all I know.
It's a penis.
Substantial.
But
You're back.
there's a whole thing. I wish Scott Manley was here because like fuck, dude, he was there in Iceland.
Do you watch his stuff?
I watched about 10 minutes of it and then I had to get to work, but I am excited to watch it tomorrow because I love Scott Manley and I was like, I want to watch it, and I didn't get time, but yeah. If I was in Iceland, that would be the one presentation I would be at for sure. Hi, Rain.
Hello, is it just you?
No, it's well.
Ackroth went be right back. Okay.
Yeah, he'll be right back, and then Tamara and Riley are probably just gone. But
one man, one desire.
One man, one desire. This summer. Yeah. So Tamara's here.
He sold tortillas on the corner, and the mob.
This is little tortilla boy.
I
Oh, no,
love that so many people here
tortillas. Oh no.
are familiar with Pablo Francisco's works.
Are you Ian? No, I'm Pablo.
Did I tell you guys last weekend how I did a nightclub in Final Fantasy XIV and it was some of the funnest shit? You guys should join me tomorrow. Make a character and we can come hang out.
I have a character. I don't know if do I have to pay a subscription?
I thought you were trying to play that game.
Not if you're doing the if you did the whole free trial thing, then I think it counts.
I literally made a character and logged out.
Yeah, so that means you're still in the free trial though, right? Because
I don't know.
Started.
I could have sworn like a month ago you were playing that game, Drayden.
I never.
Did you never play it?
Drayden, what data center
you just
are
made
you
a
on?
character?
Do you know?
What one are you on?
I'm on Aether, so if you get on Aether, I
That's
can
the
take you to the
one.
nightclub.
So you and Delana were on like the same one. I was like that one.
Yeah.
I like how in Star Wars Galaxies you could be like a little cantina performers.
Yeah.
And people actually could come to your nightclub and like enjoy your show.
It's like it's some of the dumbest things. Like I literally went out and spent the next day. I spent about like $10 worth of in-game clothing, and then I spent all my money on in-game clothing so I could look cute at the nightclub.
Hell yeah.
And I got this like dance so my character could dance.
Just to buy dances.
Yeah. Yeah, so like you can like
dancing.
different dance styles. So
Can I
I
just,
did the
like,
one called the bee's knees. It's
Can I
super
just
cute.
like worm my way through
The
whole
bee's
club?
knees.
Yeah. There's some dances where they like are like jumping around with glow sticks, so like that's my next one
Can
I
I
want
just
to
like
do.
glow stick
Jump
my way
around?
through the whole club?
Like
Yeah,
Basement
so-
Jacks?
Yeah, it's like you stand like in front of the DJ booth and you just like jump and wave a glow stick. It's super cute.
Can I stand my way through the whole DJ booth of the whole club?
You stand, yeah. You can
Hell
stand
yeah.
there awkwardly too. That's what I did when I didn't know what I
Hell
was
yeah,
doing.
that's what I want to do.
And then all these people were like, "Would you like a drink?" And I'm like, do you have Fireball?" And they're like, "Well, we have drink with cinnamon in it." And I'm
I'll
like,
just
"Yeah."
like wave my glow stick like in
Cold Schlager.
response. Like, do you want a fireball? Like, whoo.
They're like, "Hey, we got some daiquiris. They're free because so and so
Dude,
bought
I'll
out
take
the
it- I'll
club."
take a daiquiri,
And they
dude.
brought me like peach juice, and it was the cutest
I'll
shit.
take a daiquiri. So there's like the Eve stuff I've been seeing with the FF14 actually, also with the final with the FF14 in actual Reykjavik. I've been missing meetups so bad.
Dude, me too.
I want.
You're going to NOLA, right, Drayden?
No, I'm not going to anything this
What
year.
the fuck? You have to go.
Anything? You can't say anything.
Why do I sub to this stupid channel
I'm
if you're not going to meetups?
NOLA or Vegas. I don't. Think
I was gonna
this
say I
year.
gifted a bunch of subs to make sure you make it in Vegas. Like, don't say that
Like
shit.
I
might
thought-
not make it
I
in
thought I was
Vegas, but
doing
you're gonna make it in
NOLA, but I
Vegas.
can't even make NOLA or Vegas. I don't think I'm gonna be able to go to anything this year.
You're going to Vegas.
Drayden, by the
At a
way, the
minimum.
Fed's raising the interest rate, so hold off on buying a house because that bubble's gonna
Yep.
burst.
Yeah, no, it's already raised to like 5.5%. Like
Yeah,
minimum.
it's still gonna go up. So that's when people are predicting the
It's
bubble
to
burst.
slow down the purchase of housing because housing's got out of control, so they raised the interest rate for everyone. So now the minimum, like even if you have like the best credit in the fucking world, you're gonna get like 5.5% instead of like 2%. And then like
It's bullshit.
It's generally 5.5% to 6%. Usually 6 to 6.5% is what you're gonna get for a house loan, which makes it super hard to get a home loan, which makes it really hard to get basically borrow money in general, which is going to slow down the housing loan market, which is going to slow down the housing buying, which is going to like
It's gonna decrease
slow
demand.
down the housing purchasing, which is going to like reduce the massive increase and ridiculous increase of housing, which is
There's been a lot of
nice in the
investor
fact that,
and
like, it's going to prevent that massive bubble that's building, but at the same time it makes it harder to borrow money than it ever has been, which means that
there's been a ton of investor interest, and you
so-
need that to
so-
pop first.
the fact of people that are like, well, I was thinking about buying another house, they might not be able to do it. But the thing is, like, it makes it harder to borrow money in general. So people, especially first time home buyers, can no longer afford a home efficiently.
Just let it pop.
It'll
like
pop.
me. So fuck it. Like,
Save some ins.
This is
Squirrel
what I
away.
was Dre.
Squirrel
This
away
is what
those
I was
dollars.
warning you about.
I
It's gonna
know.
pop.
I
So
know.
you just gotta wait. You just trust.
I'm waiting. But my thing
Here's
is,
the
like,
thing.
My thing. Here's the thing. I fell into
Depressions-
The trap. I fell into the trap of like I want to make sure I'm ready to buy a house. I want to make sure I have my debt paid off. I only have like $5,000 in credit card debt. I just have to pay that off, and then my credit score will be good, and I'll be ready to go. And I waited, and then by the time I paid it all off, that's when the housing boom burst. And so
Depressions and recessions are best like weathered by people
and
in
so
their
I
20s
was
and 30s.
pre-approved for $320,000, which, you know, the year before would have been enough to get like, you know, a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom house, three-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, no problem. Like low interest rate, 2.5%, solid, good to go. But the fact that I waited an extra year to pay off my credit card debt because I thought that was a smart move, that's when the housing boom exploded, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're pre-approved for $320,000, but you know, even mobile homes are like $250,000 now. It's like,
which is garbage.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, a year and a half ago I could have bought a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house for like $250,000, pretty new, all good. Now it's like, oh, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, like 650 square foot house is like $300,000, and it's like, I don't know if I want to spend that much on that. So I still held off for a little bit, because, you know, I was living with my friend. You know, he's like giving me a good rent price. I was like, okay. He's like, yeah, just hold off. They'll cool off. The market will cool off. It skyrocketed. And then now the FDIC interest minimum went up, like doubled. So now instead of like, you know, 2.5% to 3% interest rate that you get on housing, now the minimum federal rate is 5%. So usually you get like 5.5 to 6.5% interest rate for a loan, which now all of a sudden, based on my income, so it's like, here's the thing: I got a 10% raise on my income, but my my amount for what I can borrow decreased by $50,000. So it's like, oh, okay. I got a 10% raise for the year. I just like increased like, you know, $7,000 on my annual income, and now I can afford $55,000 less of a house. That doesn't make sense to me, and so now it's like, what the fuck?
You need to squirrel away money and let the bubble pop.
I'm trying.
What it sounds all
like
you have to do to try is squirrel away money.
What it's gonna be is either my parents are gonna like loan me a down payment, or my roommate is gonna buy. He's thinking about buying another house and then just like renting that to me as a tenant, and he'll give me a discount and stuff, which is nice. So I might just rent instead of buying. I mean, I don't. It's too. Fucking,
I imagine at that point it would be maybe like a rent to own.
It's too expensive to buy anymore these days. So I might just have to like just live there and rent from it, which is nice because like the things like he could charge, like probably way more than he would charge me, but he's gonna charge me,
Sure.
He's gonna charge me enough to break even plus a minuscule amount.
Modest
more.
amount, right?
Yeah. Whereas, like, if he was to charge some random person, he'd probably charge like $300 more per month than what he charged me. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I might just do that. It's like I would rather like own it, but at the same time, if I gotta rent, I gotta rent.
We'll just do a rent to own situation.
That's kind of
could do that
help
too.
him cover his bills.
That's
He
kind of the thing
filled
that
in
he
his
might-
credit, and
he
etc.
told me he's like that's kind of thing. He would do like a rent to own over the next like 4 years, and then I would like do a thing.
Some sort of refi or something.
I forget what it's called. It's some kind of like loan thing where it's like I take over the loan, but then he gets some kind of portion, and then
Sure.
it's basically a thing where it's like he's not making like a corporate like greedy profit, but he would make a little bit.
He'll get something off the equity.
Because he's fronting the money up front, and he's fronting all the risk.
His credit, yeah.
He's fronting the risk, and so he makes a little bit off of it. But the thing is, like, I eventually own the place and get it, and get a cheaper payment than if I was to do it myself. So it's kind of like he's helping me out, but I'm also helping him out in the fact that like he gets the property or gets a slight small profit off of it, type of thing. So I was like, I'm fine with that. We've discussed it over the last week, and I'm fine with that. So
If you feed my chickens, you can stay on my farm.
Oh my goodness.
Can I eat their chicks?
I mean, eggs, Drayden.
Oh
God.
yeah.
Wow.
No,
Is that like the veal of chickens?
No,
Like,
I
what
want
do
the
they call
full
that?
protein, Rain.
Is you saying eating chicks is like getting chicken nuggets?
No, he can have the flavor.
When they're babies, they turn into nuggets.
I want the.
Yeah,
I
you
want,
cook a baby chicken, it's chicken nuggets.
I want the.
Is that how that works?
full- I
Before the
want
bones are developed.
I want the. Full
Oh,
eggs,
gotcha.
Rain,
No
the full
bones. You're
eggs.
right. Nuggets are boneless. I appreciate that. Why else? We kids eat them.
Oh, that's pure alcohol.
What?
Like, oh, you're
Took a swig.
the eggs from the farm are pure alcohol, Rain. I've tasted them.
What the?
I'm kidding. I haven't.
I'm gonna kick on some Netflix.
I haven't. Yeah, I
I thought we were watching Wahlberg.
Yeah, Wahlberg.
Video game
what's
movie.
the Wahlberg thing?
Wahlburgers?
There's a thing. It's a good thing. We should all watch
Uncharted.
it. Yeah.
Uncharted.
Yes.
Like
yes.
2 a.m. Fuck.
Anyone want to
So
watch
apparently,
Uncharted?
real quick, apparently the show that the Ukrainian president Zelensky was on is on
I
Netflix
love that
at
man.
the moment. And it's actually not like prominently advertised. It's not like a gimme. I actually found it by like exploring last night because I was just like, just find something to throw on before you go to bed. And his show was like deep dive found. The show that he was on in Ukraine, like whatever little sitcom he was on before he became president, is on Netflix, and I think that's pretty entertaining. And I did watch a few episodes, and it is pretty entertaining. Like, it's not bad at all. Granted, you have to be okay with, subtitles, but to each their own. And I am okay with them.
Yeah. So I was already planning on watching Uncharted. And I clicked on it. I was like, oh, you've already purchased this. I'm like, yeah, I did. So. Anyone want to watch Uncharted with me?
I might try.
I might do next week because oh my gosh, dude, it's late. I've been
Well,
going to
dude,
parades
it's
every
really-
night. And shit.
It'll be expired by next week. I'm gonna play it right now. You can watch it or not.
Just
it's fine.
Why is it expired by next week?
Because when you rent
the thing, Trey.
on Amazon,
Why are you renting? Why are you renting instead of just buying?
You should stop paying the man.
Or yeah,
buying-
you should
buying
either
is
stop paying or like pirate it.
buying
dude.
is $20.
That's what I
renting
mean by
is,
stop paying.
Alright, dude,
$3.
just pirate it.
Buying is
Here's the thing.
$20. Renting is like $3 or $4.
You're a champion of the people, and I know that's like a lot to put on your shoulders.
And
Like
when you rent it,
you know,
you can access
suck to
it
sleep at
for
night.
30 days, but the second you start watching it, you have 24 hours to finish it.
But the
stupid.
moment, literally the moment you decide to be a champion of the people, it's free just from there on out.
I don't know how to do the free shit.
You just get a cute
Some of us
boy
can
to
tell you.
download it for you.
Everyone
Yeah,
tells it.
just tell a
use
cute boy
like,
to do it.
Use like, what do you
Everyone
call it?
tells you to talk to a cute boy, and I know that's intimidating.
No, it's
but
not quarantine.
they'll
It's like
they'll
you
talk
just,
to you
like,
back.
use quarantine. What's it called?
There's some really nice cute boys out there.
Torrent. That's what's you're like. Oh, just torrent it. I'm like, yeah. I've tried torrenting, and I've gotten a lot of viruses that way. Cause I'm
Okay,
super dumb when it comes to like internet security.
So just tell people what you want to watch beforehand, and have other
So,
people find it for you
my
and
thing is-
provide
my-
you with the link.
My option in the past has always been like, I would rather spend $3 or $4 to know that I'm getting something safe from Amazon or whatever.
The cute boy does that
rather
for
than,
you.
Like, trying to torrent something and probably getting
No,
a
you don't
virus.
torrent it. You just get a cute boy to do it for you.
I don't know any cute boys.
Wow. Thanks, Drayden.
Bro.
Well, I mean, like,
Hi.
Ackroth won't do it. But no, I'm just saying.
Look at that pickle, though.
Like, when it comes to internet shit,
Eggplant.
if I download something, I guarantee I got a virus. So like, I'd rather spend a couple bucks and just download it legit. Than,
Can we just like that? Tamber's like showing us his pickle skin on the avatar.
I mean, I'll download Tamber's.
It's just right there on the
I'll
side of.
download Tamber's pickle on Amazon.
Oh
That's
my
a cute
goodness.
boy. Look at that
Tamber,
pickle
Tamber,
just
can
out there
you give me your
exposed.
pickle?
I feel like I just walked into something real lewd.
No, it's fine.
I mean, it's on the
just-
stream.
It's just a
Timber's
pickle.
got
It's just
a
a
pickle
pickle
on the side of the
transfer, Rain. Like, it's fine. It's just a little sour.
Just share your pickle. That's all.
Oh my goodness.
He likes the sour. Listen to that. It's not that sour, Tamber. Come on, don't laugh.
Just a little bit of vinegar. It's no big deal.
It's pretty moist.
Little vinegar. Holy shit! There's still 64 people watching this stream. Oh my god.
Yeah. You're almost 6 hours in.
All right, don't you all? You know what?
There's
Don't
so
you
many
all pirate movies all
first-time
at once.
chatters.
You know,
So
there's
you guys all have somewhere to go?
There's so many first-time picklers in this stream right now.
Oh,
you
Seema,
guys all
thank
have
you
cell
for the
phones?
subs, dude.
Yeah, thanks for the seam, Seema. We haven't talked about pickles.
I
But-
feel like we have though quite a bit recently.
Not tonight though.
I mean, I don't know if you were alluding, but I was.
I kind of want to do this like drink in the pickle, but it's not a pickle shit. If
Are you talking about like a pickleback?
no
Pickleback,
if
dude,
you're
I
doing a
love
If
picklebacks.
you're doing a pickleback, don't drink right now because
I was not familiar with that from Texas, but now that I'm in North Carolina, apparently that's a
It's
thing.
wrong. Pickles are
It's a thing in the north, I guess, maybe?
pickles are the devil of vegetables.
Sure, let's go with that.
I don't like that. I don't like pickles.
I'm not a big pickle fan, but a
How
pickleback is something
If
we
you like
never
picklebacks,
experienced
you
in
know what?
Texas.
You can drink that sin. It's fine.
If you liking pickles is a sin, then goddamn, I'm going to hell.
She said, "Lock me
yeah.
up."
I don't like sin, but I like.
I bet you do though, Drayden. I think you.
No, I
probably
love
do
sin.
like
I
sin.
like-
Yeah, let's
You know what?
let's just be honest with ourselves.
Yeah,
when
like,
it
I
comes to
just
sin.
don't like pickles. Let's just go with that.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, I think
you
that's
know what?
safer.
I think Jesus will forgive me like for not liking pickles, but fuck him because I like everything that's not Christian.
He was like, "Sins of the flesh, pretty cool."
I
Vinegar.
love sex and I love.
I don't know about vinegar though.
French
Rock and
fry-
roll?
I love sex and I love French fries and I love
What the
Rock
hell,
and
Rainy? You
roll.
trying to like dance on Sundays? Get
I
out of
like
Yeah.
what is this?
It's love, sex,
Footloose?
and rock and roll. Wait,
No. This is vodka. I love vodka too.
Trina, that's not vodka. It's dark.
Yeah, it looks like
It's
maybe
got
a rum of sort.
oh yeah,
Put
no,
some Coke in it?
it's got some Henry Reinhardt's root beer in it. So
Oh fuck it! Is it vanilla
Root beer
vodka,
vodka?
with root beer?
No,
Because
I
then that tastes
wish.
like a vanilla float.
No, I wish, but it's
I'm really
just
disappointed.
it's just vodka with root beer.
Okay.
It's not
I'm gonna
great, but I
retire.
love it. Sin
You
is
kids.
imaginary. That's a good point, Seema. Anyway, that being said, does anyone want to watch what movie we're watching? Fuck, Uncharted. You guys want?
You're watching it. You said you were watching that next week.
No, now.
You told me you were gonna watch that
No,
next
I
week.
said I haven't played the game, but I'm watching the movie right now.
You
You
said
have
I
to
don't
play
want to. I don't
the
want to watch the
game
movie
first.
until
You're a
after the
fake fan.
game.
I've
dude.
watched the games and they're excellent, but I watched Uncharted 4 and I was like, that's such a good game, but now that I've watched it, I don't want to play it because I've already seen it, and it was so good. It was back in my days of playing what's her name?
Laura Croft.
Laura, yeah, I was like
How the
Yeah.
fuck?
PlayStation, big polygon boobs.
I like that we both jumped to it at the same time.
No. The Laura Croft remakes were the best fucking action puzzle games
And here's
I've
the
played
thing.
in so long. They were so good.
You were talking about it earlier with people, and you said you weren't gonna watch it until after you played the game.
I thought
And so that's what we were waiting on.
But then
And so I think a few of
the
us like
game
are built
came
on that
out.
expectation.
But then the game came out and I heard that it was like mediocre. I'm like, you know what? Oh, I'll show you. I'll watch it. So I'm gonna watch it. You know, if you guys don't want to watch it, you don't have to. I'm gonna watch it right now.
I mean, it was a worthy try. I was gonna give it a
So
go.
my thing is like, you guys want to watch some not Laura Croft, Uncharted? You want to watch some Francis Drake and shit?
Frances McDowell?
Is that the name?
No, that's another actress.
Then fuck that, Francis Drake.
Whoa. Be
He's
careful
a
how you
sinner.
talk about Frances
I'm gonna
McDowell.
watch that movie. If you guys want to watch that movie, I will watch that movie. People in chat, how do we still have 55 people watching this? We were bullshitting some.
I think you need to invite them.
We were bullshitting some CCP streams.
Here's the thing, you
and
paid
there's
for
still
this stream,
55
so it's
people
okay to
watching
invite
the
them.
stream. Anyway, people in the stream, if you want to watch some Uncharted, the new movie, I'm gonna buy it, watch it. We're gonna watch it. So if you want, I will put a link in chat. Give me a second, and you can join the Discord and then join the movie channel. Give me 1 second. All right. I put the link in chat. Drayden_T. Click that link. That'll get you into the chat for the channel. After that, join the public voice channel in that Discord, and we'll start the movie. I will give you a warning beforehand, but also don't talk during the movie. There's a chat channel for that, but I'll tell you about that coming up.
Kia ora all.
Yeah, with
Good
that
night.
said, good night.
Hey, guys.
We're off for the night. Everyone, good night.